I'm a little nervous today. I'm doing something I've never done on the show before. And honestly, I'm not sure how you're going to respond to it, but I figure it's at least worth a try. What I'm going to do is I'm going to compile all the guitar reviews I've done over the last 4 years or so into one gigantic video, because apparently YouTube likes the really long videos. And I'm wondering if some of you guys might have missed a few of the reviews along the way. I mean, like, I'm going to be honest here. I work my ass off on these things. I put everything I've got into these videos, and sometimes they do great. Sometimes they don't do as great as I hope they would. It could be down to just the video length, people clicking off a little bit sooner, because YouTube's pretty simple with what it wants. It wants people to watch the videos and stay on the platform. So I figured, what the hell? I'm going to give you guys a recap of my absolute best work I've done here in the last 4 years. This is Guitars That Will Destroy America, the movie. And what it's going to be is starting off with the granddaddy of them all. Yeah, the Mustaine V, because that video was a lot of fun. And that's going to be followed up by the S by Solar V, because that video was a lot of fun. And there's expensive guitars, there's cheap guitars, there's bargain guitars, there's guitars that are out of reach, but there's just tons and tons and tons of guitar videos in here to take a look at. Do me a favor, if you love the show, just let it play. Watch it all the way through. Hell, set it up at night, and if you fall asleep halfway through, that's fine. Just let it play. Because if this video does well, I'll never ever have to do a sponsored guitar review again. I'll just literally be able to buy more guitars and give you my honest opinion based on the performance of this one video. If that's something you would like to see, please hit the play button and just let it roll. Hey everybody, how's it going? It is time once again for one of my absolute favorite shows here on Spectre Sound Studios, and that is Fearless Gear Reviews. Now, this is my independently funded gear review show where I can take an honest, unvarnished look at a piece of gear without any corporate fuckery whatsoever. Now, today's episode was made possible by you guys and Monday Mix Reviews. You guys keep coming back week after week after week, submitting your mixes for evaluation. I'm trying to give you the best help I possibly can. It's an awful lot of fun. Come hang out on Mondays. You guys will see what it's all about. I do a live stream in the morning and the evening. Anyway, you guys made today's episode possible, and that is a review of the brand new Gibson Dave Mustaine Signature Flying V. Now, this is the part of the episode where I would normally plug in and play a bit for you guys, but unfortunately, the setup out of the factory has the action so high, I'm just not going to do that. I have to pull off the truss rod cover and make an adjustment to the bridge as well before I can get this thing into playing shape. Now, for 2,800 American dollars, I really wish Gibson had done at least one of two things. Either set the guitar up properly or put a warning sticker on the case. Some assembly may be required. We got everything tuned up. I just wanted to play that for you guys. That's a new track I'm working on. It's called My Bass Player Got Caught with His Dick in His Hand. All right, now the first observation I have to say is I've had the guitar in the case overnight, and I came in this morning to shoot this, and I gotta say, the one thing that's blown me away right from the get-go is the tuning. Praise Crom! We finally found a Gibson that can stay in tune. Now, if only they'd take this headstock and put it on the Les Paul. Oh yeah, every dad rack guy in the world just had a heart attack at that suggestion. Seriously though, I'm kind of shocked, to be honest with you. Gibsons have always been unstable nightmares when it comes to tuning, and I'm pretty sure the hockey stick headstock design that they lifted from the Explorer might have something to do with this. When it comes to making chords, yeah, it's pretty solid. And this is after getting aggressive with the playing too. Not bad. Okay, I got to give credit where credit's due. This is something I could use in the studio, not have to worry about going out of tune every 5 minutes. I've had that issue with Les Pauls, SGs, Explorers, you name it. The neck just starts doing weird things and it can never stay in tune. Somehow, by some miracle, they finally managed to get that right. So good job, Gibson. Wow, there's 3 words I never thought I'd hear myself say in my entire life. All right, so just going over the specs here real quick. This is the Dave Mustaine Flying V. It's made out of mahogany, like that makes a difference. The finish is gloss nitrocellulose lacquer that cracks really badly right at the neck joint, and the color is silver metallic, done very badly. Neck is mahogany. They call the neck shape slim taper, which is hilarious because it feels like a fucking baseball bat. It's a set neck, once again, very badly done. And it has mother of pearl inlay and an ebony fingerboard. Fingerboard actually feels pretty good once you can get your hand around the fucking thing. The scale length is 25.5 inches. It's got 24 jumbo frets. And most surprisingly of all, it's got a Graph Tech nut, which is great. That probably explains a lot why this guitar can stay in tune. I love their Graph Tech stuff. It's about time Gibson smartened up and started putting them on their instruments. Now, one point I do want to mention about this, the pickups are snarly as hell, but they're also really sensitive to noise. So make sure you're touching some metal. Still not as bad as the Mesa Cat Club the second. So I gotta admit, this guitar is an awful lot of fun to play once you get it set up correctly. Oh, hold on, that's wrong bit. The fact that I had to set this guitar up to be better playable right out of the box for a $2,800 guitar, that is fucking bullshit. I expect far better for my money, especially that much money. I mean, I got a Fender American Ultra Strat that's just perfection right out of the box. I don't know what the fuck went wrong here, what's going on in your setup department, but you might want to wake those guys up before they sign off on their cards and ship the guitar out, because the setup on this thing was fucking terrible. I mean, like, the intonation's fine, but the action was just awful. And that's one thing I come to expect from a Gibson is great action, great playability, great setup, all that kind of stuff. That just did not happen in this case. So, hey, great job, Gibson. But once you get the guitar set up, it plays absolutely fantastic. You take a mortal man, give him a flying V. Watch him become a snob. Now, when I initially got this guitar, I really kind of hated it because I was very, very, very pissed off with the shit paint job on this thing. I mean, $2,800 and there are flaws all over the place. The neck joint has paint issues at the top, and at the bottom it is cracked all the way down. There's a hairline crack there. It's like, come on, Gibson, what in the actual fuck is going on there? I mean, like, the paint is so bad on this thing, you can see a flaw right here. Let me, looking at my monitor. Yeah, I can see it right here. And you can probably see it on the close-up as well. What in the fuck? How the hell did this make it out of the shop? And it's not just, you know, the flaws like the cracks and whatnot. There's streaking in the paint as well. And that tells me somebody was not fucking paying attention when they were drying this thing. That is a shit job, and that is shit quality. And Gibson, you should be fucking embarrassed to have put this guitar out in the public, because there's no way in hell this guitar is worth $2,800. Not even fucking close. There's just the fit and finish on this thing is just an embarrassment. There's paint issues at the headstock, imperfections just everywhere. I kind of feel a little bit ripped off, to be honest with you. $2,800 is an awful lot to ask for a guitar, especially when competition out there is so absolutely fucking brutal. And there are so many high quality guitars being made from so many other manufacturers. Legacy branding is only going to get you so far. You have to deliver the goods. In terms of overall quality in the paint job though, Gibson has shit the bed worse than Amber Heard. It does look pretty cool aside from the shitty paint job. At least it's not as horrible as that fucking abomination, the Theodore. I don't know what the fuck Gibson was thinking there. At least this is a fucking metal guitar and it looks the part, just don't look closely. Okay, Gibson, just in case you were missing the underlying metaphor there, you fuckers owe me a new paint job, because this is pathetic. And for the price of, especially when you consider the price of this guitar, you could almost afford a week of rent in Los Angeles. Remember, guys, this is coming from someone who worked 27 years in an auto plant and spent an awful lot of time in the paint section. There's a lot of similarities between a paint shop and an auto plant and what you'd see in guitar manufacturing. And you know, this is just amateur level at best in terms of paint. Like seriously, what a fucking complete joke. So if you really want to get the Mustaine V, maybe try the one with the wood grain finish, because Gibson really can't do paint for shit. I don't know, maybe they could hire some talent away from one of the Indonesian brands who are doing it right. And maybe they could come over to Gibson and teach them how to paint a guitar correctly. There's some serious issues with the binding here as well, where the frets are just starting to poke through in a couple of spots. That's a lack of attention to detail. Now, normally, you know, I see that kind of thing on some of the import guitars from the Far East or some of the Harley Benton, some of the cheaper ones where they don't dry the wood correctly. It'll happen from time to time, but I expect a little bit better, especially considering the price tag. When you're dropping $2,800 on a guitar, you expect attention to detail. You expect that for that shit to not get out the door. And the fact it has, again, it's just super disappointing. And I can't feel like I've been ripped off just a little bit. I could have got a much better guitar for about 1/3 the price if I had got a Solar V. Now, the thing that really pisses me off is they include a little inspection card here, and everything's checked off for top, back, sides, neck, fretboard, bridge, saddle, peg head, nut, binding if applicable, hardware, action. Yeah, right. Intonation, buzzing, electronics, and cleaning. Okay, it was clean, but there is a signature on the back here. I can't call out who it is because I can't read your signature. You sign paper like you check for paint very badly. So again, as far as I'm concerned, this sign-off card's fucking worthless because it's meaningless. The fact that this got out of the plant with all those checks being done, that means somebody wasn't paid enough to give a fuck. You know, Gibson did the world's dumbest marketing campaign there a couple of years ago with that whole Play Authentic debacle. Everybody remembers that. That was just an incredibly stupid fucking idea. And you can tell a corporate boardroom came up with that idea. Seriously, guys, play fucking guitar more and think about what a guitar player needs. You know, now that I am playing Authentic, I gotta say, I'm authentically disappointed because the paint is so fucking shit on this thing. But it's not all terrible. In terms of tuning stability, it's great, and it's gotta be one of the easiest guitars ever to play pinch harmonics on. The one riff I've been playing forever and I can never get right, I can never get the pinch harmonic right, is the low chug riff on No More Tears. Now I can get it, like, every time. And with a little practice, maybe get it right. There we go. I could never get that on so many other guitars. The fact that I can do that on this guitar is pretty great, to be honest with you. That really surprised me. Yeah, I was going to say another hilarious bit here is on the back of the headstock. We got the little Dave Mustaine logo, and he's playing a pointy-ended V, not a rounded one like this. So I'm taking a wild guess that that's a Jackson on the back of my Gibson. It's a little detail you guys might want to fix at some point, because right now it's kind of funny. Oh, hang on. In order to do that song justice, I think we got to play it right. We got to do it just like Megadeth did in the Holy Wars video. 1 sec. All right. Now I'm ready to thrash it up. Once you get the guitar set up, though, it is the kind of fast, shreddy kind of machine I was hoping for. So at least they got that right. And yeah, the rock solid tuning stability is amazing. I gotta admit, I was really disappointed at first that there were no lock tuners put on this thing, but I really can't complain. If it's staying in tune, that's what's really important. At least they put Grovers on it, so there is that. I prefer Grover locking Rotomatics. That's kind of what I lean to, just for overall string changes in the studio, that kind of thing, just to speed shit up. That would have been great. I can live with the tuners on here, and they do keep the guitar in tune, and that ultimately it's what's the most important thing. And as for playing authentic, well, it's a truly made in the USA kind of authentic experience. And by that, I mean completely half-assed. The sad truth is, Gibson is selling an $800 guitar for an extra $2,000. There are many better options these days, and whoever is in charge at Gibson might want to consider unsticking his head from his ass and realize that the competition is going to annihilate them. As I said before, you can get a far better guitar for 1/3 the price, and better in terms of fit, finish, overall action, and quality control right out of the box. Once you set this up, it's great, but the fact that I had to set it up for better action should not have fucking happened. Bottom line, I really have to ask, just who in the hell is this guitar for? Most guys from the thrash generation are smart enough to look past the name on the headstock and know they can get far better for far less. Bucket list guitar for the new generation of metal players is probably a Strandberg or an Aristides, not a Gibson. Gibson charges so much for their guitars, you'd think that they were a unionized shop. Unfortunately, they're not. So I'm providing some links in the video description to help out with that discrepancy. Remember guys, you're never going to get better wages and benefits because a company is nice. You have to take them. Amazon and Starbucks are learning the hard way that there's strength in numbers. I love budget guitars, and Ola England just sent me his brand new Flying V to put to the test. This was the worst thing to ever happen to expensive guitars. The CNC machine. Cork sniffers, fart huffers, and occasionally even musicians have been hoarding cool guitars for decades, driving up the prices on the used market in pursuit of their own vanity. Playing guitar went from cranking up your amp, pissing off your parents, and generally having a good time to collecting valuable electric twangers in order to raise influence on internet forums. What? What the f? Once upon a time, good guitars were expensive, and cheap guitars were terrible. But in the modern age of CNC manufacturing, the cheap guitars are awful fallacy went out faster than Vince Neil's diet plan. And if you're a normal person that hasn't been hanging around with all the pompous dickheads down to the Guitar Collectors Country Club, you heard the big news the other day about S by Solar, their new budget line. And many of you asked, hey Glenn, can you review one of these things? Of course I can, but just to make things interesting, let's bring in an expert.
I would never sally my hands with such cheap, shoddy, awful things.
Let's not mince words here. The quality of budget brand guitars these days is outstanding. This Harley Benton double cut I got a while back is one of my all-time favorites. It even held its own against a $4,000 Gibson Les Paul in a blind test that you guys took. Turns out they really don't sound all that different from each other when you plug them in and actually listen to the amp. Now that little tidbit of information really pissed off the collectors.
I can tell the difference.
Remember guys, to get a real tone advantage, you need to spend all your money on the guitar, because that's the important part. At least that's according to the pompous dickheads. But for those of you out there who don't have a lot of cash to burn, and more importantly, don't have their heads up their asses, it's a great time to get a great instrument without spending a shitload of money on a status piece. Truth be told, I am super excited about these because they're affordable, and I think they just plain look cool. So I reached out to my favorite Swede to get a hold of one of these. No, my other favorite Swede.
Play it and show how I do it.
No, my other favorite Swede. fucking editors. Now, I really do love budget guitars because some of them are truly outstanding. But unfortunately, not all of them, like this piece of shit from Harley Benton, which wasn't even grounded in the factory. Well, there's your problem right there. Hey, Ola, I really hope for your sake that this guitar doesn't suck. Hey guys, before we take a look at the V, I wanted to ask you a question. Did you know that only 43% of my total viewers are actually subscribed to the channel? It costs nothing to hit the button and it would mean the world to me if you would. More subscribers means better videos and that's what I want to make for you. And I'd be thrilled to have you along for the ride. All right, back to the V. Moment of truth. Let's see if this lives up to the hype. All right, just what I wanted. Another box. All right, we get a gig bag. Cool. There's actually a little bit of weight here. Now, being that this is designed with a beginner or budget player in mind, the fact that it comes with a gig bag is a very nice touch. Maybe at one point we'll actually get to see what the hell this thing looks like. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Let's see what we got. Ooh, wow, look at that. Damn. That is freaking gorgeous. Harley Benton, I hope you're taking notes. All right, we've got the guitar plugged in. Let's see what it's all about. Oh yeah, that's what it's all about right there. That is metal as fuck. Now, of course, we always get the chorus of, but what about clean sounds, Glenn? All right, just for you guys, here you go. Yep, does cleans. And of course, for the Edge of Breakup guys. Ugh, fuck. You happy? You know, I just don't get it. They always want the Edge of Breakup tone in the comments, and yet none of you guys ever go on to Rhett Schultz's channel and ask him to play Painkiller. But for some dumb reason, all the Joe Bonamassa fans show up on my channel.
Do not say his name. We do not talk about the Dark One.
But I know why all you cool guys are here. You guys came for the metal. All right, guys, today's episode is brought to you by Mototone, creators of the mighty BV25M speaker, and that is what I'm running through today. Now, I keep coming back to this speaker time and time again because it sounds freaking awesome, and more importantly, it's not a vintage 30! Yes, we are allowed to use other speakers in metal and find our own thing. The cool thing is, Mototone has a whole bunch of great speakers to choose from, like the BV30H, which is another great metal machine, and the brand new BV60M, a low-weight neodymium magnet speaker, which I'll be demoing on the show real soon. The thing I really love about Mototone speakers is that they're priced lower than their competitors, making them a serious option for the guitar player looking to stand out from the crowd in a world of sound-alikes. You can go check them out at mototone.com. Links in the description below. Now let's get back to this V. Now, one thing I constantly read in the comments is that, oh, you'd never bring a cheap guitar like that to a gig. And to me, that's kind of missing the point. This is a great guitar if you're a gigging musician, because at $299, it's not the biggest loss in the world if it gets broken or stolen. Now, my editor had a Jackson V stolen out of his car while at a gig recently. It was worth $1,400, and his deductible was $1,000. You could buy 3 of these for what the deductible costs and still have enough left over to take the band out for lunch at Five Guys. And by that, I mean, Five Guys, you are fucking overpriced. One of these days I am going to get that right. I'm getting so freaking close, but not quite there yet. Yeah, it's probably the guitar's fault because it's just not expensive enough.
I only have my guitars made from the finest tone woods. This one was made from Paul Reed Smith's sock drawer.
I think Solar got really smart here. There's far more beginners out there than there are seasoned musicians. But so many brands these days are catering to the intermediate and the advanced player. S by Solar is something new because they're making cool guitars with the beginner in mind. These aren't museum pieces. These guitars are meant to be played, and I think that's absolutely fantastic.
I would never actually play this. It would depreciate the value.
All right, let's give this guitar the Spectre sound 5-star breakdown. For packing, let's give it 5 stars. There's no issues. This came double boxed, and the fact that we got a gig bag at this price point is absolutely awesome. Setup, I'm gonna give it 2 out of 5 stars. The intonation really does leave something to be desired. Sorry guys, but I gotta dock you points a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna probably have to take about a half hour and adjust this, just get it set up perfectly. I think they could have spent a little bit more time with it during the setup phase before it got out of the factory. Now for fit and finish, I'm gonna give it 4 stars. There are absolutely no flaws on this instrument whatsoever that I can find. My only gripe is that the frets are a tiny bit scrubby, meaning it's like you start bending, you can kind of feel that they should have maybe polished them up just a little bit more. By way of comparison, I got this Harley Benton double cut, and the frets are just absolutely gleaming. You can bend this thing like you wouldn't believe, and it's just absolutely flawless. They did a wonderful job on this. I think S by Solar could just step their game up a little bit as far as polishing the frets is concerned. However, the fret ends are nicely sanded and they're very comfortable, and honestly they're better than the white Solar Wolfmaster I reviewed a couple of months ago. Components get 2.5 stars. There's no complaints here, but there's nothing special or noteworthy as well. First upgrade I'd make to this guitar would be to install some locking tuners for faster string changes. Whereas most guitar players would probably say, oh, you need to replace your pickups, without bothering to provide evidence of any kind as to why. And those guitar players need to shut the fuck up. Overall, despite a few gripes with the setup, it's a very fun guitar to play, and at only $299, I really don't think there's anything that comes close to this on the market in terms of price for what you get. So my judgment is...
It's pretty brutal. Brutal. Really brutal.
And just to say thank you for being awesome for watching this episode, I'm going to give this guitar to some lucky bastard out there somewhere in the world. All you have to do is make sure you subscribe to the channel and follow the giveaway instructions in the description below. I think Solar might be onto something here. They're offering real alternatives to their own higher price models because they realize that new players mean more sales in the long term. It's been said that if you don't cannibalize yourself, somebody else will. And they've taken the notion of budget guitars to a whole new level. In my opinion, this guitar is nothing short of spectacular because Harley Benton finally has some real competition, and the winner in this is going to be the consumer. But I'm just a hack engineer working out of a garage studio. What could I possibly know?
Well, I was rather disappointed with the piano lows, and it lacks the bell-like clarity of an expensive instrument.
Okay guys, thanks so much for watching the show. Please don't forget, one of the main ways I can fund this show is through my company, Spectre Digital. And we've got the brand new bass amp sim that is blowing everyone's mind. Element Bass. What's it sound like? Check this out. Get your copy at Spectre Digital right now and add the missing element to your music. Hey Nigel, what'd you think of the guitar, man?
Well, I suppose it's all right, but you'll never get your resale value.
When I was 14 years old, I discovered music. The band was Judas Priest, the song was Electric Eye, and it was the first piece of music that ever made my hair stand on end. And I was immediately hooked for life. And when I finally got a look at the band, I saw that the guitar player, KK Downing, was playing this wild arrow-shaped guitar. Now remember, this was pre-internet, so I had to dig around and annoy a few people, all the while asking the question, what the hell is that thing? The answer I got was, it's called a flying V. Now for 14-year-old me, this was the coolest thing ever. I knew I wanted to play guitar, and most importantly, I wanted to play a guitar like that. And here we are, some 39 years later. I'm still into metal, Judas Priest still makes my hair stand on end, and although I never became a world-class guitar player, by some miracle I get to make YouTube videos and play all kinds of cool guitars. And a lot of them are the coolest things ever. The Vs. Vs are my choice because they look like metal. Tellies look like a combination of a coffee table with a tractor control bolted on. So when Paul Reed Smith released his Telly clone at Gearfest last week and everybody was freaking out, I'm like, yeah, nice job there, Paul. Let me know when you make a V. Strats are nice too, but they don't quite have that metal factor. And Les Pauls, well,
This sort of thing ain't my bag, baby.
to me, Vs just look the coolest. So many great guitar players have used them. Michael Schenker, Randy Rhoads, Kerry King, Rob Flynn, Dave Mustaine, Kirk Hammett, James Hetfield, Jimi Hendrix, and the guy who started my obsession, KK Downing. This is my first V ever. I bought this back in 1995 at the height of the alternative rock revolution, a blue Jackson Rhodes V. For me, this guitar said with a glance the message that I was trying to get across. I am not an alternative guitar player, and I will not apologize for it. Now, along the way on the show, I've got to demo a ton of Vs. The Spectre SLS Evil Twin, the Mustaine Epiphone, the Solar Cannibalismo, the LTD Arrow, and Kirk Hammett models. All super cool guitars. I love playing every single last one of them, and I love using them on the show for amp and speaker demos, and of course, the science experiments. Now, last fall, one of you amazing viewers reached out to me and said, hey, did you know that there's a custom V builder in Toronto? Hold on a sec. Custom V builder? So I went digging and I found Vicious Guitars on Instagram, builders of custom handmade Vs about 3 hours down the road from me, and the images just blew me away. These aren't just guitars, these are works of art. So after checking out the site, I just had to reach out to the builder, Goran Popovic, and do a video about these amazing guitars. So let's hop in the metal machine, hit the 401, and make the trip up to the Big Smoke, Toronto, Ontario. Now this is normally the part of the trip where I stop off and get myself a Timmy's, but I forgot. Today's Canada Day, so it's an absolute fucking madhouse in there. So I guess I'm not getting a coffee here. Goran works out of a place called the Toronto Tool Library. It's a great place to borrow tools or rent a bench, and this is where he does the bulk of his work. Best of all, it's walking distance to my favorite Korean restaurant in Toronto. So the question is, with so many custom shops doing like Les Paul shape, Strat shapes, Telly shapes, nobody makes Vs except you. Why Vs, man?
I mean, you mentioned it. It's like the market got saturated with Vs and all these dad guitars, right? And not a lot of people make modern V, right? It's either traditional, which is round, or it's either too pointy. This is more kind of combination in between both of them.
Now, I was just looking at this one. This one is really sick. I love the finish on this. I'm kind of jealous, actually. This is really, really exquisite. How many of these can you build in a year?
Roughly 7 to 10.
Okay, so these are definitely like one-of-a-kind special order things. You're not gonna get these off the rack. And how many hours would you say it takes to build a guitar like this?
Well, it depends. Anywhere in between 100 and 120, 130-ish, yeah.
Okay, so there's some serious time going into making these, and it definitely shows. And best of all, they don't come with cracks in the paint job. Now we're in downtown Toronto, and the one place you gotta go when you're in downtown Toronto and you're a guitar player is Steve's Music. And Goran, I gotta ask you, what started Vicious Guitars? How long have you been doing it?
So yeah, 3 years coming this October.
And what was the inspiration there? Why did you start building guitars?
Well, I always wanted to, get my hands dirty when I'm getting older, right? And then I was like, okay, COVID happened. I kind of wanted to combine like a Japanese minimalism with Scandinavian design, like that mid-century. And yeah, COVID happened, and I had a bunch of time, and I just started. And here we are, 3 years later, 22 guitars down the line.
So you doing this full time yet?
Not yet.
Okay, but that's the eventual goal, is to do guitars full time?
Oh man, I would love that.
So how long of a wait time do you have right now?
Currently 6 months.
Okay, and so if I order a guitar right now and wait my 6 months, how long is it gonna take after that until I get a guitar in my hands?
I'd say 8, 9-ish.
Okay, so you're looking at about a year and change right now to get one. So if you want to get one of those guitars, you better get your order in right now. Yeah, I'm Canadian and I got a Starbucks. Suck it, Tim Hortons, make a better product. Anyway, what's up for Vicious Guitars? What's gonna happen in the future? What's the plan? Where are you going with this?
Well, we have 2 new models coming out. One kind of more sculptural, less linear. And I'm gonna be paying homage to, White V, famous guitar player with Riff Life tattooed on his knuckles.
Don't know who that is. He might have been one of the originators of thrash. And no, we don't mean you, Dave Mustaine. Just kidding, Dave. We love you, but seriously, Gibson? Pretty cool, man. You should make me one.
No problem.
So I got back here to Windsor and Goran got busy. And after much back and forth about neck radius, scale length, pickups, tuners, and all the rest of the stuff that goes into it, including the overall look of the guitar, he finally got to work. Now, one of the big advantages of a custom guitar as opposed to something off the shelf is you'll get exactly what you're looking for. And best of all, you shouldn't get any nasty surprises in terms of cracks in the finish, because he's not trying to get 40 or 50 guitars down an assembly line in a single day. Finally, the day arrived and the Vicious guitar came in the mail. Here it is. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, I've had this guitar for a while now. This guitar is super comfortable to play. The action's beautiful, and it's everything I would expect in a guitar that costs over $3,000. The only thing I haven't done is put a strap on. Let's do a drop test, check the balance. Okay, it might seem a little bit top heavy if you're jumping around. You might want to get a strap with a bit of friction that'll dig into your shirt or whatever you're wearing to keep it from flopping down. But for the most part, you're not really going to be fighting this guitar like you would with, say, a double cut. But overall, yeah, this guitar plays beautifully. Visually, there's a couple things I really like about this guitar besides the amazing finish. Gotta do a shout out here to Pariah Pickups from Bell River, Ontario. This has got to be one of the coolest looking pickups I've ever seen. And then we got something a little different here. We've got these tuners. I've never actually seen these, or much less owned a set that don't have any kind of wings on them. They're completely round and they feel so great, and they're so fast to get this guitar tuned up. Now, if you're considering getting a custom guitar built, be aware that you won't get it overnight, but you will get exactly what you're looking for. Goran's communication has been outstanding, and he really wants to please the customer. And best of all, you're gonna get something that's truly unique. Check out Vicious Guitar's website and see what he can build for you. And if you want to see what happens when you spend the same amount of money on a top-of-the-line Gibson V, check out this video right here. Just how good are Chinese guitars compared to their American counterparts? That seems to be the question that keeps being asked, and there's no definitive answer. Now, conventional wisdom says that made in USA guitars are the absolute best. There is none higher, to quote Beavis and Butthead. But practical experience says otherwise. You can easily pay thousands of dollars for a made in the USA guitar and get something substandard, as I've encountered on this show. Now, a brand from China called Shaiji reached out to me and asked if I'd be willing to do a review on one of their guitars. And I thought, okay, what the hell? I haven't encountered these guys before. Let's take a look. Let's see what these guys can do. Is it going to be great? Is it going to be crap? I don't know. Let's find out. Let me grab the unboxing table. Let's grab the guitar, throw it up on this table, and see what we get. Of course. Fuck! All right, now the first thing I notice here, we've got the 3 forbidden words. Made in China. Oh, no, not that! We can't use made in China guitars! How will American billionaires continue to exploit people who work for a living? Let's cut the crap here. Let's get this thing open. Let's see what we get. And moment of truth for you guys. Ooh, we get a soft shell case and we get, oh, looks like a little pick holder. Hey, check that out. Look at that, we got a pick holder and some tools and stuff. That's cool. Looks like we get a parts list as well. See, we got a signature on the back here, but I don't want my video getting demonetized, so I can't show you who actually signed off on this because reasons, apparently. Now, we got ourselves a very nice gig bag here, and I really like them because they take up a lot less space than hard shell cases, and I'm not going to too many gigs, so this is kind of a winner for me. I gotta ask though, what's your preference? Hard shell case or gig bag? Leave a comment below, let me know. Cause if you guys wind up liking gig bags, maybe I can review a few on the show. That might be something cool, something worth checking out. Now, before I crack this open and even take a look here, I want to make something very clear. Here's some little disclosure. Yes, I am being paid to make this video. That's so I can, afford to pay my bills and also hire some editors and give people jobs. So it's kind of a win-win. However, Shaiji Guitars has no control over what's said in this video, and they don't get to see it before it goes live. So there is that. And if they didn't agree to those terms, I just tell them to go pound sand. Anyway, let's see what we get. We get a guitar that's wrapped up. Okay, yet another layer to go through here. Gotta say that it definitely smells like a new guitar, that's for sure. Looks like we got some silica gel here. Once again, bass players, please don't eat this stuff. It's bad for you. Oh yeah, like telling somebody something's bad for them ever stopped them before. Let's get rid of the unboxing table first. All right, moment of truth. Let's see what we get. What's behind the curtain here? What do we get? What kind of quality is Shaiji Guitars building? Ooh, look at that color. Damn. Okay, here, check that out. How awesome is that? That looks pretty freaking sick, to be honest with you. Just overall impressions. Let's see if it's in tune. Whoa! All the way from China. And it's in tune. Wow, that never happens like ever. That's actually pretty impressive, guys. Okay, ooh, we got a tremolo on this thing, or tremolo, or I don't know. The word police are always after me every time I say the word tremolo. Oh, you're saying it wrong, you're saying it wrong. Nobody gives a fuck. The fucking wiggle stick. There, you happy? Let's plug this thing, take it for a spin, and see what it can do. All right, there we go. Just been warming up with this guitar for the last hour or so, wondering when I'm ever going to hit the damn record button. This is the thing, you guys experiencing red light fever? I know I am! You know, this is the thing, I've seen a lot of reviews on these Shai-G guitars across YouTube by guitar players who are way better at the instrument than me, but for some strange reason, they reached out to me and said, hey, we want you to do a video, and I'm like, are you sure? Anyway, seriously, I'm really enjoying this guitar. It's very, very comfortable, and it's very pretty. I mean, like, look at all this nice beveling we've got on the back here. This guitar is really comfy to sit with, that's for sure. And as for fit and finish, I don't have any issues whatsoever. The fretwork is beautiful. It looks like somebody was actually paying attention to this guitar. You know, I gotta say, and it plays really, really, really nicely. Yeah, plays really, really nice. Actually, I was wondering the setup was just maybe a tiny bit high, but honestly, you know what? This actually feels really good. It looks like somebody really cared for this instrument before it left the factory, which is great. Like I said, the fact it showed up in tune kind of blew me away. It tells something about the tuning stability. Now, about tuning stability, we've got a non-Floyd Rose trem on here, and it's going to give you some travel, but I think if you get into the whammy bar gymnastics like that some of us 80s metal kids got into, you're going to run into tuning issues. I mean, right now, not bad. But let's have some fun here. Wow, actually, that's pretty good. Okay, might need a slight retuning there. You guys get the point, though. If you're going to use the whammy, you know, just proceed with caution. Okay, now, I gotta admit, I've never seen this before, a screw-in like this, because it looks like there's no threads on this at all until you look here, and the threads are actually inside. So if you're expecting to just jam your whammy bar in and go, it's not going to do that. So proceed with caution. Just remember, you do have to screw it in, and it'll flop around until you get it in all the way. It is very secure though, so at least that was well thought out. Now the bridge is Shai-G's own design, that's why we're seeing this, so I gotta say, not too bad, that's for sure. Okay, next up, we've got to play the one part I know all you guys clicked on this video for, especially because it's a metal production channel, and that's the clean sound. Very nice indeed. And there's even a push-pull here for single coil activation. But yeah, this guitar definitely does what most other guitars does. It has two pickups, and it goes from this kind of sound to this. As expected, because strings are vibrating differently depending on where they are on the neck. I know, real big shock there. almost forgot to put a strap on. Let's do a neck dive test. Yeah, that's not too bad. You can probably jump around on stage with minimal neck dive. Might just want to droop ever so slightly, but it's definitely not nearly as bad as something, say, like a Gibson SG. Let's check out the specs. Yeah, I gotta say, this guitar is super comfortable to play. The neck's a little bit thicker than I normally prefer, but honestly, I've got no complaints because it's got a very flat profile on the back, and access to the upper frets is pretty easy thanks to the recessed neck joint. All around, not bad at all. Let's give it the 5-point breakdown right now. So for packaging, I'm gonna give it 4 stars. I thought it arrived in great shape all the way from China. We got a gig bag instead of a hard shell case, but I'm sure a bunch of you guys would probably prefer a hard shell, especially for the guitar's asking price. So I'm gonna give them 4 stars there. Setup, gonna give them 4.5. I thought the action was just a pinch on the high side, but honestly, right out of the box, right out of the factory, nice job. You know, I didn't have to go playing with the truss rod or anything like that. This guitar was ready to go, and I've definitely seen far more expensive guitars show up in far worse shape. So good job at China. Fit and finish, 5 stars. This came absolutely flawless. Could not find a single ding, dent, or otherwise blemish on this guitar. Whoever you've got finishing these Shaiji, please send them over to Gibson and show them how to finish a guitar correctly. Components, I'm gonna give it 4 stars. This is all like proprietary stuff. It's a proprietary trem. There are Shaiji branded pickups. I do love the fact that we get locking tuners. That's great. But my only gripe here is the nut. I would like to see that be replaced with whatever it's come with say a Graphtec, because that's going to be able to handle the trem action a little bit better. If it increases the price of guitar by 20 bucks or something like that, I think it'd be well worth it, because honestly, the first thing I want to do is go grab a hammer and a screwdriver and knock this nut out and put in a Graphtec. There's just no getting around it. They're awesome. Now, my one sticking point on this guitar is the price. It's $1,049 US. And I'm sure half you guys watching this just said, holy fuck, $1,000 for a made in China guitar? And you know, I'm right there with you. I'm like, okay, I don't quite understand why this guitar is this much money, especially considering where it's made. But then again, the price on everything has gone up, and it is a quality instrument. There's no doubt about it. It's very well put together. The finish is gorgeous. I mean, this really is a beautiful instrument all around. And they did put some time in, but still $1,000 is hard to swallow. So I'm gonna give them 3 stars for the price, getting us to an overall 4-star guitar. Now, $1,049 might seem like a lot of money until you start looking at prices for competing brands for guitars, not only made in China, but Indonesia and other foreign countries as well. They're not exactly cheap either. A lot of them are really starting to creep up there in price. So this might actually be quite competitively priced compared to the competition. Now, this guitar might be just a little bit more classic rock themed than the stuff I normally demo on the show. I'm into metal guitars, and I was checking out their webpage, and they've got a really wicked flying V I really want to check out at some point. But overall, yeah, I think this is a fine instrument. If a client brought this into the studio, I wouldn't freak out. I'd know at least we're going to get some pretty decent results out of it, that's for sure. Anyway, if you're interested, you can follow the link in the description below and check out all the details on Shaiji guitars and Shaiji. I'm still not certain how to pronounce that, but it's a pretty damn good instrument, and considering what's coming out of the made in USA guitars, it might be a little bit better quality too. Now, if you want to check out some of my other guitar reviews, you can check out this one-of-a-kind Flying V right here. Good morning, everybody! how's it going? It is time once again for the show that you guys love and the gear manufacturers hate. It's time for Fearless Gear Reviews, the show where I take an unsponsored look at a product to give you guys the consumer experience. This is the show where I spend the money so you don't have to. Today on the chopping block, we've got the brand new Epiphone Prophecy Flying V. Is it any good? Did they get the paint right? Or am I going to want to send this back to the retailer? Let's find out. All right, here we go. This showed up today, and I was pretty excited to get it. I've been kind of, checking the FedEx tracker. Is it here yet? Is it here yet? Is it here yet? Yeah, we've got an Epiphone. And I got to say, this episode was inspired by you guys. After I took an honest look at the Mustaine Flying V and its absolute fucking amateur level paint job, a bunch of you guys are saying, well, what about Epiphone? What about Epiphone? I thought, that's a great idea for an episode. So I broke down and bought this guy so you don't have to. Maybe. We'll see. Time will tell. This has still got the tape on it, so let's crack it open. Let's see what we get. Now, I've heard some great things about Epiphone, but that's just the thing. Nobody's really showed me the goods. I couldn't tell you either way whether or not this is going to be worth the $900 price tag. So let's take an honest look, shall we? All right, so we got right here. Don't discard this box. Okay, cool. The end wasn't exactly sitting in the cardboard correctly, and it looks like the cardboard's been kind of fucking mangled here. So that definitely bounced around. That's not a good sign. I'm really looking forward to this because after the last guitar was such a fucking letdown. I'd like to have a Flying V on hand here in the studio. I mean, I've got my Jackson that I got way back in 1995, which is great, but I'd like a more modern version. A lot of you guys suggested getting this one. So what do we got here? We got a sticker and a bunch of crap. Do we have any tools or anything? Ooh, we got a lifetime guarantee on the tuners. Apparently they've got Grover locking rotomatics, which are some of my favorite tuners. Other than that, the packing job seems okay, but I am really concerned about the tear there. I don't know if that's going to, affect the finish there or, bend the headstock slightly. Who the hell knows? We're going to see just how stable the tuning is in just a minute here. So yeah, the guitar is definitely ripped. Let's see what we got. Tip's in good shape. All right, it did cut through that though. So the Epiphone people might want to think about maybe reinforcing that cardboard end for the V's. It's one way or another because that did not survive shipping, and that's definitely a cause for concern. Just looking at the back here, yeah, we got the Grover tuners right back there, and looks like we've got handcrafted in China. And it's got a signature with whoever signed off on the inspection. Okay, maybe that means something in the Chinese factory because it sure as fuck doesn't mean anything in the Gibson USA factory, as we found out there a couple of weeks ago on Fearless Gear Reviews. Now, if you haven't seen that episode, I'd highly recommend checking it out. Ooh, I like the weight on this. This is a little lighter than the Mustaine was, that's for sure. Feels that way. Oh, isn't that pretty? Wow. Okay, good balance. It's not pulling to the side too much. Cool. One of the things I really liked about this over the Mustaine version was the fact that we got locking tuners on here. I couldn't understand why, $2,800 or $2,900 guitar wouldn't have locking tuners. That just kind of boggles my mind. But we've also got Fishman Fluence pickups, and yep. They got the pull taps on them, so you get the two different voicings, and then you can go single coil as well. Definitely a way better pickup option on this guitar than what was on the Mustaine V. And yeah, it's for the low price of $2,000 less than the Mustaine V. I like the matte black finish. This is cool. It's got a couple fingerprints and whatnot, but just inspecting the neck joint, don't see any issues. Yeah. Hold on. Am I seeing anything here? Nope. The neck joint looks clean. It just looks like the guitar could be cleaned up a tiny bit. Of course, I wanted black so I could see all the flaws in what we're getting. I'm going to shoot some close-ups on here as well so you guys can see what's going on. But so far, just looking around the guitar, doesn't seem to be any scratches or any flaws in the finish whatsoever. Okay, this is a big plus. This is really cool. I'm glad to report on that. So Might need a slight tuning. Now, again, this guitar came from China, not from the States, so I'm not expecting the action to be perfect. Although, you know, that 10S guitar I demoed not too long ago it was just set up perfectly out of the box. This definitely feels like the action's a little high, especially above the 12th. So the bridge can come down. The neck needs to come back a tiny bit. This guitar is definitely not in playing shape, in my opinion. I think the setup definitely needs a little bit of work. Now, a lot of you guys have said, oh, but, you know, not all guitars, blah, 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 blah. You know, here's the thing. I can show you guys like a whole bunch of guitars that came out of the box just ready to play, beautiful setups, ready to go. This guitar is not one of them. So I think this is where Epiphone could step up their game, is in the initial setup. Great example of a guitar that came perfect out of the box was my Spectre I bought in 2007. And I still haven't had to make an adjustment to that guitar in all these years. It's just been brilliant and has never let me down, but the action on that thing was just flawless right out of the box. Here's a Solar Fan Fret 6-string. This, again, flawless right out of the box. Just love this guitar. At least I think it was flawless anyway. If I got that wrong, if somebody goes back to one of my earlier videos, no, I'm glad you had to change it. Okay, I'll stand corrected, but I'm pretty sure that one was pretty flawless. The Ormsey 29 fret 7-string. Again, flawless out of the box. Epiphone V, nah, maybe not so much. Let me tune this up. Let me set the neck. Let me set the bridge. We'll plug it in and see what we get. Okay, I've got the guitar finally set up correctly. Let's check out how it plays. Okay, yeah, that is all kinds of fun. So first and foremost, I gotta say, it kind of pissed me off when I pulled the cover off the truss rod. There was no fucking pressure on the truss rod at all. It was rattling loose. So whoever does the setups in the factory really fucked up badly. So that would explain the mile-high action I had on the guitar when I first got it. I'm like, what in the fuck is going on here? So pulled off the cover, cranked the truss rod down by about probably 3.5 full cranks. Like seriously, it was that bad. And then the neck settled. I did a slight adjustment on the bridge. I'm like, fuck yeah, this guitar plays fucking great now. I was gonna shoot the segment last night, but I got playing it and got enjoying it. I'm like, fuck it, I'll shoot it in the morning. So here we are the next day. Yeah, this guitar is fucking stellar. For $900, you get some serious fucking hardware here, and it's not gonna break the bank like the, you know, the $2,800, $2,900 Mustaine V with the $3 paint job. The finish on this is pretty much flawless, as I'd expect. You know, it's got the matte finish, and unfortunately it's black, and you can see every fucking smudge and mark on it, but that's with any black paint job on a guitar ever. I wanted to see, like I said, I wanted black so I could see the flaws if there were any. No, they totally did it. I mean, like, honestly though, if they had a white guitar, I probably would have got that. I was a big fan of Accept back in the 80s, and it'd be really cool to get, you know, like one of those white guitars that they had in the Balls to the Wall video. But, you know, we got to make do with what we got. And it was either black or some kind of tiger finish. Honestly, I wish Epiphone would give us some more finish options with these. I'd like to see white. I'd like to see a few other colors than just black and wood grain. But that's just me. I could be wrong. Now, if you're into specs, here are the specs on the guitar so we can get over that. It's got a mahogany neck, asymmetrical slim taper neck shape, which I call bullshit. The Mustaine V was like a baseball bat. This one feels a little bit more like a Coke bottle. It's a little bit more rounded. It's still very, very thick. I prefer the feel of a Solar neck, but that's just me. What else we got here? It's a 12-inch radius, set neck. Okay, that's fine. Ebony fingerboard, 24 jumbo frets. Scale length is 24.724 inches, unlike the Mustaine V, which was 25.5 inches. Honestly, I do like the feel of the Mustaine V just a little bit better in terms of playability. The shorter scale length, I don't think is helping here. I wish they'd make this with a longer scale. That would help with the down tuning, which so many of us are playing these days. This guitar is definitely not gonna go down to a drop A or something like that. You're going to run into some serious issues, I think. This definitely needs a longer scale. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. It's also got a Graphtec Newbone XL black nut, which is great. And once again, we've got the Grover locking Rotomatics. And I think the combination of the Grovers and the nut give this guitar a really nice rock solid tuning stability, which is fucking awesome. I've definitely had a few Nightmare Gibsons in the past where I spent more time tuning them than actually recording them. It's nice to have something a little bit more reliable. So I will give props to Epiphone there for putting some fucking quality hardware on here. And of course, we've got Fishman Fluence pickups. I've been a big proponent of those ever since they came out. I've done several videos with Fishman. They're just great fucking pickups. I love the fact that they give you some options. Here's our bass tone right here. And then we've got the coil tap, and we've got the different mode here. Sorry, that's not a coil tap. I absolutely love that tone. Now, tone-wise, yeah, just in case you guys are wondering what my signal chain is, I'm running into the Angle Fireball 100 up here with a Maxon OD808, and we're going into a custom rev cabinet loaded with a Celestion EVH mic'd up with an SM57 and a Celestion Hempback mic'd up with a JZ Classic 2 or Vintage 2. Really, really like the sound of this. It's very different from your typical Vintage 30 type thing. I'm really liking the blend here, especially the Hempbacks. They're super cool. They add just a nice little warmth into the spike that is the 57. Cool. Yeah, I've only been playing that riff since 1990. You'd think I would have remembered it by now. Anyway, yeah, I gotta say, I've been having an absolute blast playing this guitar. This is so much fun. I mean, like, the neck feels great. Once you get used to that weird fucking U shape, it's pretty good. The fretboard feels amazing, but it's just the overall feel of the guitar. It just makes me want to play old Priest riffs, you know, because it's like, I really, when I was a kid, I really wanted a red Gibson V with the white pickguard, because that's what KK Downing played. I mean, like that 82 Live in Memphis VHS. I mean, like, that's how freaking old I am. I used to watch that like every day after school, you know, and watch Priest do their thing, and I wanted one of those guitars so freaking badly. This is a pretty good substitute, in my opinion, anyway. Of course, it's great for thrash riffs as well. Cool. I just really do like the feel of this guitar. Now, we've also got the neck pickup here, and it's got a couple different tonal variants. I don't know if this pull here is doing anything on the neck pickup at all. But I'll tell you, this makes a difference. This turns into a single coil. A little noisy. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Probably be good for like stoner rock tones, that kind of thing. Let's see if it does clean. Yep, it definitely does clean. But this guitar is definitely a metal machine through and through. Now that's the thing. Even I can shred on this thing, so I think that says an awful lot about the playability of this neck. I can't stress how much fun this guitar is to play. Now, my only gripe so far with this whole thing is the input jack. I had a Jackson Rhodes V where they put the input jack here, which made it impossible to sit with. This is slightly better. At least it's sort of out of the way. It can kind of fit on your leg here. But I mean, like the Mustaine V had a recessed jack where it fit in like this. It wouldn't be an issue at all. I think if Epiphone wants to make any kind of improvements on the design, a recessed jack would be a really good idea. That's my first vote. Now, of course, you can say, oh, but Glenn, you know, you can just get a right-angled cord. Yes, you can, but I'd rather use the same cord I'm using on all my other guitars. I mean, fuck's sakes, guys. I mean, like, how much extra money would it be to put that in? And that's the thing. We've got fantastic fucking hardware here. We've got the Fishmans, we've got the Grovers, and we've got the Graph Tech Nut. You're getting an awful lot of guitar for $900. And that this is where it comes down to. I mean, like, who's this guitar for? This is for people who work for a living, who don't necessarily have to have a hipster heirloom instrument that they're going to throw up on their wall and put it on display for 15 years and then sell it at a profit to other hipsters. I mean, this is a working man's guitar if there ever was one. You can take this on stage and bang it up and not have to worry about it. $900 isn't exactly cheap, but you know, I'm not going to, you know, lose any sleep if I put some scratches into this thing at a gig. And this is definitely a gigging man's instrument. This is not a showpiece. And this, you can tell by what they put onto this thing's designed to get the job done. So that's my thoughts on this. Anyway, $900, not bad at all. Besides the one caveat with the input jack, if you're spending most of your time, you know, standing and playing, it's not going to be an issue whatsoever. Overall, I do love the weight of the guitar. I love the balance. I just can't get over how much fun this thing is to play. And for all you guys out there who say, oh, you just want to hate on Gibson. You just want to hate on Gibson. Well, no, I think this is a great instrument for the money. I mean, like, this puts it right in terms of competition with, you know, what Schecter's doing, with what Solar's doing, and the newer Quartz as well. They're all priced around the same area. And we're getting a very competitive instrument here. So I can't say anything bad about this because I think it's a pretty fucking good deal. Now, the one thing the guitar might be lacking a little bit is the low string squeals. I'm having a bit of a hard time getting them to show up or articulate them. That one's kind of tough. The third string pinch harmonic, it's a little bit difficult to play. Let me get a drop D tuning on this and I'll show you exactly what I mean. It's like, does it pass the No More Tears test? And the answer to that is no. No, it does not. Like, check this out. Kind of getting it. Really difficult to get those low string harmonics in. Not sure if that's, you know, the crap strings that are on here. I mean, like, I do have to put some SITs on this at some time because I want quality strings, but it might just be the overall design of the guitar. I'm not sure what's going on. It's certainly not as easy to get low string pitch harmonics on this guitar as it was, say, like that Harley Benton I demoed a couple weeks ago. Let me show you what I mean. This guitar, by way of comparison, is just super easy to play expressively. Like, I can hit that harmonic absolutely every single time. No problem at all. Yeah, no problem, effortless. I don't know what's going on with the Epiphone there in terms of that. I'm really curious because it's same player, same pick, same technique. No problems getting harmonics here, but this one is just a lot tougher to get that same harmonic. Yeah, there we go. That might take some practice on my end. I don't know. It's definitely, I'm having a harder time with it. But it's a fun fucking guitar, that's for sure. All right, right, so bottom line, what do I think? For $900, I think this is a pretty damn good guitar. I'm pretty impressed with it. It definitely competes with what else is out there. Besides the low string pinch harmonics, having a hard time getting those. There we go. Might just need some work on my end, probably. Poor craftsman blames his tools, but I can get those easier on another guitar. The other thing to keep in mind is if you're not a V player, I had to take a break last night because I'm sitting in a different position and my arm was definitely hurting just from sitting up here because I mean like a Les Paul or, you know, a Strat shape, you're going to be down here, you know, whether it's on your left or right leg, your arm's going to be a lot lower. With a V sitting like this, your arm's going to be up like this if you want to get in a proper position. And if you don't have any muscle strength built up there, you could run into some real problems. So if you're going to play this and sit with it, and your arm is up like that and it starts hurting, take breaks. Because if you keep playing, you're going to do some damage. So make sure you take care of yourself there. That's my only caveat for personal safety with this guitar. Otherwise, you know, don't drop it, don't break it, all that kind of stuff. It's good. I think Epiphone's got a really good guitar here. I think this is a wonderful alternative to the hideously overpriced Dave Mustaine guitar with the terrible paint job. This guitar, like I said, it plays great, it feels great, and the fucking finish is great too. So no gripes there. The only big gripe I've got is this right here. That's about it, but it's definitely not a deal breaker. So if you're in the mood or you're searching for a classically styled flying V, you might want to check out the Epiphone Prophecy. I'm going to give this one a thumbs up, and I definitely recommend it over the much more expensive Made in America Gibsons. This is definitely a better deal, especially if you're a gigging musician. Anyway, that's it for Fearless Gear Reviews. Thanks so much for watching, subscribing, all that kind of stuff. Once again, these videos are funded by you guys through Monday Mix Reviews. They allow me to go out and get the consumer experience. I'm paying real money for these things. I'm getting them the same way you guys would be getting them, and I'm not getting any kind of special models. So you're getting the whole unvarnished truth about your instrument on this show. So if you like what you see, make sure you hit the subscribe button and the notification bell, and I will keep making Fearless Gear Reviews. And as always, if you guys have any suggestions for instruments you'd like me to take a look at without any corporate influence, leave a suggestion below when it comes to guitars, studio gear, you name it. I'll check it out. I'll make the purchase so you don't have to and give you the real truth. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Oh, wow. Here it is. I hope you guys liked the overly dramatic intro. You know, I just saw the box sitting there the other day and I thought, I want to have some fun with this. You know, the last time I got to do a movie spoof on the show was like, I don't know, 5-6 years ago when we reviewed the Line 6 Spider 5. You guys remember that? I gotta say, it's a lot of fun doing that sort of thing. If that's something you guys want to see more of, let me know in the comments below, because honestly, I have a lot of fun with that, and I'd rather do that than just sit in the studio and, play guitar very badly for you. So this is the Aviator Elevon 7 Custom. I met Aviator Guitars at Guitar Summit in Mannheim last fall. We got to hanging out and I tried a few of the guitars. I'm like, damn guys, these are really, really, really good. I'd love to put one on the show. And here we are almost a year later and I finally got one. So I'd like to thank the guys at Aviator for, putting me on the top of their priority list. Hey, nice job there, guys. No, seriously, good things come to those that wait. All I can say is, holy fuckballs, is this thing ever incredible. Let me show you. Wow! This guitar is just absolutely gorgeous top to bottom. Wow, I can't find any flaws, any defects. I mean, maybe they're hard to say. That might just be the wood. I don't think that's an issue with the finish. There's certainly no dings or scratches or any flaws that I can find. That's for sure. This is just, somebody gave a shit about this guitar. I gotta say, yeah, the fretwork is just immaculate. Somebody really put some time in on this guitar. And the setup is just beautiful. This guitar just plays like butter. Honestly, this has got to be one of the best playing 7s I've ever had come in the studio. I've had several, by various manufacturers and whatnot. They're all kind of cool, but it seems like I got to fight with them. And I've really been getting back into 6s lately, but this might have just changed my mind. This guitar is an awful lot of fun to play. It's so easy to get to the upper frets. It's so easy to get to the lower frets. Oh yeah, the fan fret design really helps as well. But the neck, while it's a little bit thicker than I'm used to, isn't like, say like a baseball bat, like a Gibson or something like that. It's really comfortable to play. And it sits great in the classical position. There's some nice bevels on the back here. It's really well thought out. Overall, this is just a beautiful instrument that I'm definitely going to put on the show more than once. That's for sure. Damn, I'm completely blown away. So yeah, we've got, of course, a couple of humbuckers, and it does what humbuckers do, especially when the string is vibrating differently at different parts of the body. So if we hear the neck humbucker, channeling some old school Caius, down-tuned maybe just a little bit more than the original, but not by much. That was a great thing about Caius. They really tuned the fuck down. This guitar is... It's lovely. Oh yeah, right. We've also got a coil tap or coil splitter, whatever the fuck it is. So this really does the spanky single coil thing as well. Does it really well. We are going to get a bit of noise here in the single coil mode, so if you've got a gate on your amp, good thing, or get yourself a cock blocker pedal if you can find one. Otherwise, it's a little noisy. Just kick that in like so. So for signal chain, I'm using the Bad Cat links out into my Engel cab with those 2023 vintage 30s. Really like the tone I got. We're using an SM57 and a Sennheiser 906, and we are getting this sound out of it. absolutely lovely. That's really doing the thing. Thought I'd change it up a little bit from the Mototones that I've been using over the last couple episodes, which are phenomenal speakers as well. But hey, that's the great thing about having a bunch of different cabinets. You can change up your tone. Speaking of tone, I wonder how this thing does on cleans. Yep, does cleans. Oh yeah, take it out of single coil mode. Yep, does cleans. Yeah, back on high gain though, that's what this is all about. Anybody ever watch Detroit Metal City? Any of you anime fans out there? If you haven't, I highly recommend it. It's awesome. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Let's do the drop test. Let's put a strap on the guitar. And let's see how it does for dropping. Nope, no neck dive to speak of. This guitar is extremely well balanced. So another win there for Aviator. Okay, so what's this guitar all about? What's it made of? What are the specs? Let's hit it. Okay, we call that the guitar porn reel. And yeah, what can I say? This is a beautiful instrument to shoot. That's for sure. All I can say is, yeah, I'm really blown away by this. So the baseline price on the Elevon 7 here is 1,950 euros, and the price will go up as you add more components onto the guitar. That translates into 2,136 US dollars, which is kind of a steal when you consider that this is, you know, a semi-custom, whereas say like an off-the-shelf Gibson Mustaine V will cost you 2,800 USD. And honestly, you're probably getting a far better quality instrument than that hunk of crap I got. That's for sure. I completely felt ripped off when I bought that Gibson Mustaine. I would have been much happier with one of these. That's for sure. So yeah, let's give it a 5-star breakdown here. I'll tell you what it's all about. So for packaging, give it 5 stars because, hey, you saw the packing at the beginning there. They took care of this thing. It shipped in a hard shell case, got here all the way from the Czech Republic with no dings, no scratches, no nothing. That's a win in my book. Setup, 5 stars. This is hands down the best playing 7-string I have ever had come through my door. Wow, I am just beyond blown away. Components, 5 stars. You know, we got hip shot bridge, hip shot tuners, the pickups, I don't know what the hell they are. They do the humbucker thing and they're not noisy. We got a coil tap. I even like the switch. There's nothing to complain about on this guitar. Not sure what the nut is. I don't know if that's a Graphtec or not, but all I can say is I'm impressed by how well this guitar stays in tune. I mean, I'm shooting this on August 3rd and the heat and humidity is starting to build up in the control room here because I've got the air conditioning off so I can do my narration. So that being said, I'm really impressed with this. So overall though, and fit and finish, yeah, 5 stars. Can't find any gripes with this at all in any sense of the word. The guitar is just perfect right out of the box, like it should be. For that kind of price, this is exactly what I'm expecting. So yeah, 2136 USD isn't exactly the cheapest guitar on the market, but then again, it's actually not bad. It's very competitively priced compared to what you would get for some of the bigger American brand names. And the benefit of this, of course, is you're getting a small shop guitar that's built by a small team who are gonna really pay attention to what's going on with the quality before they let anything out the door. And I think that's what we as guitar players would strive for. That's what we would want for our money. Instead of something mass produced that might make it off the assembly line before its time, this one was handcrafted with care. So, and it really does shine through in the overall design and balance and just everything else. I got to say, bravo to the Aviator guitar guys. Now, here's the thing about Aviator. I didn't know they were just outside Prague. Actually, I was there last August in that town for a day, and oh God, I want to go back to Prague so bad. It's such a lovely city. And I hadn't met them at the time. So if I ever make it back to Prague, guys, I want to come visit the shop and do a video. Now, if that's something you, the viewers, would like to see, let me know in the comments below if you want me to go do a tour of the Aviator Guitars factory in the Czech Republic. I think we can make that happen. I'm down for an excuse to travel back to Prague. I'm sure my wife could be convinced to do that too. Seriously though, if you ever have the opportunity to go visit Prague in the Czech Republic, go. It's quite a beautiful city. I was pretty blown away. Let's just put it that way. It's definitely one of my favorite cities in Europe, that's for sure. So to the guys at Aviator Guitars, I got to say, hey, wow, it really shows that you want to please your customers. All I can say is mission accomplished. You guys really knocked it out of the park with this one. Bravo, well done. I am beyond impressed. If you guys want to get your hands on one of the different models from Aviator Guitars, I'll have links to everything in the description below. They've got an online guitar builder where you can check out your different components, your body styles, all that, and I'll put a price list together as well. The lead time, I think, is going to be 3 to 4 months at this point. That's what they were saying in the emails. I could be wrong. I'd say hit them up and ask just how long you'd be waiting to get your guitar, what the shipping fees are going to be, and I can't say for certain what the import fees will be into the US. This guitar was under 350 Canadian dollars in taxes to get it in here into Canada, so it wasn't horrible considering, it's a really damn expensive guitar. So not too bad. It's just one extra expense to keep in mind, especially if you're Canadian. America might be a little bit different, might be a little bit less, might be a lot less actually. Who knows? Anyway, if you guys like the video, make sure you hit the thumbs up button, the subscribe button, and all that good stuff. And if you want to check out an awesome custom flying V that I had made in Toronto, Canada, you can check it out right here, Vicious Guitars. Hey everybody, how's it going? So today is one of those days that I really enjoy on the show, when that is I get to unbox a new solar guitar from my good buddy Ola England. I've known Ola since about 2005. We met on the Andy Sneap forum way back then, and we've been buds ever since. And, I've got to see him grow his company over the years and take off. He's made some extremely cool guitars available over the years. And, we've looked at the baritone, we've looked at the V, the Explorer type guitar, and today is the T model. Let's see what we got here. Let's just crack this open, see what happens. Ow! Always love getting my hand caught on the staples. That's no fun whatsoever. Ah! Okay, let's see what we got. And one more. Okay, here we go. And let's take a look, see what we get. Okay, that sucked. Let's fix that. I need to fix this fucking thing. Tiny fucking piece of garbage. Get in there. Okay, moment of truth. Let's see what we get here. Just what I always wanted. Another box. Hooray. It's cool though. The reason I do unboxings is to see how the manufacturer is going to ship guitars. And of course, double boxing is definitely the key. Okay, so let's see if there's actually a guitar in here this time, instead of just teasing me with just another box. Let's see what we get. Okay, and there we go. Oh, I see wood grain. This might be cool. This might be really cool. So I gotta admit, I don't have a Fender T-type guitar, and I don't have anything else that even remotely resembles that. Honestly though, one of the heavy guitars I ever recorded though was a Fender Telecaster with a Seymour Duncan hot rail put in it. And I did that on a punk record maybe about 10, 15 years ago. Really loved the sound of that. That thing just chugged like crazy. Will this be a worthy contemporary? Will this be a great 2021 version of the classic design? And as Ola tends to say from time to time, will it chug? Not only will it chug, the big question I wanted answered for me is, will it chug for normal people, normal everyday people, for those of us who aren't Swedish guitar gods? Let's see what we get. Oh, and there it is. Wow. That's a fucking beaut. Look at that. Okay, there is a That's kind of different. I think I got to pry the the pickup switch out of that and take a look. But whoa, that's really cool. Actually, that's kind of neat. Actually, that's kind of the classic T-type shape, but with that headstock, it definitely gives it kind of a different dimension. Looks pretty cool. Looks to be a hip shot style bridge. Oh, and it's got a hot rail as well in the neck position. I'm really curious to hear how this bridge pickup sounds though. All in all, pretty decent heft. Let's see what the balance is like. Once I pry this out as well. Okay, just got to get the pickup switch cover back in place. Come on, you bastard, get in there. And we're good. Now, obviously, the pick guard has a little plastic on it, just to keep it from getting scratched up and whatnot. So let's peel the protecting plastic off here and see what we get. See how pretty this thing really is. Ooh, oh, it's a flat black. It's not a shiny black. Interesting. Let's see what we get here. Just pull that off. There we go. And, there it goes. All right. Plastic's removed. This guitar is ready to go. Tell you what, awesomely in tune. Let's tune it up. Let's plug it in and see if it indeed does chug. All right, so we're out of the box. It's been a couple weeks. I've been thinking about how to do this video, and I'm like, I don't have a song for a full mix. So I'm like, well, screw it. I'd rather put a video out and just show you guys what I think about this guitar. I can always put this into a full mix a little bit down the road on perhaps something else I'm working on. But here's my impression after just a couple of weeks. This thing is absolutely freaking awesome. It's a lot heavier than I thought it was going to be, honestly. It sits pretty well. I mean, like, the great thing is it's got a carved back right here, so it's very comfy to play on, as opposed to a traditional Fender Tele. This is kind of Tele Plus, a little bit of what you call a 21st century Tele. You've got the badass reverse headstock, but surprisingly, there's no locking tuners, which is kind of interesting because a lot of the Solars I've played have all come with locking tuners. I'm kind of surprised to not see those there. So I'm going to say, okay, not going to fault it for that too much. Maybe they're trying to stick with tradition. Who the hell knows? I think locking tuners could be an improvement there. That's maybe something I'd like to see in a future version of this guitar. But like I said, this thing's designed for comfort. And that's one thing I noticed with their big Explorer style guitar as well. You know, there were cuts made on the body to make it work better sitting down. So we've got, let me see if I can get a close up here. We've got a rounded edge right here. So this fits on your arm very comfortably. And then on the back, of course, we've got it carved out here, which is really great. And of course, we've got a glue in neck joint. So this has really got easy access to the upper frets. Not a problem to get up here at all. It's even beveled out. They probably could have went to 29 here if they wanted, but I think we're okay with 24. Now we've got the Duncan design pickups here. We've got a humbucker and we've got a hot rail. And I got to say, one of my absolute favorite rhythm tones I ever got was, back in 2005, 2006, something like that, working with a local pop punk band. The guy came in with a Fender Tele with a hot rail in the bridge though. I would have loved to see the hot rail in the bridge. I think that's just a wicked combination on this style of guitar, but you know what? It doesn't sound half bad. And I'm sure you guys are like, okay, just shut up and play already. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I gotta say, this is a lot of fun to play. Really impressed by just the setup on the guitar. Right out of the box, this thing plays like freaking butter. The action's just about perfection. So big thumbs up there. I've noticed on a number of guitars anyway, you'll get them, you'll have them for a little while, and then, you know, the neck will kind of shrink a little bit and the frets will jump out. And I'm not seeing any issues here at all, so that's pretty cool. So the one thing I have to address here is a few people have been saying, you know, they've been getting some Solar guitars maybe with the neck wood cracked and complaining about that. And I'm like, okay, this is what happens in manufacturing. You can't get everything perfect out the line every single time. Take it from a guy who built minivans for 27 years. These things happen in manufacturing. It's just the way how the world works. The question I always come back to everybody is, okay, cool. What happened when you contacted them? Well, they gave me my money back. Okay, then, perfect. That's great. You know, that means they step up and stand behind their product. So if you got a guitar and you weren't happy about it and you got your money back, that's how things are supposed to go. Just wanted to put that out there in case there was any confusion. So this particular model, I don't have any issues with at all. This is about as perfect as it gets. We've got a dead simple hip shot style bridge here. There's no push pull on any of the controls. This is meant to be a simple workhorse guitar, and I think it works out pretty damn well. I'm like tuning stability, I haven't really been able to knock it out. I probably could stand to put a fatter set of strings on here because I wouldn't mind taking this down to open C tuning. But as for now, I've got no issues with this whatsoever. Yeah, that's all kinds of fun. Of course, we've got the secondary pickup to worry about as well. Yeah, that's really cool. That's got a very sweet tone. Yeah, that pickup just sings. That's really sweet. I am kind of curious how it would sound on a clean sound, although, yeah, I probably clean about 2% of the time here. Let's see what we get here. Yeah, okay, that's about as much clean playing as I feel comfortable with. Oh, who am I kidding? This guitar looks like it was made to be played while riding around on a freaking tractor. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I've got a whole bunch of classic rock fans. That's freaking blasphemy! You can't play that! Yeah, okay, sorry. There. It's okay. I'll stop. Seriously though, yeah, this definitely looks like something out of the 50s, but damn, this is a metal machine through and through. Yeah, this guitar is an awful lot of fun. All right, so I'm probably going to use this on an amp demo or a pedal demo or something else down the road. But bottom line, yeah, I think Solar Guitars has something really cool. So if you're in the market for a T-style guitar, but you want something maybe a little bit more metal than what your dad played or probably your grandpa played, yeah, check out this offering from Solar. It's pretty wicked. Gotta say, I even like the finish on this. I think they did a wonderful job on this, and I'm really looking forward to using this on many more videos to come in the future. Anyway, I'll have links for everything in the description below. You can check it out over at Solar Guitars. Tell them I said hi. Thanks again for watching, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Still doing the 30 videos in 30 days, and somehow haven't lost my sanity. Anyway, see you next time. This is a Spectre C1 Hellraiser. This is probably one of the most reliable guitars I've had in the studio over the course of my entire career. This one gets reached for more often than not when a client brings in a guitar that has unstable tuning or is just, unreliable. You name it. This thing is great because it sounds great. It plays great and it's super reliable with the tuning, so I don't have to spend hour upon hour in the studio wasting the client's time retuning for a guitar that's supposed to be good, but fails at the critical stage. And that's when we're trying to get their music down onto quote unquote tape. So yeah, Spectre has been the one brand I've relied on over the years, and I've done a couple of videos for their later models, and I'm very curious to see what they've got for me today. I'm going into this blind. I have no idea. They just sent me a couple guitars and said, hey, you want to check this out? And I'm like, hell yeah, let's see what it's all about. So let's grab the unboxing table and see what we get. So this has been sitting here for the last couple of weeks just saying, play with me. Well, I've been trying to do a whole bunch of other videos and whatnot. So I thought we'd pull it out of the box today, see what we get. For me right now, this is just a great big question mark. I have no idea what this is. Oh, there we go. Ooh, let's see what we got here. Okay, here we go. Can we get a drum roll, please? Maybe some dramatic music. Here we go. Ooh, what is this? This is vaguely Strat-like. Wow, isn't that pretty? Look at that neck joint. Damn. Love the truss rod adjustment right at the base of the neck there. That's just super awesome. Damn, okay, looks like we got some locking tuners, a humbucker, and a single coil. 5-way switch, so I'm guessing this will be a humbucker or a single coil, depending, which is pretty sick. I love humbuckers on Strats, I really do. I don't know if there's a cavity there or not. I don't think it does, but let's see if it's in tune. Not bad, almost perfectly in tune. Bridge looks set up really well, and let's just see real quick here. Action seems real nice as well. Definitely got that new string ring to it, that's for sure. Tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna plug this thing in and take it for a test drive and see what it's capable of. All right, we're all set to go. We got the Bad Cat Lynx. It's a 50-watt head, and this noise-free episode is brought to you by Morley. I'm using the Hum No on the amp, and I'm using the Hum Eliminator into my monologue mic. It's going from my RME Fireface over to my Sony FX3. I'm running 4 channels of audio here, 2 for voiceover. One's at my normal level, one's at slightly quieter in case I get a little bit shouty, and then channel 3 and 4 are for the guitar. All of that has been kept hum-free, thankfully, to Morley. They make solutions for problems you didn't even know you had. What's really special is Morley now has the Hum Eliminating Toolkit over at Sweetwater for only $287. That gets you the Hum Eliminator, the Hum Exterminator, and the Hum No. Go grab yours today. All right, we're all hooked up now, so let's see what this thing can do. Ooh, isn't that a nice clean sound? Yeah, that's what we all clicked on a metal show for, to see how the guitar sounds clean. At least that's what so many of you in the comments keep saying. The guitar might be a touch on the slippery side. Gonna have to put some skateboard tape on here or something like that. Keep it from sliding down my leg. Or at least go get a strap. Hang on. Let me go put a strap on. All right, that actually works. That's keeping the guitar from sliding away. Of course, when I put a strap on, I need to do a check for neck dive. So let's see what we get here. Yeah, that's not too bad. You can jump up and down like a lunatic with this guitar. It's not going anywhere. That's a good balance. Now, I keep telling myself, Spectre was nice enough to send me this guitar, so don't call it a Strat! That tends to drive the marketing guys up the wall. Yeah, these two are definitely nothing alike, that's for sure. okay, yeah, I gotta say, it's pretty damn comfortable. I'll admit I've been sitting here probably warming up for the last hour or two. I'm just having a lot of fun playing this guitar. And that's the thing I want to stress to you guys. You know, we did that test there a week or so ago where we tried out, you know, my HSS American Ultra Strat against a very expensive Les Paul, against a very expensive PRS, against a dirt cheap Harley Benton. And nobody could really identify which guitar was which. I mean, like, we had a bunch of guesses, and for the most part, most people were saying can't really tell them apart. And when you've got a stellar signal chain, that's a big part of it. So it really all comes down to, do you like the guitar aesthetically? Does it play nice? That's what's important about a guitar. And I can honestly say, yeah, this guitar plays absolutely beautifully. I mean, like, I love the neck joint here. It's a little bit more comfortable than a Fender, and this has got 24 frets instead of however many the Fender has. I think it's 21, maybe 22. I don't know. I didn't even bother to count. It's a shorter neck on the Fender, but you do get the pickup a little further down the neck because of that. So that might be a slight variance in tone. But I will say this, the neck pickup on this, a little bit noisy. So if you got an amp like the Bad Cat here with a gate on it, that's going to do you a lot of good. So that's one thing I'm not particularly thrilled about with this guitar, is the fact that the single coil is definitely doing the single coil thing, and that means it's kind of fucking noisy. That's why we invented humbuckers. Got no problem with the humbucking pickup on here at all. I mean, like, whammy bar, it's pretty much, you know, a dead simple bar. It's definitely not a Floyd. Like, you can't pull back on it. Only goes so far, so you're not going to get, you know, a lot of the whammy bar gymnastics you would normally get with a Floyd or that kind of thing. It's a very simple thing. But hey, you know what? It's easy to put in. It doesn't flop around all over the place. It's got, you know, just the right amount of travel so you can grab it and it gets out of the way without it swinging like crazy. So props to Spectre for that. Now, of course, the big draw for this guitar is the fact it's only $899 US at Sweetwater. I mean, like, it's under $1,000 and it feels like $1,000 guitar or a $1,500 guitar. It really does. You know, the fretwork is really nice. Somebody took their time with this. There's no burrs jutting out or anything like that. So that's a big plus. The back of the neck, it's interesting. It's not completely finished, so you can definitely feel a little bit of that texture there. Once again, I love the neck joint. I think they really did a great job on this. It's definitely a little bit different than, say, your American Ultra Strat, that's for sure. At least in terms of aesthetics and overall feel. Like the Strat neck just feels a little bit different than this one. And you know what? Either one's going to be a good choice. But do they have any sonic advantage? Maybe just the tiniest, because we've got an offset humbucker here. So that's going to sound maybe a tiny bit different from, say, the American Ultra Strat, because the guitar on the low strings anyway will be picking up the string vibrating in a different spot. And as we've shown on this show numerous times, is the big difference in guitar sound comes when you move the pickup down the length of the string, because the string is moving farther. Closer it is to the bridge, the less distance it's traveling. The farther it gets away, the bigger the vibration, hence the change in tone. Speaking of tone, I just want to point out that I am running through my brand new Mojo Tone cabinet. This is the Slammon's 2x12. Now, I asked for this one in particular because it's got an angled front end, namely for two reasons. One, if you sit it on the floor, you're going to be able to hear it when you're standing up playing. So this is going to work good as a floor wedge for a live band or at your band practice or anything like that. I mean, like, if you got a normal 2x12, usually you got to stack it on something to be able to hear it. This isn't going to give you any of those problems. That's a big win. Now, I asked for this one for a couple more reasons other than just, you know, reasons of practicality. I wanted it because it was front loading, and I like to change a lot of speakers in and out depending on whatever experiment I'm conducting. And this one's got to be one of the easiest I've ever come across when it comes to speaker changes, because it's on an angle. The speakers aren't going to drop out once you pull the screws out. Big bonus there. Now, I also like cabinets with an angled front baffle because it tends to cut down on standing waves internally, and that's a big problem sometimes when you're recording. And if you have an angled a baffle of some sort, you don't get that internal echo going on, and it gives you a much clearer sound. This also has a ported front end. It's very small, but it just adds a little bit more bottom end to the overall resonance. Gotta say, this cabinet's an absolute winner. And the speakers I'm running today are the BV30Hs. They've got two versions of these. There's the Vs, which are the normal ones, and then the H, which are the heavyweight magnets. And when it comes to crystal clear, sharp top end on high gain, oh hell yes, these speakers really do deliver the goods. Now, I am in love with the tone I'm getting out of this rig right now. Truth be told, I've had the BV30Hs sitting around for quite a while. I've just never bothered to try them out. And I put them in this morning and I'm kind of kicking myself, to be honest with you. It's like, damn, that sounds great. And the fact it's not a vintage 30, it kind of adds its own thing going on, is even better. Now, I'm miking this thing up with a new mic that I found, and it's fast becoming my absolute favorite for getting heavy guitar tones. I'm going to do an episode on that, but for that to happen, I need your help. I need you guys to hit the subscribe button, because I've taken a look at the analytics and half of you guys watching this show don't actually subscribe. And I'm like, what the hell? If you guys get any kind of value, if you like anything I do, please, for the love of Crom, hit the subscribe button. It'll help me grow the channel and achieve my goals as well. The best thing about subscribing is it doesn't cost you anything to do. All you got to do is click on it. That's it. That's all you got to do. And I'd really, really, really appreciate that. Anyway, moving on, let's check out the specs. All right, we're back from that specs reel, and I just realized I haven't played you guys any lead bits, and I just spent the last 10 minutes here wondering, oh shit, here we go. You know, warmed up, and then no, as soon as I hit the record button, I'm going to turn into a stumbling idiot. Now, am I the only guy struggling with red light fever? I know I deal with it every single time. It's just me in here, but I know a lot of you guys are watching this, so, you know, it makes one tend to be a little self-conscious. Okay, remember, guys, I'm not a guitar player. I'm a studio engineer. I'm just trying to record good guitar sounds. I kind of got into guitar reviews just by falling into it, as it were. They're enjoyable, they're fun, but they're nerve-wracking as hell too. Now, I can't be the only one out there who just gets a little bit self-conscious when performing publicly on guitar. If you guys are struggling with it too, please share below. I'd love to hear from you, and any remedies you might have as well, because that might make my job a little bit easier, and I'd really appreciate that. Anyway, the lead bit. Guitar plays brilliantly. Actually, that didn't go so bad. Maybe I did finally psych myself up there to not completely suck. Now, I'm running one of those amazing Adam Hall cables that's got the silent neutrik plug, so you don't actually make any noise until you plug your guitar in. Super cool invention. I absolutely love these things in the studio. Just saves so much grief. Don't have to turn the amp off or anything like that to swap out guitars. Super cool. Now, let's see just how much all that warming up has paid off. Let's see if I can actually do this or not. Yeah, wish me luck. Almost damn it! I just haven't. It's getting up to that last note up there. What is that? The 16th fret. It's like, if anybody's got any suggestions on how to make the jump from here to here in time and hit the note correctly, I am all ears because I've been working on this one for a while. Almost got it. Not quite there. So let's get to the 5-star breakdown. Now, when it comes to overall the packaging, hey, it came in one of those amazing Spectre hardshell cases. Gotta give them 5 stars for that. I mean, damn guys, you knocked it out of the park there, no question about it. It's a great way to protect your instrument. I highly recommend getting one of those cases when ordering a Spectre guitar. You just can't go wrong. Setup, again, 5-star packaging. Now, this thing, I visited the Spectre facility in LA. I've met the guys who are looking over the guitars, getting them all set up and ready to go out to various places around the world. And those guys really work their asses off. So big salute there to all the guys working at the Spectre building. You guys are doing a kick-ass job because the setup on this guitar was just magnificent. I don't think I need to change anything, to be honest with you. You guys just did a lovely job. Big round of applause. Well done. Now, components, I mean, yeah, we got a humbucker, we got a single coil. What brand are they? Doesn't fucking matter. We've got a whammy bar on here. It doesn't quite do the Floyd thing. So that's probably the only thing I'm going to dock points on. I tend to, with a trim system, I much prefer something like a knife edge so I can really get physical with it. It does the thing. It does it pretty well. Does it do the dive bomb harmonic thing? Yeah, actually it does. Okay, so that's great. It's only 4 stars there. Again, I'd love a Floyd. The fact that it's got locking tuners, again, that's just an absolute must on guitars these days as far as I'm concerned, especially if you don't have a locking bridge. That's a very, very important thing. And it just makes your string changes that much easier as well. Everything else just seems to be exactly where it needs to be. The volume knobs are a little hard to turn, to be honest with you. That's maybe my only gripe. Again, so I'm just gonna give this 4 stars for components. Now, fit and finish, I gotta give it a 5 as well. Again, back to the guys who do the setup and all that and will give the guitars a once-over. Great job, whoever did the fretwork on this. They really did a wonderful job here. No burrs, no nothing. It just feels great overall. I can't find any scratches or anything wrong with this guitar. If you're looking for this style guitar and you want to drop down $900, you're not going to be throwing your money away, that's for sure. So overall, I'm going to give the guitar a 4.75 star rating. Spectre absolutely rocked on this one. Now let's talk about the elephant in the room here, the Fender American Ultra. That guitar is $2,200. That's $1,300 more than this thing. But the big question is it really worth the extra $1,300? You tell me. Honestly, once you start playing them back and you remove the visual, it gets very difficult to tell these guitars apart. Once again, the pickups are slightly set differently where the string vibrates, so there is a slight tonal variation. But when it comes to overall playability, I don't know if this thing is actually $1,300 better. It really comes down to a question of diminishing returns. You can spend a lot of money and you might get a very small improvement in quality. And the more you spend, that difference becomes even less. So it really comes down to the question for you guys, is it really worth the extra $1,300? I mean, like, as far as I can tell, the big difference would be in terms of bragging rights. So that really depends on you and just how much you value your peers' opinions, or if you can make up your own mind. Bottom line, I think Spectre really knocked it out of the park with this one. If you're in the market for an S-style guitar, you might want to take a look at this. Considering $899 and what you get for that amount of money, it's pretty damn impressive in terms of fit and finish and setup and just overall components. Yeah, Spectre's got an absolute winner on their hands. Can't really say I'm surprised. Everything they've sent me has been nothing short of spectacular. So hats off to Spectre for building a 4 3/4 star guitar. My overall rating, wow guys, great job. Can't wait to see what you pull off next. And once again, I want to give a great big shout out to this show's sponsor, Morley. If you've got noise issues, they've got your solutions. Check out the Humno. Check out the Hum Eliminator. Go check them out at morley.com. And once again, if you want to see what that microphone's all about, how I'm getting this tone, make sure you hit the subscribe button, and I'm going to have that video out real soon. Anyway, hope you guys found the video useful, and please, please, please hit that subscribe. And until next time, be excellent to one another. This guitar will destroy America! Well, this guitar might just destroy some American builders anyway. Because if you want to spend a lot of money on a mass-produced, big-name guitar with somewhat questionable build quality, America has got you covered. And you can be proud of the fact that your money is going not so much to the people who built your guitar, but to the people in charge. Hey, how else are they going to get paid 399 times more than the people doing the actual work? Somebody has to sit around and bitch that nobody wants to work anymore. Guys, don't get me wrong. I love America, but mass-produced American-made guitars are ugly. I've been on the search for a reasonably priced American guitar, and honestly, you're gonna have more luck finding a virgin at a porno convention. I mean, the cheapest American guitar I could find at Sweetwater was by Harmony, and just like Aaron Moriarty after all that surgery, it's simply beautiful. Now, if you need any evidence of how bad things have gotten with American guitar builders, just look at this Gibson Mustaine V I got. This was brand new out of the box, and the setup, the truss rod was loose, and it was riddled with cracks in the finish and had numerous issues with the paint. As a consumer, I wasn't just disappointed, I was seriously pissed off because I felt ripped off. All that money and this is what you get? Yeah, get fucked. Now, if you're looking for a cool guitar that doesn't look like a goofy coffee table with strings, you're probably gonna have to go with something not made in the USA, especially if you want to add awesome features like an Evertune bridge. Let's see what Cort's offering as an alternative to the overpriced dad rock guitars of America. And here it is out of the box, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Of course, the real price of admission here is the amazing Evertune bridge. This thing is just incredible. Let me show you exactly why you get an Evertune guitar. Same thing. Is that awesome or what? But the question is, can we put it to a real test? Just how awesome is an Evertune bridge if we put it to, say, some extreme conditions? Let's find out. Ha! How about that? That's actually pretty impressive. You know, I held this thing by the top three strings here down to the end of my driveway and back, and it's still in tune. Yeah, that's just absolute perfection. Damn, that is an impressive design, I gotta say. This is gonna come in real handy for long recording sessions, that's for sure. I don't know how many hours I've burned up in here with guys who bring in certain American branded guitars that have difficulty staying in tune. And, you know, I swear we spend more time tuning the guitars than actually recording them. This is a nice change of pace, that's for sure. But how does it play? Well, it's pretty damn awesome, actually. All right. Does anybody remember that one? Leave a comment below if you recognize that song. I'll give you guys a little hint. Dante and Randall were big fans.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Oh, fuck you.
But what about clean sounds, Glenn? For some strange reason, all you headbangers insist on getting a clean sound demo. So tell you what, I brought in a real guitar player to demonstrate this thing on the Clean Chill. Here we go. There, you happy? There's a clean sound. All right. Tell you what, let's get Christian one more time to play us a little bit of shred guitar so you can hear what it sounds like with a great guitar player. Hey guys, real quick, today's sponsor is Modern Metal Songwriter. Now, I've been using the Clairvoyant amp sim for this demo, and it's not only great by itself, but it's also part of this complete heavy metal breakfast. If you like the tones you're hearing and more importantly want to work with an amp sim that's going to sound great right out of the box, you can get Clairvoyant over at Modern Metal Songwriter right now. Links in the description below.
Now back to the show.
It's always great having Christian on the show. He's such a great player. Almost forgot. Let's throw a strap on. And let's give this thing a drop test, see what happens. You know, neck dive's kind of a pain in the ass on a lot of guitars. Let's just see what we get here in terms of stability with this instrument. Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. Gotta say, the guitar does feel somewhat heavy in the lap. It's a really solid chunk of wood, so I was a little concerned if it might be a little droopy or whatnot. And happy to report that no, there's no real neck dive to speak of. I don't think it's gonna be an issue. I just can't believe that this guitar's managed to put up with all this abuse and not go out of tune. I mean, like, do you think there'd be a little maintenance required or anything like that? No, not at all. I'll tell you, if this were a guitar made in a certain country from North America that's not Canada, I'd be spending an awful lot more time retuning, that's for sure. And the great thing is, yes, you can still bend the string. You might have to alter your technique slightly. You know, you're gonna have to kind of get into it just a little bit deeper on the bend to really get them to move. But it's still possible, so if you're worried about playing expressively, you know what? Yes, you can. All you have to do is play as awesome as you think you are. All right, let's hit the specs reel. And by the way, I want to give a great big shout out to the 643,000 of you guys who watched my show last month and didn't hit the subscribe button. Come on, guys, you got to start treating my subscribe button like you treat the Reaper Still Evaluating button. You hit it because it's free. It's absolutely no cost to you, and honestly, it would mean the world to me if you'd hit that button. It would help the show, and it'd help me grow this thing and give you better content. All I want to do is keep you entertained.
Subscribe? It's as incomprehensible to me as your band logo.
All right, now comes one of my favorite parts of this episode. It's time for the Spectre Sound 5-star breakdown. So for packaging, I'm gonna give it like 3.5 stars. I mean, come on, guys, where's the hard shell case? The gig bag is sufficient, but I've seen far nicer. That Capro I reviewed a while back had an incredible gig bag, and this one is just merely adequate. Ask your girlfriend for what that phrase means.
Boom. Roasted.
For $13.49, I think they should include a higher quality gig bag. Don't get me wrong, I've seen far shittier gig bags, but this does leave something to be desired. Setup, I'm going to give it 4 stars. I found the action was a bit high for my taste, but overall, it's nothing to really complain about. The intonation is spot on, and making a minor adjustment to the easily accessible truss rod straightened out any minor gripes that I might have had. Components, 5 stars. It's got an Evertune bridge, need I say more? The humbuckers do the humbucker thing, and the addition of locking tuners right here, really nice touch. This guitar is not going out of tune, so the main advantage here is faster string changes, which is a welcome feature here in the studio. They could have put regular tuners on this guitar, and I would have been just as happy because it's an Evertune. But this feature here really pushes it over the top. Fit and finish, 5 stars. This guitar is absolutely flawless. Top to bottom, I can't find anything wrong. The fretwork is flawless, and there's no scratches, dings, or blemishes anywhere to be found, as should be expected from a guitar in this price range. I hope certain American builders are paying attention, because this is how a guitar is supposed to be when you buy it new! Overall, 4.375 stars. At $13.49, this fits right between affordable and expensive. Considering what else is out there for this price, you won't find that many options that mount an Evertune bridge, which is a huge selling point if you're recording at home, because this will save you time on tuning. My overall judgment?
Brutal, really brutal.
Now, I've got a confession to make. As I progress on guitar, I'm liking 7 strings less and less, mainly because I'm just trying to figure out how to make 6 strings sound good, and I don't need to make things any more complicated than they already are. However, I gotta say, this chord is extremely fun to play. It's a nice, solid chunk of wood that's very comfortable to work with for long periods of time. If you're in the market for a 7-string, the 707 here is a serious contender. And if you're a US guitar builder, you better open your eyes as to what's going on, because you are being left in the dust. Always a fun day when I get a new Solar guitar in the studio. Hey everybody, how's it going? So yeah, got something brand new here from Solar Guitars from my good buddy Ola England. Now I'm not exactly sure what guitar this is. This might be 1 or 2, it might be a V, or it might be a fan fret. 6-string fan fret at that. I don't think I actually have a 6-string fan fret. All my fan frets are 7s and 8s and that kind of thing, but I've never had a 6-string fan fret. Let's see what we get here. Let's pop this box open and see what our friend from Sweden sent us. I'm very curious to see. I've got a number of Solars, and I'm more than happy to have them on the show. I had that V that I unboxed there a couple years ago and tried out. That was a magnificent guitar. Gave it to a buddy of mine, just for the hell of it, and I hope he's enjoying it, because that was a really nice guitar, and I really regret letting that one go. My baritone's still down in LA, but I've got that T-style, which is just phenomenal, and that's sitting over on the rack in the other room right now. So always happy to add another one to the arsenal, that's for sure. So let's see what we get. Ooh, we get another box. Yeah, just what I always wanted. Double packed here. I like they put a little bit of foam in there to keep things from bouncing around inside. That's great. Double boxed is always a good thing. Make sure your guitar arrives in one piece. Let's see what we get. Yeah, I think this is the fan fret. Ooh. Okay, ooh, little instruction manual. Yeah, like we're gonna need that. Man, let's crack it open. Thought that was gonna be a headless for a second, but no. This is a Solar. It's got the awesome Solar headstock. Oh, I've got wood. I've got a lot of wood. They're great. Got a great big bunch of wood here.
Hey, Beavis.
Always remember to move the wood
We've got
very
wood.
slowly.
Let's plug it in and see what happens. Yeah, that feels great. Yeah, that feels real good. I gotta say, action right out of the box is almost perfect. I feel like it maybe come down just a slight bit, maybe just a slight adjustment on the truss rod, just looking down. Yeah, it's got some pretty good relief. It looks like it's got a little bit of room to come back ever so slightly. Just bring the action down a little bit. I like my action really, really low. Overall, the feel of this thing right out of the box is great. You know, I'm not noticing any kind of, you know, fretwork poking out as it shouldn't, which is great. Yeah, overall, really nice guitar, really nice design. I like the bevel here, it's very comfortable to play. And then again, you know, solar guitars are really great for the comfort. Even the EX had a bevel on the one wing, and that made it super easy to play, especially in a sitting position. So yeah, no gripes at all. I really like the wood grain finish here. I think this is pretty cool. You know, I like the fact that they kept the grain and you can feel it. It's not, you know, some polished piece of jewelry. You know, this is just earthy and it feels fucking great. Takes a minute for me to get used to the fan though, especially down here doing those I gotta say, I'm actually in love with the sound of this guitar. This thing's phenomenal. I'm plugged into the rev generator at 120, and I'm going out into a custom cab using some Celestion EVH speakers at 15 ohms, not 16 ohms, but 15. I don't know what the hell is going on, but this tone is just so smooth. Okay, I just realized, yeah, this is a fan fret. I don't have to tune this to a temperament. I can actually tune it to a natural chord, and everything will make chords up and down the neck. Usually when I do a drop tuning, I'll drop the lowest string by about 10 cents off the natural just to get it to make chords a little better. This doesn't seem to need it anywhere nearly as much, so that's pretty cool. Anyway, yeah, let's try a couple of drop D riffs with it, see what we get. Yeah, that just feels great. Oh, yeah, that is all kinds of fun. I think I'm gonna like this guitar. Like I said, I just can't get over how light this thing is. This is really cool. Okay, just a quick look at the specs here. It's a swamp ash body. Well, here's the thing, body wood doesn't matter. Whatever is gonna make it sustain works. Pickup bridge, solar FF bridge. I'm guessing that's fan fret bridge. And let me see, a 5-way blade switch, and fretboard is ebony. Scale is 24.75 to 26 inch and 24 super jumbo frets. Cool. All I know is it feels great. And like I said, I've got no problem with the body. I think this sounds wonderful. I haven't really gone off the other pickup. Yeah, that's got some twang and some beef. That might be cool for like quad tracking. You know, do like 2 like this, and then 2 twanging. Might want to try that. That's full on neck pick. Yeah, that should be really cool. I'm going to try this out, obviously, on some clean stuff later on down the road. But yeah, there you go. Now, I'm not sure as to the availability yet. I sent the guys an email. It might be on pre-order. It might be ready to go at this point. If I get any new information from the guys at Solar, I'll put a little title down here and let you know. But so far, really damn impressed with this guitar. This has got to be one of my favorite Solars to ever unbox. Yeah, this thing is just great right out of the gate. Never actually played a 6-string fan fret before, but I definitely like it. I can see this being put into regular use here on the show. Now, if you want to find some more information about this guitar and other Solars, follow the link in the description below. Definitely recommend checking out because this guitar has definitely impressed the hell out of me. Nice job, guys. Anyway, thanks again for watching. I'll see you next time. Hey you, did you know that there are guitars being made in the world that aren't being made by Gibson but are completely awesome? Hell, you could even say they either give them a run for their money or they blow them completely out of the water. Welcome to the first ever episode of Not a Gibson. For some weird reason, you guys love it when I do a guitar review, which is bizarre because this is a recording studio focused channel and I am definitely not the world's greatest guitar player out there. That's for sure. There's so many other channels with such better guitar players, but here we are. You guys keep coming back over and over and over again. And over the years, there's a couple of truths I've learned. Number one, you can spend a lot of money on a guitar that came off an assembly line and you might not get the greatest quality. And the second thing is there's a lot of independent guitar builders out there that will build you something incredible for the same amount of money. Now, today's guitar is featured from a brand from Berlin.
Nie wieder Berlin.
Yeah, I got to go to Berlin last summer and I had a really good time, but I didn't know these guys were located there.
Da fahre ich doch die Karre lieber über eine Klippe, bevor ich wieder nach Berlin fahre.
And the weird thing is I ran into these guys in Mannheim at the Guitar Summit show and they were showing off this really cool instrument that's really unique, and I guarantee you will never find anything like this in the Gibson custom shop. I love working with the small builders because they're gonna put the time in on their instruments and give you something truly unique and really amazing. So that's why I'm gonna call this show from now on Not a Gibson. So I had this come in a couple weeks ago. It's just kind of been sitting here waiting for me to get all the other stuff I got to do out of the way. It's just been play with me. And I finally got it here. Let's throw it up on the table and see what we get. Now, the brand is called Happus. I first met him at NAMM, and we've been going back and forth for the last couple of years trying to get something on the show, and it's finally here. I'd like to thank the guys for putting something together for me. I really hope that this is as good as the one I saw in Mannheim. That's all I can say. Ooh, what do we get here? We get nice soft shell case. Okay, actually, shit, look at that. That's not quite a gig bag, that's a gator case. And it's a soft case. That's really cool. I like this idea because it's gonna take up less space in my studio because I already don't have any space at all. All right, let's get rid of the box. And ooh, it's so shiny. Now, just looking at the plastic bag here, this should probably say bass players. This is not a toy, choking hazard, that kind of thing. That's a really nice case, actually. Shit. You know, there's a little bit of padding here. This is definitely protecting the guitar. Would definitely help prevent it from being damaged on its trip over from Berlin.
Nie wieder Berlin.
Now, you guys are going to see this first. I got no idea what it's going to look like. Let's see what we get. Oh, what do we got? Ooh, okay, that's, wow. Damn! Holy shit, look at that. Let's pull that out. That's what she said. Oh man, it's got some heft. There's even a strap in there. Ooh. Oh, look at that, that's interesting. No backplate. I can see why. How's that gonna work? I don't know. What am I looking at? What makes this guitar so unique? Check this out. This is a baritone, but this is the coolest thing ever. It's designed to be tuned down like an octave, but this is what makes this guitar so unique. It's got an Evertune. Now, I got to try those out in Mannheim last fall, and the guitar blew me away because you can just do incredible, crazy downtune stuff with this, and it stays in tune. I've played Evertune guitars before, but I've never seen one tuned down this low before and doing this kind of thing. I'm saying, you won't get this in the Gibson factory. You got to go to Berlin to make that happen.
Nie wieder Berlin.
Ooh, I think we gotta plug it in and try it out. So, I'm a little delinquent here, I'll be honest. I plugged this guitar in and I've just been playing it nonstop for the last hour because it's so much fun! This thing is just nuts. I was a little worried about the guitar not having a cover on the back, but I see what they were going for, and it's absolutely fine. I was worried about tearing up the clothes and whatnot. Suppose you could always put some duct tape on the back of this or something. I'm really kind of curious why there is no cover here. I'll have to ask the Hoppus guys about that, but yeah, this is really something. Wow. The best thing about it is, yeah, the Evertune. This is crazy. And for all you guys who are going, why don't you just play a bass? Because this plays like a guitar and it has the Evertune, so it will stay in tune no matter what. Let me show you what's up here. Inaugural test drive of the Bad Cat Lynx amp back there as well. Gotta say, it's getting some pretty interesting results. So yeah, let's hear this thing, shall we? Click there. I did. That's Reaper's live monitoring screwing me yet again. What the hell, Cocos? Let's get that fixed. I swear, I used to edit all of these out. No more. Every time Reaper glitches my audio, I'm leaving it in so you guys can hear what a pile of crap it is on the M1 Max. Hey guys, guess what? The x86 architecture is over. Get with the times. Update your code. We can't keep doing things like this. Sorry to get off topic there. Anyway, my point being is this guitar is just absolutely fucking bananas. It's so much fun. It plays so nice. It's just flawless in every way. You can tell whoever worked on this really gave a fuck about the instrument that they're putting out there. This is a level of craftsmanship, you know, you just don't get off an assembly line. Like, the fretwork is just beautiful. They did such a wonderful job on this. I mean, all the edges are, you know, very well thought out, just slightly sanded off. They did a beautiful finish here. You know, there's no flaws, no dents, no dings, no tooling marks, no glue all over the fretboard. It's almost like Hoppus gives a shit about the instruments that people are buying off them and wants to make sure they can make the best guitars possible. Wow! What a novel idea! But yeah, when it comes to playability, I mean, this guitar is absolute perfection right out of the box. The action is insane. This has got to be one of the finest guitars I've ever played. This thing is just nuts. And that's why we don't do it on a bass, because you can just fucking shred on this thing. And I'm sure a million guys out there can shred on this guitar way better than I ever could. But that's the point, though. You can play those low octave notes and just burn around the fretboard and do some really absolutely insane stunts that you would not be able to pull off on a bass. And that you can't do on a bass, not without, you know, majorly fatiguing your arm. So this has a major advantage if you want to go extreme downtune like that. Yes, you could hit the same notes with the bass, but the strings are much bigger and they're going to go out of tune and you're going to have a hard time tapping. You're going to have a hard time doing trem picking, any of that kind of stuff on a bass guitar. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm going to say it's much more difficult. This makes playing with any kind of speed on a low octave much simpler to do. So that's the whole point there. So all you guys out there who are dragging their knuckles on the floor over to the keyboard and say, oh, just get a bass. Shut the fuck up! Now this guitar does what many, many other guitars do, and that has two humbuckers to pick up the sound of the string moving differently at this part of the body. Definitely got a bit spankier kind of sound. That's kind of fun. And what's even cooler is we get a coil tap or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And so we get a single coil action going on. Even works on the bridge humbucker. That is insane. That's all kinds of spank, which would be probably pretty cool in a mix as well, because you could have, you know, a normal tuned guitar playing, and then if you want to get a lot more definition, you could just throw this into single coil mode and away you go. That is just way too much fun. Holy crap. I've never seen a guitar like this before. I've played some baritones, but nothing this absolutely fucking mental and nothing this well built. Oh yeah, I'm just looking at that. That's not a pickguard. That's actually finished on the guitar like that. Gotta say, the two-tone's pretty cool. I think the red looks really great, guys. Nice job there. Oh yeah, that's the great thing about Evertunes as well. I love showing this off. So we're just gonna pick the guitar up by the strings and play. Absolutely perfect every single time. These kind of guitars are a dream to work with in the studio, especially if you're doing a long day of tracking. You can save yourself hours by not having to retune every take or two takes. Especially in a room like this, you know, it's hyper insulated and it's small. Usually it's okay when I'm playing in here by myself, but we get 3 or 4 bodies in. We have to retune the guitars every single time. We do a take because, you know, the humidity goes up and it does weird things to the wood, and it could just be a bit of a nightmare. I'm sure a lot of you guys are struggling with that sort of thing too. So yeah, an Evertune makes a lot of sense. Now, what would be the point of a guitar like this? Obviously, if you're a gent kid, it's kind of a no-brainer. It does the low string da-da-da-da-da-da thing really well that I'm not going to try and play because that's not my thing. But I'm going to tell you this. I've been playing, you know, open C tuning since about 94, 95. And recently I've got back into playing just on 6s and normal tuned guitars because I found it to be a lot of fun. It reminds me of when I was a kid and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember how much fun I was playing this high up and doing all the cool shit, you know, like off all the Megadeth and Metallica records and that kind of stuff, into the Van Halen stuff, because that was either all tuned standard or just down half a step, that kind of thing. It wasn't one of these insane low tunings. So for a studio application, I think this would be a great guitar as, say, a blender, because you could take a guitar tuned standard and then have this playing on the octave below it on, say, tracks. If you had 4 rhythm tracks, you'd use the standard for tracks 1 and 2 and then have this guy for tracks 3 and 4 and have a cool blend going on and get you that much bigger of a sound. It will probably help you find something maybe a little bit more unique than what's going on in the metal scene today. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to play 4 tracks in a mix and take this in and out and show you what kind of depth this can add to your song. Hit it! course, the key to any great guitar sound is a great speaker. So for this demo, I'm running a pair of those amazing Mototone BV25Ms I found a couple months back into that custom 2x12, and I'm running the Bad Cat head right here, and I'm just thrilled with the tones I'm getting here. I've been working with the Mototone stuff for the last couple months, and really they've blown me away. They're a wonderful alternative to what else is out there. They've got a really cool old school kind of sound without the insane old school price tag, that's for sure. Definitely recommend checking out some of the Mototone stuff. I know you're gonna like the results you get. That is absolutely bananas. I am in love with this instrument. Did I mention how comfy it is? Oh yeah, right. Almost forgot the signature move of the Spectre sound guitar review. The strap on. I mean, put a strap on. Let's see what we got. Okay, we've got our super evil guitar strap here with the cool skull thing. You guys ever hear the joke there? Why'd the headbanger cross the road? Because he's a gullible moron who'll buy anything with skulls on it. Exhibit fucking A right here. Gonna be honest, it's feeling just a tiny bit neck heavy right now. Let's see how we do with neck dive. Nope, that's solid. Wow. I thought this was going to have some neck dive. Not really. It definitely maintains its position when you're standing. So that's cool. You can jump around like a lunatic with one of these things, and you're not going to be trying to constantly fight with it to get it to stay in the proper position. Very cool, guys. Very cool indeed. Let's do the 5-star rundown. Okay, so for packing, I'm going to give this thing 5 stars. I mean, like, you saw what it came in. The box was oversized. It came in a soft shell case by Gator. I've never seen one like that. I wish more guitar companies would ship in cases like that. It's lighter, it's softer, it's smaller, it takes up less space. I like that idea. And it really protected the guitar all the way from Berlin
Nie wieder Berlin.
to Canada. Very cool indeed. Fit and finish. 5 stars. I could not find a single flaw on this guitar. No complaints whatsoever. The only thing I was curious about was the lack of a back cover, but honestly, it's not an issue. I thought it might have been. Nope, it's absolutely fine. Setup, 5 stars. This guitar was absolutely perfect right out of the box. Stays in tune. The action's brilliant. Oh, I'm just super excited about this thing. What can I say? Wow, what an instrument. Components, 5 stars. I've got no problem with any of this. The fact you get locking tuners on this guitar and an Evertune bridge, all on the same instrument, that means you're going to get your guitar that stays in tune, and you can change out the strings really quickly as well. That is just awesome. The pickups sound very nice, especially the single coil modes. I got to say, I was kind of impressed by the amount of spank that they deliver. I mean, let's be honest here. They do the thing that humbuckers are supposed to do, and no complaints there. No extra noise, any of that stuff. So yeah, no gripes. This just works. Love the fact there's no tone knob either. It's just one volume knob, and it does the thing. That's killer. So overall score, this is a first on the show. This is a 5-star guitar. Hands down, through and through, it is absolutely flawless. Everything about this guitar is just perfection. And that's what I would expect on a guitar. Fuck! That is priced at 29.59 euros. Wow, that ain't cheap, that's for sure. But this is the thing, you are paying for quality. Wow, I think that's the first time I've ever said that on this show, actually. I've had to get a lot of guitars I paid a lot of money for, but this is the first time I can honestly say, yes, you're paying for a quality instrument. This is what you get when you spend over $3,000 on a custom shop guitar instead of one that comes off an assembly line. You get absolute perfection. Now, 2,959 euros as of today translates to 3,245 American dollars. And if you spend that kind of money on a made in America guitar, I don't know if you're going to quite get that kind of quality that you would out of this instrument here. It's definitely worth taking a look at. All I can say is I just think this thing's absolutely flawless. Well done, Hoppus. I look forward to using this on many demos to come down the road because this thing's got a real unique take on the instrument, and I think it's just is absolutely fucking wicked what you guys have done here. Great job. I'm absolutely blown away. Now, if you want to find out some more about Hoppus Guitars and how you can get your hands on your own, I've got links in the description below to their website. You should check it out. They got some really cool designs. And if you want to see some more on custom one-of-a-kind guitars and you're into flying Vs, check this out. This is a Vicious guitar made in Toronto, Ontario, and I've got a video on this guitar right here. I freaking love Flying V guitars. I think they're absolutely amazing. I think they look the most metal of all the guitars. I mean, sure, you know, the Explorer is kind of cool. The Strat's cool too as well. The Les Paul looks like you could serve coffee on it. But the V, yeah, this just looks badass. And, you know, I've been building up a wide collection of Flying Vs over the last few years. First and foremost, with this right here, this is the first V I ever had. This is my Jackson Performer. I got in 1995. I really like this guitar except for the stupid input jack put here, which makes it almost impossible to sit with unless you got a right angle cable, and you know, it just kind of gets in the way of playing and having a good time. So this one doesn't see that much action too much anymore, but I've got a lot of great Vs since then, including this beautiful one from Spectre. This thing is just sick. Then there's the one-of-a-kind custom from Vicious Guitars in Toronto. This was handmade for me. Oh, this thing just plays brilliantly. If you're in the market for something truly unique and truly awesome, talk to the Vicious Guitars guys. Then we've got the Harley Benton Failure. This one came out of the factory with the pickups not grounded correctly because somebody used enameled paint and the ground couldn't get to where it needed to go. I hear it's Harley Benton's 25th anniversary this year, so hey, all I can say is, hey, happy birthday, Harley Benton. Get well soon. I've also got this incredible LTD Kirk Hammett signature model. It's absolutely incredible. Comes in gorgeous bass boat black. I've also got the signature Dave Mustaine V from the non-shitty version of Gibson, and that's Epiphone. And this totally awesome Solar Cannibalismo V in blood red. This thing is super cool. But today, I've got the brand new Solar V Wolfmaster. Let's grab the unboxing table and check it out. Okay, we're all set here. Gonna double check the unboxing table because the slight mishap I had last time seems pretty solid. That's the thing. I got so tired of my last unboxing table breaking all the time. I went out and bought a new one and I thought it was secure, and then this happens. Let's grab the guitar, throw it up on this table, and see what we get. Of course. Fuck! All right, let's grab the guitar. Let's throw it up on the box here. Let's see what we get. You know, I've been thinking about this. It's like, okay, so Solar Guitars is obviously Ola's company. He's based in Sweden. It's like, you know, Sweetwater gives us candy. What are we supposed to get in a box of Solar Guitars? Like Swedish meatballs or something? That might be kind of cool. I don't think they'd last very long though. Unless they make a candy version, and that, I don't know. Anyway, doesn't matter. I gave up sugar a couple years ago. My wife winds up getting all the candy anyway. Okay, after getting all those staples undone, let's see what we get. Oh boy, just what I always wanted. Another box. At least it looks to be in reasonably good shape. The box didn't come with any UPS speed holes. Most importantly, it doesn't look like it was by somebody at DHL. It's very important to bring up the fact that Solar does take the time to double box their instruments. Very important stuff. That way the guitar does survive. Let's see what we get. Ooh, gig bag. Cool. Awesome. All right. Things are looking good already. And we get, ooh, this little plastic, ooh, Solar. It says Solar on it. It's black and it says Solar, so it's very cool. Oh, it said so. Maybe we get to see what this guitar is all about finally. Love the gig bag idea, though. I mean, that's the thing about V's, though. If you get hard shell cases for them, they're usually fucking gigantic. So I much do prefer gig bags for this sort of thing. Let's see what we get. You guys get the first look here. And it's wrapped up. Okay, cool. That's light. Wow, that's really light. I don't know if that's even lighter than the Cannibalismo. Okay. All right, we're going to take a real quick look at this in just a minute. Let me get rid of the unboxing table. Oops. Yeah, sorry about that, Alderon. Anyway, let's get on to it. Okay, I've been dying to see what the hell this thing looks like. Let's just get the wrapping off this and see what we get. Ooh. Ooh, it's a blonde. Let's see. Ooh, look at that. Is that roasted maple? What is going on with that? So the fretboard and the neck are the same color. Look at that. That's kind of cool. You can even say it's got a Woody. Okay, wow, check that out. Single pickup, white body. It's in matte finish. This is kind of a Solar signature kind of thing. They don't really do a lot of glossy guitars. A lot of them I've seen have this cool matte finish, and I like that a lot. We got a push-pull volume knob, and looks like a kill switch instead of a tone control. I gotta say, that's really sick as well. Input jacks in the back. This is great because you can sit with this guitar this way and it should be absolutely fine. But most importantly, it's got a Floyd as well. And this looks to be an actual Floyd Rose. It's not a licensed Floyd Rose. Very cool. Check this out. The neck joint right here goes from matte finish to satin finish, and it's flawless. That is a really nice joint. That's very well done. And first inspection of the fretwork. Nothing popping out, nothing scratchy. Not bad. Okay, a couple scratchy frets right up here. About the 20th fret. Could maybe just use a little bit more filing. Other than that, it's smooth as glass right up until about the 16th to the 18th. It just feels the last couple frets look like they could just get taken down ever so slightly. I'll have to get out the emery board and do that. So, gonna dock points there. Yeah, honestly, that's kind of disappointing, to be completely truthful with you guys, because I expect better from Solar. Every guitar I've had from them come into the studio has just been absolutely flawless. So to get just a little bit of fretwork that needs to be taken care of, that's a little bit on the disappointing side. Not a complete deal breaker though, but just a little heads up to everybody at Solar there. Hey, make sure you double inspect that fretwork and make sure that's getting out of the factory and it's smooth, because your reputation's riding on it. All right, everybody, this video is brought to you by all of us over at Spectre Digital and our brand new plugin, Singularity. Now, your support is what helps me continue to fund the channel and give you guys the kind of reviews and tutorials that you love. It also helps us make more plugins that we think will really help you make your music production sound better and get your mixes done quicker. So we finally did it, Singularity. After years of complaining about bass players, I decided to take matters into my own hands. This is a virtual bass instrument and amp sim in one plugin. There is literally no excuse for not having incredible sounding bass on your recordings anymore. You get ultra realism and full tone shaping options, including 2 different preamps and cabinet impulses by yours truly. This one plugin is all you're gonna need. Guitar players, you finally won't need to re-record the bass parts anymore, because if your band has a rule number 2, then Singularity is custom made just for you. Whether you're at the demo stage or at the critical stage of making an album, if your bass player just can't deliver the goods, then Singularity is going to rock your production. Links in the description below. Go grab it now. All right, so we finally got it unboxed. I got everything set up. I've got a 6505 1992 original sitting back here. That's the reissue of the original block loader. I got a video on that coming up real soon. So far, so good with that one, though, by the way. But, you know, I love how this guitar sits. This is, you know, your typical Solar guitar, you know, nice bevels, nice lines. You know, it's really easy to sit in the studio with it. It's not uncomfortable. Oh, and... you know, it comes out of the factory tuned, ready to go. Fucking right. Well, there you go. That's got a Floyd on it. So somebody obviously, you know, did some homework there setting it up. Yeah, intonation seems great, you know. All right, let's fire this thing up and see what we get. It's a lovely kill switch here. And... you guys are seeing this, right? I'm hitting the kill switch. You can hear that ring. I think I'm going to have to put some springs behind the Floyd Rose here. But, I mean, you know, my amp is definitely on. You know, I got my cock blocker pedal in place. But not getting anything out of the instrument. Did Solar ship me a bad guitar? Well, this does have a Fishman in it. Let's take a look here. And, oh, there's a problem right there. No battery. Seriously, guys. What the fuck's up with that? Let me just have a quick look here, make sure there, see if I missed it, you know, in the case somewhere or something like that. This could be completely my fault. Okay, we've got a nice accessory bag here. It's got the Allen keys, it's got the strap locks, it's got the whammy arm, all that kind of stuff, and even a card here. Did anybody sign off on this? The warranty booklet? No, but it's got a nice picture of Ola, so you can, you know, like frame that and put that up on your wall, I guess. But no, hang on. We do have an inspection card here. And nope, that's for the strings. Okay, blacksmith strings. No sign off on the inspection here. Okay, the plot thickens. I hope there's a 9-volt because I don't have any here in the studio. I just ran out. Nothing there. Let me double check my box. Well, I just tore apart the box and I'm sad to report that no, there is no 9-volt to be found. I mean, I'd really like to hear this guitar. I'd like to show how great it plays, but right now, this is all we're getting. Okay, it does cleans pretty well. Of course, I don't know what happens when you plug it in. Fuck's sakes, guys, what the hell? I mean, geez, I love solar guitars. I really do. I mean, like, I've been a fan of Ola's playing for years. Full disclosure here, we've been buddies since about 2005 when we were all hanging out on the Andy Sneap forum together. You know, I've seen his career take off, mine's taken off, all that kind of stuff. And I'm more than happy to support him in his endeavors because I think he makes really fucking cool guitars. I remember when he was working with Strictly 7 and then he moved over to Washburn and then went into business for himself. And I've just watched it take off and it's like, fucking right, dude, good for you. You know, and I love his guitars. Like I said, I love my Cannibalismo. It's such a fucking cool guitar. That X series I demoed a while back, that's fucking cool too. I love the look of this fucking thing. I mean, like, yeah, like White V, hell yeah. You know, guitar companies always send me black guitars and I'm like, send me something brighter. It'll look good on camera. This is a gorgeous looking guitar. I have no idea how it sounds because now I gotta go to the fucking store and buy a fucking 9-volt. Seriously, guys, what the hell? Talk about spiking the ball on a 1-yard line. Let's put it this way. You're making it exceptionally difficult to give you guys a good review. This is, you know, this isn't like Gibson fucked up the paint bad. No, this is just like a minor oversight and a bit inconvenient for me. But come on, seriously, guys, next time you ship one of these things out, make sure you ship a fucking battery with it. All right, I'd love to hear this guitar. I'm sure you would too, but we're gonna have to pick that up in part 2 because I got other things to do. I live like out in the burbs, so now I gotta go find a store and go find a fucking 9-volt. Yay me! To be continued. Nothing can stop the metal fury that is solar guitars. That is until they ship you one, missing one critical component, and that is the humble 9-volt battery. So yeah, I unboxed this guitar the other day and was profoundly let down by the fact that we've got this awesome metal machine and some knuckle forgot to pack a 9-volt into the box. Oh, well, okay. As far as gripes with guitars go, that one's pretty minor. It was a slight inconvenience. It's not like they shipped me, you know, a $3,000 guitar with cracks in the paint job. Not mentioning any names, of course. Hello, me. Meet the real me. Just kidding. Love you, Dave. Anyway, yes, I finally got this thing fired up and ready to go, and oh, it's glorious. It really is. This is just, it's like they took the Cannibalismo and tweaked it a little bit and just made it even better. What can I say? They did such a beautiful job on the setup. It's just... Oh, yeah, I think I'm in love with this thing. I got out here about an hour and a half ago to shoot this, and I've just hit record now because I've just been having so much fun playing it. I thought I'd start warming up, and I'm like, I just didn't want to stop, and it's rare I get a guitar that comes in that makes me want to do that. So, hey, hats off to the Solar Guitars gang. You guys built yourself an absolute fucking monster here. Now, this model in question is the Wolfmaster, named after Jonas Wolf, and it comes with the white, and it's also got a purple option, both with the gold hardware. And I gotta say, I think this is pretty cool aesthetically, because I haven't really seen something like this where it's like, an ivory white instead of just like a bone white. And then with the gold, I think that's really cool. And, the fretboard and everything, it's a really cool look. I'd like to see more guitars done like this because I think it's fucking awesome. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely adore this Cannibalismo. This is one of my favorite guitars. I think this is absolutely freaking badass. But this is an elegant weapon for a more civilized age. Oh, it just plays so nicely. The setup on this is absolutely flawless. Whoever did this setup, take a bow, well done. The action's perfect, the intonation's perfect. You guys knocked it out of the park with this guitar. Damn! So, yeah, there's a couple of interesting features on this guitar that I don't normally have on a lot of studio guitars. First and foremost, the Floyd. As a studio engineer, I tend to prefer hardtails just so we can retune the guitar quickly in case we need it in a different key or something like that. And Floyds will kill your recording session faster than a bass player who shows up who doesn't know the songs. Seriously, I don't know how many sessions I've had in here just grind to a complete halt. When somebody comes in, they go to restring their guitar, and then they realize they changed gauges. You got to get the tremolo reset and pull the back off and get out the screwdrivers. It's just like, it's a big fucking nightmare. That's why I like hardtails. However, nowadays I've got so many freaking guitars in here, I can just have guitars set up for different keys. I mean, like, honestly, I like this so much, I think I'm gonna leave it as is. Just tuned standard, because I don't have a lot of standard tuned guitars. Most of my guitars are like tuned down half step or full step, or then, drop C. I got a few sevens and whatnot. Honestly though, I'm gonna confess here that I'm getting more and more back into the whole 6-string thing. I had a real love affair with sevens there for a number of years, but as I get more and more practiced, I find less and less to do on a guitar down on the low strings. Almost kind of like a musical dead end. I'm sure a lot of you guys will disagree with that, and that's absolutely fine. But I look at all the amazing riffs that have been done on 6 strings, and they're just countless. And then you think about all the really memorable riffs done on a 7-string, and you can count them on one hand. I think that says an awful lot about what the human psyche is tuned to in terms of instrumentation. Okay. Yeah, I just want to point out right now, I've got the 6505 1992 original in the back there. I'm going to have a full rundown on that on an upcoming episode, but so far, absolutely loving it. Got the cock blocker gate on it, and Maxon OD 808, and it's definitely doing the classic, modern metal sound kind of thing, except I'm tuned standard. Oh yeah, I gotta say, my absolute favorite thing about this guitar in terms of unique components, I've never seen this before, is this awesome kill switch. Check this thing out. This is just too much fun. Getting into a little bit of the Tom Morello territory there. Yeah, I've never seen that. I think that's absolutely amazing. I think more guitars should have that. I'd much rather have one of these than a tone knob. Good choice. Of course, yes, this guitar is fitted with a Fishman pickup, so we get our quote-unquote two voices. Yep, massive difference there. All right, everybody, this video is brought to you by all of us over at Spectre Digital and our brand new plugin, Singularity. Now, your support is what helps me continue to fund the channel and give you guys the kind of reviews and tutorials that you love. It also helps us make more plugins that we think will really help you make your music production sound better and get your mixes done quicker. So we finally did it, Singularity. After years of complaining about bass players, I decided to take matters into my own hands. This is a virtual bass instrument and amp sim in one plugin. There is literally no excuse for not having incredible sounding bass on your recordings anymore. You get ultra realism and full tone shaping options, including 2 different preamps and cabinet impulses by yours truly. This one plugin is all you're gonna need. Guitar players, you finally won't need to re-record the bass parts anymore, because if your band has a rule number 2, then Singularity is custom made just for you. Whether you're at the demo stage or at the critical stage of making an album, if your bass player just can't deliver the goods, then Singularity is going to rock your production. Links in the description below. Go grab it now. Now, I've had quite the love affair with Flying V's over the last couple of years, and I gotta say, I'm just absolutely enamored by this thing. It's just so nice. I can't wait to use it on more demos than just this video. I mean, like, I got a bunch of amps, I got a demo, I got a bunch of software to check out. You guys definitely want to see what's coming up in terms of software. There's some really cool shit coming out, that's for sure. This guitar just plays brilliantly. Like, I think they did just a spectacular job with it, and really plays great on leads. That's cool. I always love to do that on Floyd guitars, just to kind of test to see, you know, how much isolation I can get on the strings. If I can pull that off, yeah, it's set up pretty well. So yeah, big thumbs up here. All right, let's take a look at the specs. Now, I know the reason you guys all tuned in on this video. You wanted to see me play some cleans on this thing. Once again, I'm on the 6505 1992 original. Boy, that just rolls off the tongue. And that's based off the original 5150. It basically is the original 5150. And we all know how awesome the clean sounds are on that amp for sure. Yep, Sounds like cleans. All right, let's give this guitar, the Spectre Sound, 5-star rundown. Let's see what kind of guitar you're getting for your money. All right, in terms of packaging and shipping, I got to give it 5 stars. I think they did a great job there with the double boxing and the gig bag. I much prefer gig bags for V's as opposed to full-size hard shell cases because they just take up so much freaking space. Setup is a 5-star as well. This might be one of the finest setup guitars I've ever had come in on the show. Just top to bottom, there's no problem with it whatsoever. Components, gonna dock them. I'm gonna only give them 2.5 stars for components because even though we've got a Floyd, we've got a Fishman, we've got this awesome kill switch, and the guitar stays in tune like really, really, really well. The fact that they forgot to put the 9-volt in is kind of inexcusable. I mean, you know, here's the thing. If I was a kid who had just dropped $1,200 US or 1,300, whatever, however much this guitar is going for. I'm sure my editor will put the price at the bottom here. If I didn't get a 9-volt, I'd be a little bit upset about that. I mean, it's not a deal breaker by any stretch of the imagination, but just the inconvenience of having to, you know, leave the house and go get a fucking battery, and when it should have been included, you know, that's kind of like, come on, guys, you're better than that. Not inexcusable by any stretch of the imagination. It's just like, okay, please, guys, try and do better next time. Remember, these guitars are going out to kids who spend a lot of money on them and they work extremely hard for their guitars. So please, show them the respect that they deserve. Fit and finish, I gotta give it 4 stars here. I mean, there's just a minor flaw here with the upper frets. They're just a little bit scratchy. I mean, like 2 seconds with an emery board would clean that right up. That shouldn't have made it out of the factory like that. Other than that, yeah, the fretwork is just beautiful. Like I said, I mentioned the unbox video. The neck joint, they've done a brilliant job going from the matte finish to the satin finish. You know, I love the fact that we've got locking tuners on here, even though it's a Floyd Rose guitar. It's just going to make for that much faster string changes. I think that's great. Somebody was really thinking about that. Well worth it. Just all around. Yeah, they just did a beautiful job with this. Absolutely flawless otherwise. I'm going to be proud to put this on the show in the coming years because I just think they did an absolutely amazing job here. A price, I'm going to give them 3.75 stars because it's $12.99. That's kind of pushing it a little bit in my opinion. I would have liked to see this for maybe $11.99, but I get it. They're in business and they have bills to pay. They've got employees to pay. People who work for Solar Guitars need to be able to feed their families, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I get it. It's not completely out of reach for the average consumer, but it is going to hurt if you want to get one of these. The cool thing is if you do spend that kind of money, you're going to get a pretty freaking badass guitar. That's for sure. And like I said, you get this awesome kill switch, which is just great. And no cracks in the finish. That's a big plus as well. So overall, I'm going to give this guitar 4 stars. I think they did a great job. If somebody had been paying a little bit more attention there and put a 9-volt in the guitar, it probably would have scored just a little bit higher. But I can highly, highly, highly recommend this. It's just absolutely beautiful. And no, there aren't any cracks in the fretboard at all. I know some people have been complaining about that. Hopefully they've got that issue sorted out. I mean, like, I wouldn't be too happy if I had cracks in my fretboard too. But as far as I can tell, this is just absolutely flawless in terms of that. Anyway. That's it for my Solar review. Hopefully you checked out part 1 of it as well. You can see the whole unbox and everything. Once again, I'm going to be having a video coming up on the 6505 1992 original. It's a pretty seriously awesome amp. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to mention, I've been playing this whole demo through that dirt cheap $265 Harley Benton 2x12, the vertical one. I did a video on that and you can check out that video right here. It sounds absolutely amazing. It's got to be one of the best bargains in modern metal production. Check it out now. You won't regret it. American guitar manufacturing is doomed. Doomed, I say, because once upon a time, buying made in the USA meant quality. If you bought American, you would get the best guitars on earth. However, the game has changed with the invention of the CNC machine, and suddenly it's become much easier to mass produce a high quality instrument. And the country it was built in no longer matters. Like it or not, China is coming for the high-end guitar market. But I've heard so many of you guys say China uses horrible labor practices, and the people who build these guitars are practically enslaved. And that's why I support Made in the USA, because American companies would never abuse their employees or do something as unethical as to use slave labor. And they always, always obey the labor laws. Fuck's sake, Sis, knock that shit off! You're ruining the point I'm trying to make. And that point is that Made in the USA is best because... Oh, hang on a sec. Let me get back to you on that. All right, let's pump the brakes here for a minute. A few months ago, K-Pro reached out to me and asked if I wanted to review one of their guitars. So I checked out their webpage and I'm like, okay, these look pretty cool. And they're very reasonable prices. And the thing that really got me is they have free shipping for guitars that are over $700. That's a nice touch. So I told them, okay, great. You guys can sponsor the video, but you don't get to see it until I release it publicly because I want to keep my opinions to myself. And they're like, cool. By the way, we're sending you our new top of the heap model that retails for $21.99 US. What? Did I hear that right? $21.99 for a guitar that's made in China? Are they out of their freaking minds? Let's be honest here. $2,200 will buy you a lot when it comes to a guitar. You can get an LTD Signature, or an Ibanez Prestige, a Strandberg Bowden, and if you're into transparent Kleenex, even a Gibson Les Paul. Remember guys, nitrocellulose helps the guitar breathe and gives you a better tone. Just don't ask anyone building those guitars to provide frequency plots detailing where and by how much. But nothing good has ever come out of China. Hold on a sec, that's pretty catchy. I'm gonna share that on my socials, give me a sec. $2,200 for any guitar isn't exactly chump change, but if you're charging $2,200 for one made in China, well, it had better be something special. Let's unbox it and have a look. So here it is, out of the box and ready to rock. Gotta say, I've been playing this thing for the last couple of hours because it is so much fun. Look at this. You guys ever see a fretboard like this before? I sure as hell haven't. Wow, that is cool. Check the back out. Like, this guitar is just freaking nuts. I don't think I've ever come across anything quite like it. Let's see how it plays. Ah, fuck! I swear I practiced this. Almost. I practiced it, yeah, but a little more practice would definitely go a long way. So yeah, I've just been evaluating this guitar for the last couple of hours, and yeah, it's pretty cool. It sits pretty great in the lap. You know, you can go this way, you can go this way, no problem. Might just scoot down the leg a little bit, maybe a bit of skateboard tape or a strap might help, that's for sure. Speaking of straps, let's go put a strap on. And let's give it the neck dive test, see what it does. So just hands-free here, jumping around. Oh, that's just perfect. Yeah, there's absolutely no neck dive to speak of whatsoever. This is just going to be super comfortable to play on stage for long periods of time. You're not going to have to worry about the guitar dropping down or anything like that. Super cool, great balance. That's something I always look for in an instrument. Ha! Yes, I actually got that note in time. All right. I just got to clean up a little bit more, but now I can actually hit that note and not miss it. So that probably has a lot to do with the playability of the guitar, not to mention, hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of practicing it. Yes, you guys who've been watching the show for any amount of time know I've been struggling with that one for a while. And just being able to get from this note here to that run, that's a bit of an accomplishment. Yes, it still needs to be cleaned up a little bit. Yes, I will work on it, but at least it's there. That's super cool. But if you want to hear what this guitar sounds like with an actual shredder, check this out. But what about clean sound, Glenn? Yes. Okay, I've read your comments. I get it. There are clean sounds in metal. Fine. Let's play a clean clip. All right, that works pretty well. Yeah, he was using the neck pickup on that. We got 3 of them here. And we've got a push-pull thingy here. Yeah, the guitar stays in tune even after whammy bar abuse. Pretty damn cool. Hey everybody, I just wanted to give a great big shout out to the 593,000 of you who watched the show last month and didn't hit the subscribe button. Bigger subscriber numbers means better videos to keep you informed and entertained. It doesn't cost money to subscribe, so treat the subscribe button like you've been treating the Reaper still evaluating button and freaking hit it already! It would be a gigantic help.
Subscribe? Why would anyone subscribe to you? You're not qualified to review anything.
All right, gotta say though, just playing it here, this guitar's pretty damn amazing. And no, I'm not gonna give this one away. I think I'm gonna keep this one because it's just freaking amazing. Cool indeed. All right, let's check out what the specs are on this thing. Let's give this thing the Spectre Sound 5-star breakdown. All right, for packaging, I'm gonna give it 4 stars. The guitar made the trip from China in good working order. No complaints other than it came with a gig bag. Now, this might possibly be the greatest gig bag I have ever seen. I mean, check this out. This is pretty impressive. But for $2,200, a hard shell case would have been a far nicer touch. There are guitars way cheaper than this one that ship with hard shell cases, so it's something K-Pro might want to take into consideration in the future. Now for setup, I gotta give them 5 stars. They asked me ahead of time before they even shipped this thing what I'm looking for, and man, did they ever deliver the goods. The action on this thing is utterly flawless. The intonation is spot on, which is more than I can say for some more expensive guitars I've had come in, which have needed a few minutes with the bridge and truss rod adjustments, shall we say. This was just set up and ready to rock right out of the package. And the fact that it shipped like that all the way from China is equally impressive. I don't think I'm gonna have to make any adjustments to this whatsoever. The last time I got a guitar that was set up this well was my Fender American Ultra Strat way back in 2020. And this is definitely on par with that. Components, 4 stars. It's nothing to complain about here. The pickups do the humbucker and single coil thing. The addition of locking tuners is simply awesome. And the tremolo, whammy bar, whatever the hell you want to call it, it's got reasonable travel. Now, you can't dive bomb it or pull back on it like you would a Floyd, so I do have to dock a couple points there. Now, the wood accents are definitely a cool touch. We've got them on the trim cover, the electronics cavity, the knobs, and even the pickup covers. So this is something new for me, so I'm not sure if these pickup covers are actual wood or there's some kind of plastic composite, but they certainly look cool. Now, I'm sure this idea is nothing new, but it's the first time I've ever had something like this come into the studio before. Fit and finish, 5 stars. This guitar is utterly flawless. Top to bottom, I can't find anything wrong with it. No scratches, no dents, no cracks in the finish, no marks on it anywhere. The fretwork is absolutely flawless as well, with nothing sticking out, and that's the first thing I look at on a new guitar. And the blue stained fretboard, gotta say, I've never seen anything like this before. Could this be actual innovation? Overall, I'm gonna give it 4.5 stars. I don't have any complaints with this. It's just not exactly what I'd call a metal guitar, but it plays great and looks unique in comparison to what else I've got in here. That, and it stays in tune even when getting abusive with the whammy bar, and that is absolutely critical in a recording studio. So my overall judgment? Cool. At $21.99, this guitar isn't exactly what I'd call cheap. It might just very well be the most expensive Chinese-made guitar I've ever had come in here. However, when you consider what you get in comparison to an American-made guitar at the same price, the value quickly becomes apparent. Now, I've had American-made guitars come in here that were more money and yet were plagued by bad paint, bad setups, and a serious lack of attention to detail. To me, it seems like the people at K-Pro have been watching the guitar market carefully and have seen an opportunity arise, and that is to beat the American manufacturers at their own game. If I were building guitars in the States, I would be terrified by guitars like this, because in technology circles, there's a saying, innovate or get the hell out of the way. I think that saying applies to guitars as well, and K-Pro just threw down the gauntlet. A Strandberg Bogan. Bogan? Blah. Fuck. Or a... Fuck. Yeah, now I fucked it. Fuck. Don't put that in the fucking edit. I screwed up. Have you ever chased a goal and gone so far off base that your finished product doesn't get the result that you were hoping for? Well, that's exactly what happened to me. Now, I'm fortunate enough that I get to do YouTube for a living, and I've got you to thank for that. The thing is, being located in Windsor, Ontario, there's not exactly a lot of fellow creators around here to bounce ideas off of. That situation has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage being I'm not tempted to copy other people's ideas. The disadvantage being I can be the victim of my own stupidity. Because I've got nobody around here to say, dude, are you sure that's such a great idea? The same thing happened to George Lucas when he was doing the prequels. He had some really great ideas, but he really needed his friends to tell him, oh, come on, George, that's really fucking stupid. So Rough Guitars reached out to me a while back about building a V and asked what I'd like for a finish, to which I replied, fucked if I know, just don't make it black, as black guitars just really don't show up that well on screen, and I've got way too many of them as it is. So they suggested blue screen blue, like the entire guitar in blue screen blue. And I'm like, okay, that sounds insane. I'm in, let's do it. And so they shipped me one of the finest playing guitars I have ever laid my hands on. And I thought, hey, let's do something hilarious here and have cartoons and images play on the guitar to coincide with whatever song I'm playing at that time. Like Beavis and Butthead, Family Guy, Pink Panther, you get the idea. Now, what I was aiming for was to make this kind of like Brad Pitt in Deadpool 2, where you only see him for like half a second as he flies into some electrical cables. Turns out, that was a really stupid idea. The #1 comment on this video was from Popcorn256.
The visual effects on this guitar are really cool, but you should stop them when you're starting to do the review. I'd like to see the actual guitar. Cheers, mate.
And with 453 likes on that comment, it was obvious that this was the overall sentiment regarding the video. In fact, the negative comments kept coming and coming. And this one from Mr. Welch 2004 really stuck out to me.
Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. That distracting effect on the guitar wears out its welcome after 10 seconds, but is on almost the whole video.
Now, the irony here is that this is exactly what I tell home engineers when it comes to over-editing musical performances. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I'd like to thank Mr. Welch for reminding me to listen to my own advice.
Such a fine line between stupid and clever.
And the other thing I'm always saying is that we're a visual species. We listen with our eyes. And not showing the guitar, well, that wasn't very bright. I work my ass off on these videos, and sometimes you get so far up your own ass, you forget that you're trying to make something for other people to enjoy. We've seen it happen in pop culture over and over and over again. Judas Priest did it with Turbo. Metallica did it with everything after the Black Album. And Disney Plus did it with almost every single show they have ever put out. Seriously, the Willow show was so bad it only lasted 2 episodes. However, the great thing about doing YouTube is that the feedback is immediate, and I'm not working with multi-million-dollar production budgets, so I can adjust my approach accordingly. I want to thank you for sticking with me through this, and I'll try to do better next time. So, by popular demand, here's the Rough V video one more time with the video effects removed. Stick around to the end because the Rough guys made a response video to my criticisms and suggestions, and I'm going to include that as well. Roll it! This guitar will crush American builders. America, seriously, what the hell are they building these days? Overpriced guitars or just overpriced crap guitars? A guitar that's made in the USA is guaranteed to be made with American apathy because nothing motivates a worker to build quality like knowing your boss makes 400 times what you make. And while America has been selling out its manufacturing base overseas in the name of never-ending profit, the builders overseas are kicking their asses. Not only in terms of build quality, but in design as well. Let's see how badly Rough Guitars from Poland kicks the ever-living crap out of the dad rock guitars of America. Ooh, it's a little hot. Now, I first encountered Rough Guitars at NAMM of 2022. They didn't have a booth or a display. All they had was a canary yellow prototype in a case. They pulled me aside and asked me to check it out, and I recall thinking, this is pretty damn cool. Now, Rough Guitars gets their name from the composite they build from, Roughane. Now, if you hit up their website, it'll give you the line, "It's an innovative composite material scientifically designed to achieve the perfect tone." Perfect tone! Really, guys, when the hell did you start building speakers? Bullshit tone claims aside, there are advantages to building with composites. It's not susceptible to humidity, you're not building from an endangered wood species, and you can build just about any shape you can think of. Now, initially they were very reluctant to send me this guitar to review because small company, big risk. And that's completely understandable. However, once I explained to them that you can indeed use a guitar in a video more than once, they sent me this Schrodinger. And upon the video release, it was so popular, it crashed their website. And it's been absolutely great to watch this company grow. Their booth at NAMM this year was very popular and looked like just about everybody dropped by to check them out. Now, sometime last year, they reached out to me and said, "Hey, Glenn, we loved the first video you did. Can we build you another guitar? What are you looking for?" And I give them the same reply I give everybody. Can you make a V? Let's check out what we got. All right, enough of my yakking. Let's see what this thing can do.
This sucks.
Yeah, me.
All right, I did that one for everybody who's always wondered why I never do edge of breakup tones, mainly because I don't have much in my repertoire, that's for sure. Remember, I'm an audio engineer first, guitar player second. My job is to get the great performances down on tape, not make the great performances. And yeah, if you're expecting that from me, I hope you have a good spare 5 to 10 years, because it's just not going to happen. Anyway, I thought we'd go check out a couple of different tones. We only got the one pickup here, but it does have a coil tap and it really does do the edge of breakup thing. I'll have a cheeseburger, onion rings, and a large orange drink. Does anybody get that reference? If you listened to the Dr. Demento show back in the 80s, you definitely will. Okay, I will say the coil tap's pretty neat. It does do the country twang thing pretty well. So yeah, if you're into like dating your cousins or driving pickup trucks, this guitar is definitely for you. And it's something that really never ceases to amaze me, all you guys who tune into a metal channel for the clean tones. Sodomy. Seriously though, let's give this thing a real run for its Texas money, shall we say. I'm gonna make a point right here before I get into any more detail. This guitar stays in tune amazing. I've been pretty brutal with it, and just the overall tuning stability is absolutely incredible. Probably the best I've seen outside of an Evertune bridge. It's really that impressive, guys. Not bad at all. Great job, Rough Guitars. Damn it, Bobby! Can't you get anything right? All right, enough of the clean stuff. I know why you guys tuned in, and that's for polka. No, seriously, you guys are here for the metal. So, yeah, let's see if we can do the metal. Wow, yeah, this really does do the metal. Actually, I'm kind of blown away by the sustain of this guitar. It's rather something else. I mean, like, sure we can do low notes and they'll go on forever. Like, seriously, but we get up here on the high notes. You can hear the gate kick in before the note dies. That's unreal. And yes, it's very easy to squawk this thing too. I'm beyond impressed with the playability of this guitar. The fretboard is just absolutely butter. Almost got that one. It's freaking close. But yeah, it's definitely getting there. Once again, guys, practice makes perfect. I'll keep practicing. Hopefully one day I'll finally get that the way I want to play it. But in the meantime, yeah, I think I'm going to be practicing a lot on this thing because it's just so nice. Now, the great thing about doing a composite guitar is not only the sustain and the tuning stabilities, you can do insane customization options. Like Exhibit A right here, like, wow. You guys are out of your freaking mind. So what do I think about this guitar after having it for about a week? Let's give this guitar the Spectre Sound 5-star breakdown. For packaging, gotta give it 5 stars. Now they shipped it in an SKB hardshell V case. Just to be clear, this case here, this retails for $249, just for the case. Nice job, guys. This thing is beyond incredible. There's nothing to complain about. This is just freaking amazing. Setup, 5 stars. Again, I've got 0 complaints. This might be one of the best playing guitars in existence. It is absolute perfection. The action is incredible with absolutely no fret buzz at all. Now, usually there's a bit of a trade-off when it comes to low action. However, I reached out to the rough guys and asked how the hell they got it so low without any buzz, and they said, it's simple. We made a pact with Satan. Now, bullshit aside, this is the cleanest sounding low action guitar I've ever played. Wow. I hope you other builders are taking note, because this is how it's done, people. Components, once again, 5 stars. It's got a Hipshot bridge. It's got a Hipshot locking tuners, and it's got a DiMarzio X2N pickup, which is apparently the highest output pickup they make. And playing it, it would certainly seem so. This thing has insane amounts of output. Like, you could probably skip the overdrive pedal for your tube amp and just use this. However, high output is kind of useless in the studio because it's ridiculously easy to control just how much signal the amp gets in here. I will take issue with DiMarzio's tone chart, however, as this tells us absolutely nothing. Yet it claims reduced treble, but it doesn't tell us what frequency and by how many decibels. This is something that is measurable, and instead of using the same standards that the rest of the world uses, DiMarzio has chosen to give us graphs measured in bullshits. Probably because pickups work on the same principle as a parametric equalizer and only boost at one frequency, and that's usually by 3 or 4 decibels. Marketing probably came up with this graph because it looks more convincing. Now, just to be clear here, this is DiMarzio's marketing, not Rough Guitars. I can't find any faults with any of the components that Rough chose. Fit and finish, 2.5 stars. Guys, I love your design. I love your take no prisoners approach. However, this guitar does have a serious problem. It's not the fretwork, that's perfect. It's not the body contours, those are fantastic. It's not the finish itself, it's flawless. Gibson, please call up these guys and maybe you too can learn how to finish a guitar properly. The problem is this. It's got just a tiny bit of neck dive. Now, this guitar comes with strap locks for a very good reason, because the guitar will fall off the strap if you don't use them. Now, the body contour on the back here puts the strap pin at the wrong angle, and it's extremely easy for the strap to come undone. How do I know this? Because the guitar fell off the strap when I stood up with it for the first time. Yeah, we almost got the world's first headless Rough guitar. Fortunately, Rough headstocks are made from stronger stuff than Gibson, and there was no damage. Whew. But this got me looking at things. The real culprit here is the body itself. The neck here is wonderful, but it's too heavy compared to the body. I love what they got going on here. There's easy access to the upper frets, but you don't need that access on the lower strings. If you look at any of my other Vs, the strap pin is way further up the neck. Most are somewhere around the 19th to 21st fret. Here, it's at the 24th. Now, the placement of that strap pin on a V is critical, as it's the fulcrum for how the guitar will balance when standing. I feel you'll have to fight with this guitar when playing it on stage. And the included strap locks are an absolute must install, but the pin here is so far back that it will dig into your body if you sit with the strap on. Now, I've got 2 more issues here. One is the placement of this strap pin because it digs into my leg if I want to sit with it. And the other issue is the placement of the output jack. Because if you don't have a right-angled cable, you can't sit with it. Not if you want to plug in the guitar anyway. A recessed jack on the top wing on the back would be a much better design idea. Now, this has to move, guys, especially with the price you're charging for this model. Like freaking today. Overall, I'm going to give this guitar 3.75 stars. This guitar could be complete perfection with a few minor tweaks and one major one. The first thing I'd suggest is adjusting the body shape to a slight offset so the top wing extends to meet the neck somewhere around the 18th or 19th fret. And then I'd get rid of the top contour around the neck joint so the strap pin can sit perpendicular to the player. Given the level of attention to detail that they put into this guitar, I'm kind of surprised that they missed this. Because right now, we've got a guitar you can't sit with or stand with. Not without taking precautions anyway. So if you're interested in getting this guitar, make sure you get a right angle cable or you're gonna be shit out of luck. Now, I really do love this guitar. It plays flawlessly. And the blue screen finish here is just way too much fun. The artwork on the back here is completely insane. And everything about this guitar is just fun. And to me, that's the whole point of playing guitar, is to have fun. Now, it's got a few flaws, but I'm not going to be too harsh with them because this is their first V. It's not like they've been building them for 66 years and still haven't figured out how to keep the finish from cracking. Be sure to go check them out at Rough Guitars. I'll have a link in the description below. They do custom orders. They've got different models you can choose from, including this absolute incredible V. And don't forget, I've got the Frick IRs up for grabs as well. They're absolutely free. Links in the description below. I'll see you guys next time. And until then, stay punchy yet warm, my friends.
Hey Glenn, we watched your movie. Thank you for the review. So we also noticed the problems you mentioned and we already fixed them. So here is the solution, just to show you. So first of all, we did kind of research on the position of the strap locks in here. So we find the position around that spot where you can put the strap lock. Also we moved the back one a little bit further so it doesn't bother you with the leg. And take a look on this right now. Plus you have the option to order the flash mounts from the Dunlop that won't bother you at all while sitting. So now you can see that there is no problem with it stays in place. Also, as of the jack input, every order from now on we will be mounting 2 jack inputs. One will be placed here for standing position and the other one will be angled around that place using the Fender style jack socket, so you will have option for playing both sitting and standing.
Hey guys, that's super cool that you're willing to make some adjustments and move the pins around and the output jack and all that stuff. Thank you so much for that. My only question is, how do I get those adjustments made to my guitar now? This guitar will destroy America! Nah, I'm just kidding. The Americans are doing a fantastic job of that all by themselves. I love America, where it's so free that the Harry Potter books get banned for being dangerous, but everybody gets a gun because nothing could possibly go wrong with that idea. I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. Chill out. I really do love America. Please get well soon. Now, my search for affordable and amazing guitars made in the good old USA continues, and I just might die of old age before that actually happens. And while I'm sure the idea of me kicking the bucket brings a smile to the faces of pickup manufacturers, Guitar World Magazine, and the entire management team at Gibson, I'm gonna do my best to find great guitars for a reasonable price and share it with you. So what happens when I increase my budget from $500 to $1,200? Well, you sure as hell can't get a Made in USA Harmony for that price anymore. Those went up to $1,349 and they're fucking hideous. However, $1,200 still will buy you a quality instrument made elsewhere, like a Fender Vintera made in Mexico, or a PRS SE made in Indonesia, or a one-of-a-kind handmade guitar crafted from 300-year-old reclaimed wood in the Czech Republic. Brand's called Lambo, and they reached out to me a while back asking if they could be on the show. The whole idea is that they make guitars from reclaimed wood, and they sent me several pictures, and I was like, cool, but where's the V's? And they were like, now that's the thing. I like V's. I've got V's from Solar, Schecter, LTD, Epiphone, Vicious, and Rough. So they took their time, did some homework, and they built me a V. And this is what I got. Now this is something altogether unique because I've never played anything like it. The body is made from a roofing crossbeam from a 300-year-old house, and the pickguard is from a 100-year-old floorboard. Now, just for a way of comparison, that's older than the oldest building here in Windsor, Ontario. It's kind of mind-blowing, to be honest. And it's cool that the wood from those buildings is being repurposed into something amazing. Let's hear what this thing can do. Now, you guys are always insisting on clean sound, so okay, great. Now, normally when I'm playing clean, I prefer to play on a neck pickup. We've only got a bridge pickup here, but it's been marked. It's got several different modes here, and of course it's upside down, so I can't read it. So we got series, split, and parallel. Let's just see what we got here. Series, split, and parallel. So a little bit difference. Oh, that's got some country twang, doesn't it? Yeah, that's a little rock and roll. So, let's see what this thing can do.
America.
Wow, actually, that wasn't half bad. That's really got a hell of a twang. I don't know. If you're a Nashville guy, this might actually be a really cool option because that really does that shit kicker twang thing. I wasn't expecting that, but wow. That being said, I don't think I'm going to go buy myself a cowboy hat and learn how to line dance any soon. That's just not quite my thing. But yeah, I mean, like if you kick that in for a little bit of gain here, I'm on the Bad Cat Link 60, by the way, and I'm going through that wonderful Harley Benton vertical greenback 2x12, just a phenomenal cap. Let's kick in maybe a bit of gain here. See what we get. Yeah, that's actually kind of a lot of fun. It's got that kind of spanky, quacky thing. There you go. Judas Priest, the Nashville Barbecue Edition. Interesting stuff. Now, the one thing on the last VR review, that was the rough V, I mentioned a couple of appointments there that were kind of pissing me off. It was a placement of the output jack and the fulcrum point where the guitar is going to balance when it's got a strap. So this is great because the output jack is sitting out of the way. So, you know, you can sit with the guitar comfortably. There's no problem. The end pin for the strap isn't digging into your leg. That's another awesome thing. And they put the balance point for the guitar a little bit further up the neck. It's sitting at about the 18th fret instead of like the 22nd fret. So there's more of the weight of the body on the right side where it needs to be. I'm always looking for good balance on guitars. And if we check it out here, like that's not going anywhere. Being that this is Lambo's first V guitar, I'd say they did a spectacular job figuring out where to put that. That's an easy thing to overlook. Good job. And even though I'm going through a Bad Cat and a Harley Benton, those are not this episode's sponsors. Today, we're being sponsored by Soundcore. Let's run the clip. Hey guys, today's episode is brought to you by Soundcore. Now, when they hit me up and said, hey, would you like to check out our new kick-ass Bluetooth speaker? I got one look at it and I said, ooh, hell yeah. Now, this has got to be the best Bluetooth speaker you're going to find for under $400 because it uses what they call Bass Up 2.0 technology, and it really delivers the goods on the bottom end. I like this because it's the kind of thing I can throw in a van with me and hit the road because I can use it for location shooting as a playback device for music videos and demonstrations. And if it gets wet while it's out in the field, no problem. It's waterproof. It's got 2 woofers, 2 tweeters, and the sound quality really blew me away. It's freaking awesome. And what's more, it is freaking loud! I measured the top volume at an average of 110 decibels. So what's the first thing I played on this? MC5's Kick Out the Jams. Seemed appropriate. And that was quickly followed up by Fu Manchu's King of the Road and then Judas Priest's Painkiller. Because if you're going to test a sound system, why not use the heavy stuff? So do me a favor, leave a comment below and tell me what song you'd play first on a Soundcore Boom 2 Plus and follow the raffle collector link and you'll be entered to win one of 3 of these. Get yours today and kick out your own jams. Let's get back to the show. Now, you guys are here for the high gain. This is a metal show after all. So I did a little homework. I thought, okay, I want to keep things fresh. I don't want to keep playing the same thing over and over and over again. I want to give you guys something new. So I dug up an old fossil from the 80s. I think all you old school metalheads are going to love, or at least get a laugh out of. See if you guys remember this one. All right. I'm gonna stop the pain right there. If you guys look that up, if you don't know what the hell that was, seriously, I'm gonna have a link for this video, I think in the description below somewhere, because I think you should check it out. It is the most unintentionally hilarious thing ever. That was a Celtic frost riff. Those guys were like one of the progenitors of the whole, extreme and black metal movement in the early 80s and whatnot. And then somewhere like around 87, 88, they got the great idea to go glam. And the song's called Cherry Orchards. Go look it up. It is hysterical. And I remember that record was out of print for a very long time, and I think it was on purpose too. I don't think those guys are very proud of that record because it didn't really work out so well for them. That's unfortunate, but thanks guys for all the wonderful memories. Yeah, I gotta say, just playing this guitar up and down the neck, it's fucking brilliant. It really is. Shall we say a little bit unsure of what they were actually going to send me, looking at the guitars, in the pictures, they're all kind of like offsets, which aren't my thing. And I'm kind of like, Strats. I'm like, I got a million Strats, build a fucking V. This thing's pretty sick. I gotta say, it's pretty damn cool. This guitar plays brilliantly. It's just so much fun. Now, if you're the kind of guitar player who gets inspired by guitar, this might be inspirational. I don't know if that's quite my thing, but hey, your mileage may vary, but it is an awful lot of fun. Now, I'm going to do one more test here because I notice I'm having a bit of a hard time grabbing those pinch harmonics on Cowboys from Hell. I'm thinking that's more the strings than the actual pickup or anything like that, because the strings just feel a little bit smoother. They put on these, this is what I got, the DR Veritas. They're not my normal SIT strings that I would play, so there might be something to that. I can't say for certain. The pickup seems plenty hot though, so I think it's fine. I'm going to do one more test here. I'm going to do the No More Tears test. I'm just going to down tune this for a sec. Ooh, a little bit tougher to pull that off on this guitar. I did nail it the second time around, but the first time, missed it completely. Again, it could be a technique thing. I am kind of thinking that's the strings that just don't quite grab like others do. Again, they're very, very smooth. I mean, not that super noisy, so yeah, there might be something there, but I'm going to do what I usually do, and as a producer, and that's blame the guitar player. He probably needs to practice more. Where'd I go put that mirror? Let's check out the specs reel. Let's give this thing the Spectre Sound 5-star breakdown. So for packaging, I gotta give it 0 stars.
Nothing!
Come on, guys, what the actual fuck were you thinking? You build an awesome guitar and then ship it in straw and bubble wrap? If you're gonna take the time to build an amazing instrument, take the time to ship it properly. Bubble wrap is not enough to protect the guitar in an international shipment. These things get thrown around. UPS loves to throw speed holes in the boxes. You need to protect the guitar properly. Now, if you take a look at the headstock, you can see it was damaged slightly from shifting around. So here's my suggestion. Even the cheapest gig bag you're gonna find on Amazon is gonna be a better choice than what you packaged it in. Add in an extra $50 to the cost and protect this properly because it's worth protecting. Use the bubble wrap around the gig bag and get rid of the straw. Or at least include a warning sticker. Unbox this outdoors because this shit is going to get everywhere. Because this was the first unboxing I've ever done on the show where I had to pull out a vacuum cleaner after the shoot. Come on, guys, your customers deserve better. Setup. 5 stars. It plays so well. It really does. The action's flawless. The intonation is flawless. And I just want to keep playing it. I think there's just a whole cool vibe around this thing. It's just freaking amazing. And here's the thing. I want to change absolutely nothing about this guitar. This is just perfection right out of the box. Well done. Fit and finish, 4 stars. This is not a relic guitar. This is something completely different. This is a guitar made from a relic, which is a really cool spin on the idea of what a guitar can be made of, because it's not pretending to be something it's not. I'm not expecting perfection here. There's knots in the woods, there's fissures and cracks and all kinds of imperfections, as I would expect from a guitar that's made from wood that's hundreds of years old, that originally was a roofing beam. Now, the important part here is that I'm finding 0 issues with the fretwork. Nothing's jumping out, everything's properly sanded, and the cutaway to access the upper frets is extremely well done. There's a couple minor gripes here. I'd like maybe this kind of rounded off a little bit because it kind of digs into the arm when you're sitting with it. And my other gripe is here, the shellacking, if you look closely at it, looks a little bit crappy where the badge is. It looks like the badge might have shifted after being glued. An alternative suggestion would be to use a stencil and paint a logo on here instead, because it will probably come out a whole lot cleaner. Components, 4 stars. DiMarzio, it's got the stuff guitarists need. I'm sure it sounds unique, different, and special, especially when you compare it to all the other humbuckers out there, but it does do the job. The hardware is Goto, and it includes a Graphtec nut, which is a personal favorite of mine. It probably would have been a little bit cooler if they included Goto locking tuners, and hopefully they'll make that an option, but the guitar's tuning stability is outstanding. I prefer locking tuners for faster string changes, so I can only hope. Overall, 3.25 stars. I think this is a killer guitar that is utterly unique. I just love playing it. I love looking at it. It's just so cool. It's got such an old school metal vibe to it. And I just absolutely am in love with this thing. You're not gonna get one of these off the shelf at your local guitar mart, because this is made by a real craftsman, and honestly, at under $1,200 US, you're gonna have a hard time finding this level of quality for that kind of price. And that's just considering all the mass-produced guitars out there. Now, if you want a custom, well, to be honest, I just don't know enough about small US builders to say either way. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend to be an expert on affordable custom guitars, because I'm not. I know what I like though, and I think this thing's fucking cool. And if it had been packaged better, it would have got a much higher score, probably somewhere around 4.25, 4.5. Fortunately though, the issues with the packaging are really easy to fix. And for what it's worth, the communication back and forth between myself and Radek the builder has been nothing short of outstanding. As long as you're fine with your Android, iPhone, TV, computer, Xbox, guitar amp, speakers, microphones, jeans, Disney toys, and Ray-Bans, all being made from countries not spelled USA, I don't think you should have a problem with a guitar being made in a small shop in the Czech Republic. And if you're in the market for something a little bit different, I'd highly recommend checking out Lamboge guitars. I think they're a killer value for the money and are a breath of fresh air in a sea of clones. You can find Lamboge on Reverb and Facebook, and I'll have links for everything in the description below. Thanks for watching. Now fuck off. YouTube took one of the best guitar reviews I've ever done and killed it dead, and I have no idea why. I work really hard to make videos that you're gonna enjoy. Days and even weeks go into making a guitar review. Evaluating the instrument, scripting, shooting unboxing sequences and B-roll, revising the script, practicing the instrument, learning new riffs to keep things fresh, revising the script yet again, shooting the video, editing, revising the edit, title, thumbnail, and then finally releasing the video. And the results of all that effort have been really paying off. You've been watching, engaging, and enjoying, and most importantly, letting me know what you think. And for that, I'm absolutely grateful. I really appreciate you commenting on the improvements, not only in the quality of videos I'm putting up, but in the guitar playing as well. I've still got a very long way to go on that front, but it's something I'm working at every single day. And lately, I've been on the search for guitars under $500 that will rock the world. Not just good guitars, but great guitars. And I found something truly outstanding with this Spectre Demon. At $499, it's what I'd call best in class for the prospective metalhead. It looks great, stays in tune, and it's really comfortable to play. So I created what is arguably one of my best guitar reviews ever, and the video took off, getting over 50,000 views in a single day. And that's still pretty rare here at Spectre Sound, and I want to thank you personally for watching it. However, on day 2, YouTube pulled the plug for not being suitable for all advertisers. Now, if you're a YouTube creator, this is pretty much a death sentence for your video. Yes, it will remain available, but it won't be recommended out to viewers anymore. And as predicted, the video pretty much flatlined right there. And I'm like, what the hell? How did my little guitar review wind up being not suitable? I just don't get it, considering what's up on YouTube that's perfectly acceptable. So naturally, I disputed it and I got a ruling by a human. It came back as denied for shocking images and bad language. Are you kidding me? I showed the Baltimore bridge collapse, something that was current in all the news and social media at the time, and I said fuck a few times, which was not in the first 30 seconds, by the way. But somehow, that's going too far? I understand, this is YouTube's sandbox, and I do have to play by their rules. It's part of the job that I signed up for. However, I'm a bit confused as to what's considered acceptable, because it certainly seems like there are double standards at play. If you do a brief search for see-through try-on haul, see what comes up. Apparently, it's perfectly fine to show off your on YouTube as long as they're behind something translucent. Make no mistake, you can see everything in those videos, but if you put a disclaimer in at the beginning how it isn't for sexual gratification, somehow that's perfectly acceptable. Oh yeah, just to be safe, I'm also censoring the word because although it might be fine to show them on YouTube, I'll probably get demonetized for daring to use that word. And what really baffles me is that Jake Paul can get 12 million views by hiring Riley Reid to give his friend a lap dance. I'm glad to see that there are no double standards at work here on YouTube, just a clear, even application of the rules for all creators. Now, I just want to be perfectly clear. I have no issue with any of this stuff on a moral level. If you're cute and you want to show off your rack and get paid for it, great. It sure beats destroying your body on an assembly line somewhere. I spent 27 years working for Chrysler, building minivans, and saw every single one of my coworkers get a permanent injury due to repetitive strain. That's not an exaggeration. Everybody got hurt sooner or later. So as far as I'm concerned, if you can make a lot of money doing adult content, go for it. Just be sure to invest that money rather than blow it on something stupid. My issue here is not with other creators. My issue is with YouTube's community guidelines, as they're about as clear as mud. Why is it that things are acceptable on a news channel or a fashion channel or a lack of clothing channel aren't acceptable elsewhere? Or that your content is at the whim of an anonymous judge that won't give you any specifics about what and where these guidelines were violated? There's no dialogue here, only you broke the rules and good luck trying to figure out what that means. So that's exactly what I did. I blurred out anything even remotely bordering on questionable, and did anything change? Of course not. So the only thing left for me to do here is to re-release the video with a new, slightly toned down intro that will be well within YouTube's community guidelines. Because this is a killer guitar at a great price and you deserve to see it. So I present to you the guitar review that YouTube did not want you to see with some slightly altered content. Dear neighbors to the south, you are my brothers. I love you, and yet I feel great sadness in my bosom because your once admirable industry of guitar craftsmanship is under threat from foreign competition. America, the land of the free that was stolen from natives and built by slaves. Whatever has happened to you? There was so much promise, so much potential with your capitalistic system. Owners created a product, sold it for a profit, and everybody benefited, especially everybody flying on Boeing aircraft. Now I've been on the lookout for affordable guitars that are gosh darn great. I want a good setup, hardware that's built to last, and a fit and finish that isn't cracked worse than the support columns of an American roller coaster. And I want it all for under $500. So I went looking for what the good old USA has to offer, and by golly, I found absolutely nothing. So I reached out to my friends at Spectre to see what they could do, and they sent me this scary guitar called the Demon. Here it is out of the box, and yeah, it's pretty damn incredible. I gotta say, I can't believe they're only charging $4.99 for this guitar. Like, wow, this is just unfucking real. Anyway, I gotta admit here, I took the guitar out of the box a few hours ago and I've just been sitting here playing it, and now my forearm's a little bit numb because I'm trying to learn a riff here and I don't know if I'm gonna get this right or not, but at least I'm going to make a valiant attempt. Here we go. Let's check out what this thing can do. Wow, that is just too much fun. And yeah, my forearm is just numb right now. So word to the wise guys, if you are practicing at home, even if you do have a cool riff you want to show off, if you're feeling pain, stop. That's what I did. I took a little break for a couple hours, came back out here, and I'm like, okay, maybe I can pull it off. Almost did. It definitely needs a little bit more finessing. I just thought a few of you guys might like that riff. What's the name of that song? Leave a comment below. I want to hear from you. Okay, so yeah, I've had it for a couple days here, and Spectre's really blown me away about this one. This is no doubt an absolute total metal machine. And of course, the first thing I always get in the comments when I do a metal guitar is like, well, what about clean sound, Glenn? Never ceases to amaze me how many times people ask for clean tones on my show, but never go to Rick Beato and say, dude, when are you going to start playing some Cannibal Corpse riffs? But for all you guys who demand the clean sound, okay, great. I'm going to play something for you. I worked on this one specifically for you. All right, almost got that one. I gotta admit, I learned that one like last night or something like that. There, some clean sounds. You happy? That's actually clean on the treble pickup, but whatever. Ooh. Wow, that actually sounds absolutely brilliant. And it doesn't even have a brand name on the pickup. It says Spectre. Oh no, that's gonna be horrible for your guitar sound. All right, enough of that shit. Anyway, if you guys are digging the sound you're hearing right now, that is my brand new Frick IR that's available for free. I've got a link in the video description. You can grab that. That's a 2-stage IR that's based around the 640 Rex Lewitt mic, which is absolutely fantastic. And I've even got a board mix that I'm going through right now. That's where I took the two impulses, mixed them through the board, and did a little bit of sweetening as well, so you guys get that authentic Neve sound. And boy, oh boy, that just does the thing, doesn't it? Once again, that's absolutely free. Follow the link in the description below and grab yourself a copy and run it in your favorite impulse response loader. All right, now, enough of my noodling around. I thought we'd get in an actual guitar player to show what this thing can really do. We've got on lead guitar, Mr. Christian Vey. Roll the clip. Yeah, I get it. He's awesome. But does he know this one? All right, okay, deep cut. Who knows what that song is?
My love for you is like a truck bouncer.
All right, I may or may not have done a little bit of homework trying to dig up a version of that song where you can actually learn the guitar riff. It is out there if you know where to look. Very cool indeed. So I've had the guitar out of the box for a few hours now, and overall first impressions are, wow, this thing really delivers the goods. I can't believe that they managed to build it for this cheap. So what exactly are you getting for your $499? Let's check out the specs. All right, it's time once again to give this guitar the Spectre Sound 5-star breakdown. So for packaging, I'm gonna give it 2.5 stars. Yes, it came in a double box, which is adequate, but disappointing. I'd say your girlfriend knows exactly what I mean, but let's face it, you're never getting a girlfriend because just like Periphery, girls don't come to your shows.
What's up? What's up? What the fuck's up, titties?
Now, for $499, I don't think including a rudimentary gig bag would be too much to ask for. The S by Solar V I reviewed a few months back included the world's cheapest gig bag. It wasn't great, but it's still better than nothing. Something along those lines would be a welcome addition here, but the guitar did arrive without issue. Setup, 5 stars. Schecter does its setups in Los Angeles. I've been to the shop, I've met the crew, and these guys take their job seriously. And it really does show here. The guitar plays absolutely beautifully. The action is about as perfect as I can ask for, and there are zero intonation issues. This is exactly what I would expect when I spend my hard-earned money. A guitar that does what it's supposed to do and doesn't require any further setups.
This is the way.
Fit and finish, 5 stars. You can spend a lot more money for a guitar that will come in far worse condition. Top to bottom, this thing is flawless. There are no scratches, dings, or cracks in the paint. I hope you're paying attention, Dave Mustaine!
Hello, me. Meet the real me.
The fret ends are smooth with nothing poking out, and it's got a tough semi-gloss finish that looks like it can take a beating. And according to all the tone word experts out there who never bothered to read Manfred Zoller's electroacoustic, this means that the guitar won't breathe properly. And somehow the sound of the guitar, which is a closed electric circuit, will be affected by this. Just don't ask how or why. Be sure to take their word for it. I mean, they're the experts. Duh!
Well, obviously nitrocellulose is superior. You can smell the improvement in tone.
Components, 4 stars. With the exception of the Graphtec Tusk Nut, which is my first choice for better tuning, most of the parts on here are Schecter brand. Now that's not necessarily a bad thing. The active humbuckers sound like, you guessed it, humbuckers. Now they don't say EMG on them, but if you've been paying attention, it's nothing to be concerned about. Bear in mind, you won't convince your dickhead friends otherwise, and they'll probably never shut up about how you need better pickups. When, not if, but when that happens, just hit them with this question. Okay, if it's gonna improve my sound, at what frequencies and by how much?
Oh no.
It's also got a 2-pneumatic bridge, and the only place I can see on this guitar with room for improvement is, to be honest, the tuners. These are the standard kind, but I'd probably want to add on some locking tuners for quicker string changes in the studio and added tuning stability. Overall, I'm gonna give this guitar 4.125 stars. At only $499 US, there is a lot to like about this guitar. It's comfortable, it plays great, and it stays in tune. Now, one of my favorite guitars here in the studio is this Schecter C1 Hellraiser, as it's a total workhorse and has wound up on more of my clients' records than any other guitar I own, simply because it's dependable. This Schecter Demon is very much cut from the same cloth. In fact, I've been referring to it as a bolt-on Hellraiser, as that seems to be the major difference. That, and the neck is slightly thinner. We're at a strange place in the guitar scene these days. If you want anything that's made in the USA, you're gonna be looking at over $1,000 with most builders. And way more than that if you don't want something that's completely fucking hideous. I've been on the lookout for something that'll fit the bill, but so far, I feel like I'll have more luck finding a live unicorn than something affordable that's been built in the States. This Schecter, on the other hand, is simply freaking awesome. That is, as long as you're okay with your guitar not being made in the USA, much like your cell phone, car, television, Ray-Bans, Nikes, Levi's, Schwinn bikes, and even the Etch-a-Sketch. This guitar offers up some serious value for your dollar. In fact, this might just be the best guitar I have ever played for under $500. It's better than my Harley Benton double cut, and it's also going to give the S by Solar V a serious run for its money. But if Schecter's listening, hey guys, it'd be really cool if you could do a guitar like this in a V. Now, I sincerely hope that the bosses responsible for American guitar companies are paying attention to what's going on. You guys are getting your asses kicked by your competitors who build better quality instruments at lower prices. Let me say this crystal clear so even you boneheads in charge can understand. It's not the workers' fault, and it's not their wages either. If you really want to find the source of the problem, go look in a fucking mirror. All right, I just want to say thank you for watching the re-release of this video. If you stuck around to the ending here, I want to make it worth your while. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give away this guitar to somebody out there in the world. I want to ship it to you. All you got to do is follow the link in the description below. Sign up for the Rafflecopter. Follow me on Instagram, Facebook, all that kind of stuff. I think my X link is still up there. I don't really use it that much. But anyway, Instagram's there for sure. And of course, subscribe to the show on YouTube. And one of you guys is going to get drawn as the winner of this, and I'd be more than happy to send it to you out there somewhere. Anyway, thanks again for all your support, guys. I'll see you next time. Got a lot more cool guitar reviews coming up and much more recording tutorials as well. And to all you people coming in brand new, hey, stick around. It's going to be an interesting ride.
I can't go near Uncle Paul Reed Smith's house anymore since the restraining order.
Hardware that's... that looks like it can take... Ah, fuck. Hardware that's built to last, and motherfucker, it skipped. Again, god damn, let me pull that back. Simply because it's... Oh, fuck. I want a great setup. God fucking damn it! Why can't America build an affordable guitar? One word: greed. Once upon a time, buying a quality guitar meant buying guitars bearing the labels Gibson or Fender. Guitars from overseas, especially Asia, were of questionable quality at best. If you bought American, that meant you got a quality instrument at a reasonable price. However, over the last 30 years, we've invented the internet, smartphones, wind turbines, and even mapped the human genome. And guitar manufacturing technology has leapt forward in that time as well. Suddenly, manufacturers from all around the world are building amazing guitars for super affordable prices. And American builders are set to be demolished by the competition. That's competition that rewards its employees. Just look at this. Singapore Airlines paid its staff an extra 8 months of salary after posting record profits. When's the last time you heard of an American company giving out that kind of bonus to the people doing the actual work? Yeah, somehow I think I missed the headlines about Gibson handing out massive profit-sharing checks to their employees. Yeah, right. Like the company that moved out of Michigan to Tennessee to take advantage of shittier labor laws is ever going to do that. I must be out of my mind even thinking of it. And these days, if you're rich enough to buy an American-made guitar, you better buckle your seatbelts because they're about as affordable as a month's rent in Manhattan. And that's fine if you're looking to buy something to hang on the wall as an investment. But what about the rest of us? Those of us who actually want to play a guitar rather than just look at it for a few years and then sell it for a profit. Truth is, I've been on the hunt for an affordable made in the USA guitar for months now, and the search is not going well. Even the most affordable butt-ass Harmony has jumped up in price to $1,299. Seriously, if you spend that kind of money on this beauty, please have your eyesight checked. Meanwhile, there are so many amazing guitars available for under $500. S by Solar. Ooh, wow, look at that. Harley Benton. No, not that Harley Benton, this one! Fuck's sake, sis! And of course, there's Spectre. Let's see what they can do for only $399. Okay, I am finally getting around to shooting this damn thing. It is out of the box. I've been warming up all morning. It's now 12:05, and you know, the thing is, it never ceases to amaze me how much preparation I do ahead of time, how much warming up I do, how much I go through before I finally say, okay, I'm ready. As soon as I hit that record button, all that preparation goes right out the fucking window. It's something I'm struggling with every day and trying to get over, but you know, I'm sure a lot of you guys are dealing with exactly the same thing. I guess the only thing we can do collectively is just keep trying. Once again, I must remind you guys that this guitar is meant for beginners. You know, it's pretty sick, honestly. It plays really nice. I mean, let me crank this thing up here and play you exactly what I mean. Hey, that's what's going on. Oh, okay, yeah, all you guys are like, what about clean sounds? There you go. There's your fucking clean sound. Good luck getting that melody out of your head for the rest of the day. I can't sing like that, and I gotta blame my wife for that. She was doing some gardening, and I made the mistake of buying her a Bluetooth speaker, and that was on her playlist, and that came up. I'm like, oh fuck, I'm never gonna get that song out of my head. So there you go. Keep asking for clean sounds. Next time it's gonna be Baby Shark. I fucking swear. Okay, one minor gripe with this guitar. Placement of the pickup switch, I'd rather have down here somewhere. It's just kind of a little bit too close for comfort, actually. Now, I am going to get to the heavy stuff eventually. I don't know what you guys are dialing in for, but I mean, like, I am going through the Bad Cat Lynx 60. We're going to take a look at the signal chain in just a minute here. It's really cool. I think you guys are going to dig it. But just been messing around with some stoner rock riffs and learned this yesterday, and I thought that actually sounded pretty good with this setup on the neck pickup. You can really dig into it and whatnot. It does the thing, but once again, I hit that pickup switch, so I gotta have to dock it a couple points there. But honestly, I've got absolutely no problem with this guitar at all. Just in terms of playability, this guitar plays absolutely fantastic. So what's it all about? Let's check out the specs reel. All right, now I know why you guys are really here. You came for the heavies. This is a metal show after all, and can this thing deliver the goods? Well, hey, you tell me. Yeah, I think this guitar delivers the goods. I'm very, very, very impressed with what we got here. Like, yeah, there's no issues at all with the playability, with the sound or whatnot. Yeah, for $399, yeah, not freaking bad. Now, if you guys are curious about the tone I'm getting here, that is the Bad Cat Lynx amp going into some Mojotone speakers. Let's take a look at that right now. All right, guys, today's video is brought to you by Mojotone, because life's too short to spend it playing through the exact same speaker everybody else is playing through. Wonder which one that could possibly be. Now, Mojotone's got some truly amazing stuff, including the BV25M, the Watchtower, which I'm recording this episode with, and my personal favorite, the BV30H. Now, what's more is they've got the brand new super low weight BV60N British Neo. And I've got that loaded in the Mojotone's Slam 2x12, and it sounds like this. Now, the best part is these speakers only weigh 4.9 pounds each. So if you're a gigging musician and you don't want to lug a heavy cab around, the British Neo are a serious option. That and the cab doubles as a floor wedge. Hey, great idea. I could have used that about 30 freaking years ago. Now, Mojotone has become my first choice for guitar speakers in the studio because they have the rarest of all things in modern metal, their own sound. And what's more, they're priced to compete with what's out there, and in some cases are even cheaper. So go check them out at mojotone.com and give your guitar sound a major upgrade. All right, let's get back to the show. This guitar is an awful lot of fun to play. It's quite comfortable. It really doesn't leave me wanting anything, honestly. If a client came in with this into the studio, I don't think I'd have an issue with it. Yes, I've got guitars that are more expensive, but expensive doesn't always mean better, especially these days when it comes to electric guitars. Some of the lower price models are just simply phenomenal, and this I think is definitely a contender, that's for sure. All right, that one needs a little bit of work. Gotta give a great big shout out to my good friend Henning Pauly for showing me that little exercise. That's something I need to work on up and down the neck just to get things working a little bit better, so I can, improvise and things won't sound like absolute dog shit. Henning is a master level guitar player as well as a world-class song arranger. You wouldn't know it by looking at him, but he's actually got quite a lot going upstairs. And if you want to get into some really in-depth reviews, I'd recommend checking out his channel. He goes way deeper than just about anybody else. That is with his equipment reviews, you fucking degenerates. Anyway, yeah, go check out Henning's show. He's got a lot of interesting stuff going on. The guy's a hell of a teacher, too. I'll say that. Let's see if this guitar can do the thing, or better yet, let's see if Glenn can actually play the thing. Ha! Almost there. I just got to get that, just got a little too much gap time there from down here to up here, but it's getting closer and closer and closer. Perseverance is the key, guys. If you're struggling with your guitar playing, hey, exhibit A right here. All you got to do is put in the time and eventually you'll get it. All right, anyway, yeah, some more information about the guitar sound. Now, I've got this rig mic'd up with my first choice in guitar mics, and that is the Lewitt 640 Rex. It's a dual element mic designed for kick drum, actually, but it's become my secret weapon guitar mic. One capsule is dynamic and the other is a condenser, and they're perfectly in phase, which means if you're used to using separate mics and tweaking them endlessly to get them lined up properly, this solves that problem. Just set the mic up and go. Pull your faders up and you're in business. The 640 Rex takes the guesswork out of things so you can concentrate on getting great performances rather than worry about phase alignment, and the mic really delivers the goods. Let me show you what I mean. And Lewitt just released a couple of really cool things for the home recording musician. First up, the Connect to interface. I reviewed it a couple of weeks ago and it makes recording easy with several automated modes that let you get your levels without having to learn engineering. And they've also got the brand new Ray microphone, which adjusts gain according to your distance from the mic. In fact, I'm using the mic right now. You can even set it up to switch off when you're outside the mic's sweet spot, and I can't wait to try it out on some explainer videos when I'm at the desktop over here. Now, what's more is I'm going to give both of these away as a home recording starter pack to one of you guys out there. The giveaway is available to anybody in the world, so if you win it, we're going to ship it to you. All you got to do is follow the link in the description below and sign up. All right, let's get back to it. So we're back. Before we jump into the 5-star breakdown, I thought I'd give this thing one last test. Let's see if it can do the no more tears thing. Yeah, it absolutely does the squeal thing. That is super cool. So what are we actually getting for our hard-earned $399? Let's give this guitar, the Spectre Sound, 5-star breakdown. Okay, so for packaging, I'm gonna give it 3 stars. It came in a double box. There's nothing really to complain about, but I'm probably being spoiled by all the Schecters that have come in those amazing hard shell cases. The box arrived with none of the signature UPS speed holes, and the guitar was well protected, so really, what more do you need? Seriously, I've got no complaints, but there's no frills either. Setup, 4 stars. Now, Spectre does all of their setups in Los Angeles, and they've got a great crew doing the work. I've never had a single complaint with any of their setups. They've all been fantastic, and this Plus here is no exception. Top to bottom, this guitar plays absolutely great. I think I just might want to take the action down ever so slightly, but I'm just being super nitpicky at this point because most of the guitars that have come in here that have been Spectres have just been completely flawless. I haven't wanted to change anything. This felt just a teeny bit high, and I do mean just a slight bit. Fit and finish, 4.5 stars. This is the one spot where Spectre always gets it right, and they almost got this one perfect. If I were to really nitpick, the satin finish on the back of the neck here feels just a bit rough near the first fret. Somebody probably could have spent an extra minute or two sanding here. There's also a small spot where the stain isn't even at the second fret. Other than that, it's great. There's no frets poking out, like the fretwork is just beautiful here. There's no scratches, there's no dings, there's no flaws anywhere, which is exactly what I've come to expect from Spectre. Components, 3 stars. Now these are all Spectre branded components. There's nothing to complain about, but they're not exceptional either. On the slightly more expensive Demon model, it comes with active humbuckers and a Graphtec tusk nut. On this guitar, we've got passives, which are perfectly fine, and we've got a regular graphite nut, and that's the one disappointment because Graphtec nuts make for a guitar that stays in tune longer and is easier to tune. This guitar is aimed at the beginner guitarist, so making tuning easier would have been the obvious choice. If they had to add an extra $25 onto the cost of this guitar to include a Graphtec, it would probably be worth it in my book. So what's the bottom line here? What's the overall rating? 3.6 stars. At $399, I think this is a great entry-level guitar. It plays great, it feels great, hell, it even looks great, especially when you compare it to a Harmony, which looks like it was clubbed to death with an ugly stick. This is the kind of guitar I would definitely give as a gift to a young person who wants to learn how to play. Now, with that being said, I am going to give this guitar away in a couple weeks. Make sure you subscribe to the show so you get notified when that video drops. But in this episode here, we're doing the limit giveaway, so make sure you follow the link in the description below. But the question remains, is this Spectre's best guitar for under $500? No. That title goes to the Spectre Demon 6, which is basically a bolt-on Hellraiser. This guitar is an absolute monster, and I already released a video for it, and you can watch it right here. This Spectre Plus is good, but the Demon is a little bit better. My advice is spend the extra $100 and get something that's truly awesome. That's all I got for you today. Now fuck off. 1 word. 2 words. Buying guitars. Fuck's sake. As a month's rent man. Fuck! Yummy. It's New Guitar Day! New Guitar Day! Holy fuck, it's New Guitar Day! I fucking love New Guitar Day! Let's see what the magical guitar unicorn brought us today. Ooh, it's a big box that says solar on it. So the magical guitar unicorn dropped this off a few weeks ago, and it's just been sitting here and it's been play with me. And I haven't had time because I've had all this other shit to do. And I've just been getting ready to go to NAMM, and I got date night with the wife in about 3 hours, so I got to get this done and out of the way. Sorry to Matt last minute up there, Ola, but hey, at least it's getting done because I'm not going to be able to do content for the next couple weeks, so, you know, just scramble to get it done. Well, if you guys are wondering why I'm talking about the magical guitar unicorn, well, so many of you guitar players believe in absolute bullshit. I thought I'd try and incorporate some into my show.
If you polish a unicorn horn long enough, it gives you magical unicorn mayonnaise. That's what I use to make these sandwiches.
So just remember that every time you unbox a guitar. Speaking of unboxing, let's see what we get. Oh, the guitar is wrapped. Fuck. Yeah, we get a magical guitar. Not so magical guitar. Trying to do this one-handed without setting the guitar down. That's interesting. Because I don't want to do that. Because this guitar is pointy. Those are the best kind of guitars. Not the ones that look like they came off a coffee table, but the pointy guitars, the metal guitars. You know, the ones that real men play. And I'm not talking about the old fossils who live at the old folks' home either. I'm talking about, you know, hip, upcoming, awesome metal players. Yeah. Ooh, look at that. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, check out that bitchin' red headstock with the reverse tuners. And doesn't have locking tuners. Boo! What the fuck, Ola? Come on, 21st century. Where are the fucking locking tuners? Okay, what do we got here? This is One of those red ones. Ooh, that actually sits really nice. That's very similar to my red Cannibalismo Flying V, except it doesn't have the Cannibalismo style tuner, so that kind of surprised me that there's no locking tuners on this thing. But this is definitely the Solar Type X-Type. Not quite an Explorer, it's a little bit too metal for that. Got that lovely beveled edge right there. Oh, that sounds great. Hey, you know what? Let's plug it in and see what we get. Oh, boo! What's up with that? Why is the output jack here? I mean, like, what the fuck? Did anybody think about this for a sec? Now I gotta go get a right-angled cable. Like, seriously, guys? Hold on. Be right back. Gotta go dig up a right-angled cable. The bad news said that the problem with making rock history is it always takes 6 hours to get the drums set up. The other problem with making rock history is some silly twit put the fucking output jack in the wrong spot. What the fuck, guys? Okay, here we go, though. I want to thank my friends at Tsunami Cables for sending this to me. You know, they were trying to get me to try out their cable last year. Like, hey, check out our cable. And I'm like, it's fucking cable. Doesn't have any magical properties. They're like, but check it out anyway. And I'm like, no. And they still sent me some shit. And I'm like, okay, cool. Well, Tsunami, okay, you guys were smart enough to put a right angle jack for the guitar. So cable. So that's great because this is actually going to come in handy now because, I said, somebody shit the bed there when it came to it. Hey, where should we put the output jack on this thing? Let's see what we got here. I thought it sounded a little dark. Let's put it on the right pickup, stupid. Woo! Yeah, might need just a slight tuning. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, cool. Wow. You know what? First impressions, real comfortable to sit with once you get a proper cable in place. Hey, what's this button do? Oh, push pull. Let's see what this does, if anything. Still gotta get it in tune. It's still a little wonky with the tuning. That's fine. The guitar's settling. It probably hasn't been played in a month or two, so you know, it is what it is. So it's just gonna kind of settle there for a sec. Okay, first impressions out of the box though. Fretwork seems decent. Anything up here? No? Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, the fretwork's good. It looks like somebody sanded it down and took some care. I've definitely seen better, but there's no complaints there. This is a fine fret job here. Yeah, the sanding's good. I've definitely no complaints there. Okay, no problem at all. Interesting look on the pickups. I have no idea what the fuck that is there. Like a couple little extra dots. These are Duncan Solars. Aside from output, they're not going to make a giant difference from any other humbucker you're going to play, especially when you start adding gain to your tone. If anybody claims otherwise, they are completely full of shit. Just ask for an AB recording. That's the real trick. And make sure they use the same strings. Oh, I changed my pickups and my guitar sounds so much better. Yes, you changed the strings at the same time, you fucking halfwit. Lots of tuning. Guitar squids like a motherfucker, that's for get some tuning figured out here. Maybe just stretch these guys out a little bit. And that's the thing. I bring up the pickup issue because, you know, the last guitar I reviewed was for Spectre. And so he said, well, you said this guitar sounds so much better than your other ones. I'm like, no, I fucking didn't. I never did. All I said it was look cool and it played good. And really, when you're playing a modern guitar, that is all you need to be concerned about is, does it look cool? Does it play well? That's the two deciding factors. Tone is in the speaker. After extensive research and numerous examples of that principle and showing that in practice, tone is most definitely in the speaker, especially when it comes to distorted guitar sounds. The most important factor is going to be your speaker and then your amp, or your preamp in this case, which is, I've got the Northern Muller here, so I can just show that off to you guys as well, because that's a nice little grind kind of sound for it, and I figured this would be a good match. Cool. Yeah, actually plays pretty decent. Still feels just maybe a little bit not broken in. That's fine. Could probably use a little bit of string lubricant. That's all cool. Okay, so what do I like about this right out the get-go? I love the neck joint. This feels pretty good. I was a little concerned it might be a little thick here. Let me see if I can flip that over this side. Like, it's a big fucking neck joint. This looks to be glued in, so no issues there. I got no problem with that there. There's a nice bevel here, so it's quite comfortable to get up here. No problem getting to the higher frets. Looks to be a 21 fret model. Okay, that's a little bit shorter neck than I'm used to playing. That's what she said. Yeah, sure. Anyway, sits really good in the lap. Like I said, I love the bevels here. This is great. The jack is in the wrong spot though. I'd much prefer the jack coming out the front here or something like this. Or just down a little bit. But then again, I'm sure Solar has had to deal with a lot of people complaining from the V line of things, that their output jack can actually bag you. I'm like, that's a real hazard of playing a Solar V standing up. You'd better wear a cup, that's for sure. This one isn't going to be that problem, but you're going to definitely need a right angle cable to sit with it, which is kind of a shame because it actually feels really comfortable. Now, I don't see any evidence of any cracking neck here. I'm seeing a slight indent at the inlay here, so that might be a tooling mark. That's about the only flaw I can see right here. It's not flawless, that's for sure, but it's not horribly defective, not kind of like certain other guitars I've had come in here with premium price tags and not quite so premium finish work. That's for sure. Like I said, I think the lack of locking tuners are a bit of a disappointment, but that's about so far the only gripe I've got. Well, that and the output jack. Other than that, seems to be a pretty good playing guitar. Now, as for the actual setup, let's see what we got here. Like I said, the tuning stability, probably needs new strings, I would think. It's just kind of going out ever so slightly. Might not be the optimum strings for this instrument. It's definitely easy to play it expressively. There's no question about that. The tuning stability, like I said, I'm not quite certain about right out of the gate. Like I said, I might want to throw some better strings on here and see what we get. Action feels just a touch on the high side. It's probably a slight neck adjustment would probably help just bring the decrease the amount of relief, as all the guitar nerds want to put it. Well, actually, you're not changing the action, you're changing the relief. Yes, okay, we are changing the string height by changing the bow in the neck. There, you fucking happy? Okay, did I explain it correctly? Okay, feel free to leave a comment below and explain how I got that wrong. Yeah, nothing's ever stopped you guys from saying that before, that's for sure. Now, let's see here. What does the other pickup do? Yeah, definitely does the neck pickup thing. No question about that whatsoever. Now, does it do clean? I was gonna be, Glenn, does the guitar do clean? Well, let's find out. Yep, okay, it does pretty good on cleans, but hey, let's face it, this is a metal production, so if you want clean guitars, go somewhere else. All right, I really like this thing. It plays really well. How does it do the metal? Yeah, I gotta say, it's really cool because it sits great in classical position, just like this. The neck is exactly where you need it to be. And honestly, if it starts getting away from you, it can just counterbalance it with this wing. So that's actually pretty neat. Cool indeed. Okay, that actually plays really good. Seems to be stabilizing with the tuning a little bit. I think it just needs to acclimatize, warm up, because my other room was a little bit cold. And yeah, probably the guitar was tuned up a little bit higher. I got it tuned down to a D right now. The wood's probably adjusting, all that good stuff, that's for sure. Anyway, let's check out the specs on this thing. Okay, so the Solar X. This comes in the red open pore matte. The material body is Sungaki, and is a Tune-o-matic string through bridge. It comes with Dunker Solar Plus pickups. Like I said, guys, doesn't fucking matter. Comes with a three-way switch and a pull toggle for a coil split. It comes with an ebony fretboard. It's a 24.75 scale. It comes with 22 super jumbo frets, not 24. My mistake. Has side dots for easy viewing where the hell you are on the neck, C-shaped neck, and a graphite nut. And the Solar X part of the model I have goes for $9.99. Plus, they have options for Floyd roses and various finishes as well. I'd highly recommend checking out the Solar site in the link description below for more details. All right, now it is time for the Spectre Sound 5-star breakdown. Let's see what this guitar is all about. Here's my initial out-of-the-box judgments. So for fit and finish, I give it a 4-star. It's pretty damn good. I'm seeing a bit of a slight, maybe, I don't know if you could call that a defect. There's definitely a line at the joint here, but this is a neck through the body. That's a glue thing. I think they could have maybe sanded that down a little bit more before they put the finish on. There is no real problem with the frets to speak of. Like I said, the only other flaw I could find was maybe a slight indent where the Solar logo was, but that's about all I could find wrong with this guitar. This is pretty damn sweet right out of the box. I've definitely gotten far worse fit and finish from guitars that cost far more than this. That's for sure. Now, for components, I'm going to give it a 3.5, mainly because of the lack of locking tuners here. I think that's a fucking omission. Locking tuners should just be fucking standard for this kind of a guitar. Don't have a problem with the pickups or the bridge and whatnot. That's all fine. You know, the push-pull action, that's great. But the lack of locking tuners, no. Just stop that, Ola! Seriously, put locking tuners on your guitar. Seriously, we'll pay more for them. Trust me, like an extra $50 on top of the guitar for locking tuners. Yes, that is a trade worth making happen. For comfort and playability, I've got to give it a 3.5, mainly for 2 points here. The action was a tiny bit on the high side. That's going to take a little while to adjust. I've definitely had other guitars come out of the box that were set up just a little bit better. The output jack here is that's unforgivable. That should come out of the front of the guitar here, maybe on a recessed jack or something like that. I would much rather see that. That way it is well out of the way of your legs and your wedding tackle and all that kind of stuff. You don't have to worry about hitting anything, or it's not rubbing up against your leg in an unpleasant fashion. All that kind of stuff. I mean, yeah, put a recessed jack there. Again, I think that's something most guitar players would probably want to pay extra for come stock than have to deal with this. That's, I just absolutely hate it when guitars have an output jack there. It's literally the line 6 of output jack designs. Packaging, I gotta give it a 5. Like the case this thing came in, wow, this is impressive. Like, damn, that is just huge. That's what she said. But, you know, that's a beautiful fucking hard shell case we got here. We got, you know, ooh, we've even got goodies that came with it. I didn't even see this. Silica gel. Okay, bass players, don't eat this stuff, please. But we got tools. We've got instructions on how to operate the lock. That's when the bass players finally do learn how to read. Yeah, cool stuff. Yeah, we've got a couple of adjustment tools, truss rod adjuster, that kind of stuff, which is probably what I'm going to have to pull out, that's for sure. But yeah, this case is just massive, but you know, this is the thing. This is an oddball shaped guitar. So if you're going to be doing public transport or anything like that, yeah, the hard shell case makes a lot of sense. Okay, so here's my overall judgment on this. I'm going to give this 4 out of 5 stars. I think it's a pretty damn decent guitar. Wow, hold the phone. Almost forgot to try the strap test. So now that I got a strap on, let's see what this thing does. Let's see if it has neck dive. Pretty good balance here. I got to say, that's impressive. That's not, you know, I thought it was going to be neck heavy. But it seems to recover pretty well. So that's actually great. No problems there. So yes, I'm going to say 4 out of 5 stars for this guitar. The price is reasonable. Everything seems to be very, very reasonable for this. I mean, like, it's not super expensive. It's not break the bank expensive. It's not exactly cheap either. But I think they've got a fine instrument here. Like I said, I think I want to do a little bit of work to this, but it's not going to take a whole lot to get this into the most comfortable kind of playing shape that I like. That's for sure. Your mileage may vary, of course, but I'd highly recommend checking things out over at the Solar website. Anyway, I'm going to outro here with just a little bit of the Mahler going on here because this pedal's just, oh, so much fun. If you guys are wondering what the magical unicorn... Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome back to another episode of Fearless Gear Reviews. This is my independently funded show where I go and make the purchase so you don't have to. Now, this one's kind of exciting. I'm really looking forward to trying this one out. I've got in this, no, unfortunately not an ESP. I've got an LTD Aero 1000 or something like that. I saw these on display at the NAMM show. I thought, wow, that's fucking cool. I would love to put one of these on the show. I mean, I did the Epiphone V review there a couple weeks back, and this was a fantastic guitar. And the LTDs, kind of in the same price range. This one's a little bit more money, but it also has a Floyd Rose and some EMGs, which is definitely kind of my speed. At least the EMGs are. I used to love Floyds back in the 80s, but I grew to hate them as I owned a studio because you just spend so much time getting them set up because your clients can never bring in a fucking guitar set up properly for the tuning that they're using on their strings. Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, hours later. This is why when you run a studio recording local metal bands, you always charge by the fucking hour. Because you're going to spend hours and hours and hours setting up the guitars for the dum-dums who couldn't do it ahead of time. Anyway, where's my knife? Now, you guys know how much I love messing with the guitars once I pull them out of the box and get them set up to play correctly. Hopefully, ESP will be a little bit different than what I've been getting lately, and this guitar will be set up to play right out of the box. Again, I'm going to have to check how the Floyd's set and the intonation and all that stuff. Oh boy, really looking forward to that. But in the meantime, let's pull it out of the box here and see what we get. I'm dying to pull this out of the box. Spent the last 2 days in the studio editing and stuff. Okay, do not use blades to open. Good idea. Let's not scratch the guitar up. Okay, this is a good sign right here. If we can check out here. This is foam, not cardboard, so it's much better protected. And, ooh, we get a Grover sign. Oh, finest machine heads. But it's got a Floyd, so I doubt it's got locking tuners. I haven't seen that. I'm sure it's got the actual locking nut instead. All right, let's see what you get. Now, I got this in this purple color. Whatever the hell it was called. Metallic something or other. Let's see how it looks. I like the look of that headstock already. I'm looking on the monitor over there. I was like, ooh, that's pretty. Check that out. Now this. Ooh, wow. That is a serious metal machine right there. Look at that. Ooh, this is nasty looking. That is sweet. Look at that I don't know, that tooth, I don't know, the cut there. That is really cool. It's got this wild metallic purple look. Magenta, isn't it? I don't know what the fuck this is called. I'll have to look it up again. Let's see if it's in tune. Pretty close, pretty close. Floyd looks to be at least set properly. Wow, this is really cool. If you turn it in the light, it's pink, it's purple, it's blue. It does all kinds of things in the light. That's really fucking neat. So yeah, we got 24 frets here and designed by ESP. Made in Korea. Okay, now that's the thing. I talked to the guys at LTD Guitars at NAMM, and I asked them flat out, I mean, like, are your guitars made in the same factory as Spectre? And they said yes. I think it's World Music does a lot of contract work for a lot of different brands. I mean, like, you see that in all kinds of industries. We certainly saw it at Chrysler, because on the line there, we did the Volkswagen Routons. We also did the Lancias. And I was responsible for doing the left-hand drive vans, where I'd have to chase them down the line and whatnot. That was an interesting couple of years working on those. But I digress. This is absolutely sick looking. Just a quick inspection of the finish. Oh, we got some nastiness. Nope, that's just some glue. Yeah, you can see some crud here that just needs to be cleaned off. And yeah, that'll probably come right off some Goo Gone or something like that. We'll see. Other than that, the neck joint is pretty much flawless. I can see a slight indent in the finish, but it certainly hasn't come through in the clear coat or anything like that. So yeah, we're not bad at all. Oh yeah, so the paint job here is called Violet Andromeda, and I gotta say that looks absolutely gorgeous. It does all kinds of weird things depending on how you're looking at it. Once again, we've got the EMG 81 and 85 set right here. There's no pull. There's no tone knob either, which is great because I never use a tone knob. Action doesn't feel too bad right out of the box. Probably just needs, you know, maybe a bit of a fine tuning and should be good to go. Feels pretty good between the 1st and the 12th. I'm thinking the action can come down just a notch over the 12th. And with the Floyd, that's really simple. All you need is one slight adjustment right here with an Allen key, and you should be good to go. All right, that's my initial impression on this thing. Let's plug it in and see what it can do. Wow, is this thing ever amazing? I've had this guitar out of the box for the last few days and I am in love. Oh man, wow, this might be the absolute best guitar I have played since my 89 Washburn 29 fret that I've still got down in the basement and I pull out once in a while. This thing is just freaking next level. I'm completely blown away. I love the neck shape. It's very comfortable to play. I love the easy access to the upper frets here. There's no problem whatsoever. And I absolutely love how the body is cut out here for sitting. Look at this. This just sits right on your leg. Now, granted, I mean, I don't think they cut this out for somebody with legs quite as fat as mine, so it is kind of digging in ever so slightly, but it's nothing I can't get used to or nothing that couldn't be fixed by running a couple thousand laps. I mean, let's be honest here. As far as V's go in sitting position, yeah, this just takes the cake. This is so much more comfortable than the Gibson or the Epiphone that I just reviewed recently, and honestly, I gotta say it trounces both of them in terms of just how the neck feels and the overall playability. Yeah, LTD, you guys knocked it out of the park with this. I can't believe this is your quote-unquote affordable brand. I mean, like, it's the ESP guitar company from Los Angeles. I mean, like, they're absolute legends when it comes to metal guitars with good reason. Now, this thing, you guys know how big of a fan I am of the Spectre stuff. My C1 Hellraiser that I bought back in 2007 is the guitar that has got the most use out of anything in my studio on Clients Records, just because it's rock solid tuning stability and playability and overall just reliability. In the studio, you don't have to sit there and retune it 10,000 times like you would a much more expensive Gibson. And this is no exception. The tuning stability on this thing is absolutely fucking rock solid. Let me show you what I mean. check that out. Yeah, that's just super rock solid. The only thing I'm going to run into an issue with, because it's got a Floyd Rose system, is if I want to drop D this thing, doesn't quite get that low, so it looks like I'm gonna have to break out the tools and open up the lock nut and get that figured out. So not only is this thing an absolute shred monster, but it's also just amazing for tight rhythm playing. Wow! I am absolutely in love with this guitar. You know, this is the thing, a bunch of you guys were asking me, hey, you know, what happened to the Mustaine V? What happened to the Mustaine V? Did you send it back? No, I actually sold it. I found a buyer who was willing to put up with the flawed finish because, you know, it said Gibson on the headstock. And I'm like, okay, great. You know, really nice guy. I hope he really enjoys the guitar. Like, the Mustaine V played great. Don't get me wrong. I was just very upset with the finish. This is absolutely flawless. I gotta say, I'm kind of in love with the paint job here. It's like blue, it's purple, it's pink. It does all kinds of weird things in the different light. It's got one of those really cool automotive finishes on it. So, you know, great job on this. I remember a friend of mine back in the 80s, he had a BC Rich Warlock with this kind of paint, and we all thought it was kind of neat because it did really weird things in the sunlight and stuff. I haven't seen this since, so pretty damn cool. Personally, though, I don't know, Violet Andromeda, I think Purple Nurple would have been a much better title for the paint job, but that's just me. Yeah. Got to tighten that one up a little bit. That's not quite ready for prime time. But yeah, I got to say, I've been playing this guitar like crazy just because I'm enjoying it so much. Now, that is the thing. I do not regret selling that Mustaine V. In my opinion, this was a far better investment. It was about half the price. It is in flawless condition, and it also comes with a 3-piece maple neck. The neck shape is a thin U. The neck joint it's a neck through body, so no problems with bolt-ons or any of that crap there. 12-inch radius. The fingerboard is Macassar Ebony, however the hell you pronounce that. It's got the pearl-edged shark fins, and yeah, I can't see any flaws in the inlays at all, unlike the problem Trogley ran into when he got his guitar. It didn't look like the inlays were set correctly, and it was missing a bit of a chunk, which was really disappointing considering the kind of money Gibson was charging for that Mustaine V. I got the shit paint job, he got the crap inlays. I'm like, come on, Gibson, step the fuck up. If you're gonna charge that much money for a guitar, do the right thing and fucking get it right and inspect it before it gets out of the fucking plant. Otherwise, it's just kind of embarrassing. We got 24 jumbo frets, and the scale is 25.5 inches, which is the exact same scale that the Mustaine V was, that I really liked and I thought played a little bit better than the Epiphone V I had on the show there a little while back. We've, of course, got a Floyd Rose, and we've got Grover tuners. I mean, like, although the Grovers are kind of a moot point in my opinion because we've got locking tuners, or lock nut right here, but it's also got the classic EMG 8185 set, which is perfect for thrash. Now, I know a lot of people kind of look down their noses at EMGs these days, which kind of surprised me because I think they're pretty snarly. I think they're pretty great. They've always sounded good to me. I mean, like Fishman might have been a good option too. Maybe LTD could make that a user option in the future, but I'm really not complaining about the pickups. Also like the fact there's just one volume knob and a switch. That's it. As a guitar player, I never, ever, ever adjust my tone knobs ever. I think they just kind of get in the way. And even on my Charbonneau custom I had make a couple years ago, I had dual volume knobs with no tone knobs at all. The volume knob is in a great position here, so you can do swells. Or it swells really badly in my case, but I mean, like, yeah, if you're a volume swell player, it's in a really good space. You can, just anchor your hand on the Floyd and away you go. Now, this is the thing. I've got kind of a love-hate relationship with the Floyd Rose tremolo system because, especially in the studio situation, if somebody comes in that puts on new strings and they get their gauge wrong, then you're going to be spending the next couple hours setting the guitar up again until you can get it stabilized in whatever tuning you've got with that particular gauge. So, yeah, Floyds are wonderful once they're set up, but just getting to that point can be a giant fucking pain in the ass. So I don't know, a tremolo no option on this would have been cool, so you can like lock off the Floyd. I thought that would have been great. Of course, that would increase the price of the guitar, and I understand they're trying to balance, price, features, all that kind of stuff. So it's not half bad. I mean, like, I definitely recommend probably adding a tremolo no as an aftermarket thing if you want to use this as a studio instrument. It's just going to save you a whole bunch of grief. I've got one on my Jackson Rhodes V. Unlike my Jackson Rhodes V, this thing you can actually sit with because they didn't put the fucking input or output jack right here. They put it here instead, so it's nice and out of the way. And once again, we got that nice recessed curve, so it actually sits on your leg, and it's amazing. Yeah, I just saw Priest play that not too long ago. I can't believe Halford's like 70 years old and still pulling off Painkiller. Unreal. Apparently they're touring Europe right now this summer. I hope they're having a blast. I don't know if anybody caught that video that they did in Berlin where they went on just them and their amps. No leather, no massive light show, nothing. It's just them and the music. It was really fucking cool. Totally wish I could have seen that show. Anyway, that's just me going on into Judas Priest fanboy mode there for a minute. But yeah, I got to say, as for the guitar, wow. LTD, wow, you guys have really knocked it out of the park with this one. Now, I've got this as well. This is an LTD H1001. Also, a really amazing guitar. I got this back in the summer of 2000 when I was living in LA. And they were nice enough to provide me with this guitar, and I'm still kind of overdue for a full review on this thing. The short version is, yeah, it's fucking killer. It's been sitting in storage for the last couple of years because I came home and I couldn't afford to transport all my stuff home at the same time. So, yeah, that's what that is. Next, a little bit thicker than the V. Still a great guitar, but I gotta give props to the V. It's like the H1000's great. And I remember actually back in 2006, I was doing an album for a band called Black Creek, and they brought in a couple of MH1000s. And I remember being completely blown away by the quality of the instruments and just how well they held their tunings, and the tones we were getting off those guitars. They're absolutely brilliant. And I always wanted to get one, but the local shop that carried LTD went out of business. So I remember going over to Guitar Center in Canton, Michigan, and getting myself a Spectre because it was very, very similar. It turns out they're from the same factory. But yeah, overall, stellar instruments. Like I said, the H1000's great, but this one is just holy fucking next level. Thing about Fearless Gear Reviews, this is completely independently funded. LTD did not send me this guitar. I went out and bought it. And this is what I got out of the box, and I'm super impressed because, yeah, there's absolutely no flaws in the finish at all. The guitar needed a slight setup, but not too badly. But it plays absolutely brilliant. So I can say in good conscience, I can give this as a recommendation. For the amount of money, what is it, about $1,500 for these things? It's well worth it in my opinion. This guitar, it's not a $3,000 guitar with flaws in the finish or anything like that. It just feels great. The neck feels great. The frets feel great. It sits great. Everything about this guitar is great. And I can go, yeah, you know what? This was a good purchase. This is a good value for the modern metal player. If you're in the market for a VO, you want something that looks really fucking cool. Yeah, I could highly recommend this as opposed to some other guitars that I've purchased that maybe aren't so good, especially when it comes to fit and finish and just, lack of attention to detail. for mission critical things like that. Once again, Fearless Gear Reviews is independently funded, and that's because you guys make it happen on Monday mix reviews. So if you've got a song you're working on, you don't know if your mix is any good or whatnot, you're looking for some feedback, come by Monday mornings or evenings. I'll be more than happy to put it on the show, give it a listen, and all the donations you guys make get put right back into the show. It allows me to do cool things like buy cool guitars like this and extra cameras and that kind of thing. It just helps the show go along that much better. That's the thing, as long as you guys keep sending me songs, I'll keep buying guitars to evaluate and give you guys the real truth about it. And that's the whole point about Fearless Gear Reviews. I make the purchase so you don't have to. LTD, you guys should be really proud of this instrument because I think you guys did a simply fantastic job. I would definitely recommend this over an overpriced made in America guitar, hands down. No question about that whatsoever. Unless you're getting a custom shop guitar, there is absolutely no reason to spend twice the money for an inferior instrument. LTD fucking killed it on this one. And this is the thing, a lot of the Fearless Gear Review stuff, I'll probably sell and reinvest into the show as well. This one, I think I'm going to keep it because it really is that great. Yeah, last episode on the Epiphone V, somebody asked if I could play some slower metal riffs. See if anybody recognizes that one. I used to play that every day when I was 16 years old. Totally was in love with that track. But yeah, it's just a killer guitar. I'm so in love with this thing. My arm is killing me because I've been playing it so much lately. I mean, I'm just fucking sitting there working away, and I'm like, ooh, I should play with the LTD some more. I should play with the LTD some more. I don't know. Something about this guitar just inspires me to fucking do better. All right, last thing I forgot to do was give this thing the No More Tears test. So let me break out the Allen keys and do a quick retune here. Who knows how long this will take. This is why I love and hate Floyd Rose. Stays in tune, but good luck changing the tuning.
One eternity later.
Okay, so I got it finally retuned here. For some drop D playing, let's check out if it can handle the No More Tears riff. Let's see if I can get that squeal. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay. Now, I'll admit, I got some help here from my editor, Jack. Jack, thank you so much. He gave me a little hint, is that when you're doing pinch harmonics, that kind of stuff, you want to have a finger behind the note you are trying to hit. So if you're trying to say hit this here, have your first finger here and you can just nail it every time. Same here, I have a finger behind my third finger here. Now, obviously, this is a skill I need to develop just a little bit more. But it's definitely getting me more of the squeals I am looking for. Again, it just comes down to technique and practice. And that's what I've been doing a lot because this guitar is just so tempting. It just sits there and goes, ooh, play me. And it really plays great. I got to say, this is easily, hands down, one of the best guitars I've had since my 29 fret Washburn from 1989. This has kind of got a bit of the same feel. It's got that slickness to it. The neck just feels great. The frets feel great. Everything about this guitar is just great. I'm a very very, very happy consumer here. I'm so glad I bought this instrument. And so, yes, I can wholeheartedly recommend this to you guys out there without any corporate fuckery whatsoever. Nobody paid me to say this. Nobody is giving me any endorsements or whatnot. This is just completely independent. And I think that's what you guys are really looking for when it comes to YouTube guitar reviews, is not some sponsored bullshit, but some actual truth here. And yeah, LTD absolutely killed it here. And I can wholeheartedly recommend this over an American-made Gibson. I think this is a far superior instrument. Can't say it any more clearly than that. Thanks so much for watching, and don't forget to drop by Monday Metal Mix Reviews. That's how I fund these type of things. If you've got a song, you're not sure about the mixer or whatnot, come on by. We've got a great crowd in there, and we can give you some honest, helpful feedback. Thanks so much for watching the show, and until next time, stay metal, my friends. Last year, I got to review the Gibson Mustaine Flying V, and I gotta say, I've never been more disappointed with a high-end guitar than by that hunk of crap. I mean, like $2,800 for an amateur-level paint job is an absolute joke. As a consumer, I was more than a little pissed off. Well, today, we're gonna be taking a look at one of Gibson's bigger competitors, and that is going to be the LTD Kirk Hammett Signature Flying V. Let's unbox this thing and check it out. Oh, look at that, it says not a Gibson. Now, before I pull this out of the box, I just want to say thanks to everybody who dropped by on Monday Mix Reviews and requested that this video be made. You guys made it happen. And if you're at home working on your mixes, working on your music, and you need a sober second look at your mix, drop on by either Monday mornings or Monday evenings on my Monday Mix Review live stream. I'd love to check out your music. You guys made it clear. You guys have demanded to see what's inside Kirk's box. Okay, pull. Thank you, Invisible Hands. Now, this guitar came with a beautiful hard shell case. You guys are going to get a first look at it because I can't really see it from here. Let's take a look inside this. Oh my God, look at this. It's velvety inside Kirk's box. Let's see what we get. I can't even see this. Does this look cool? Oh, damn. Okay, that looks pretty sick. Let's take a look. Now, Gibson fans, please pay attention here because the one thing I don't see on this guitar are any cracks in the fucking paint job. Let's plug this thing in. Let's see what it can do. I was a little bit off-put by the color choices when I was ordering it. We had black sparkle, red sparkle, or gold metallic. It was like, yikes, 3 fruity flavors. Let me choose the lesser of all evils. And this is what we got. And I gotta say, it actually looks pretty good on camera. I was worried about this looking goofy as hell, but you know what? Not too bad. The red sparkle, though, it's like, wow, is Kirk going through a poison phase or something? I don't know. Now, before we can plug in, of course, I've got to grab the most important thing ever if you're going to demo a Kirk Hammett guitar. And by that, of course, I mean a wah-wah pedal. Because let's face it, I don't think Kirk's ever met a wah-wah pedal that he hasn't abused the living fuck out of. I'll admit, I'm a little bit nervous about doing this video because, you know, I'm reviewing a Metallica guitar. And I'm like, Metallica has been such a massively influential band. And they put out so many important records like Load and Reload and Saint Anger and Lulu. You know what? Come to think of it, Metallica really hasn't put out a good record in about 33 years. What the fuck, guys? All right. I'm sure a bunch of you guys are just sitting there furiously typing, but Glenn, Metallica made some good records after the Black Album. Really? Really? Can you name any of the song off Death Magnetic other than The Day That Never Comes? Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Death Magnetic. Yeah, that's the authentic Metallica experience. You know, that's one thing about Metallica's long history of making music and making an impact on the record industry. I'm so glad they came along in the early 2000s and put a stop to Napster.
Better fucking believe it. So it's like so much more difficult to track down the dickless cocksuckers who try to steal our music with the motherfucking Napster. Napster, bad!
You know, you really got to hand it to Lars Ulrich for standing up and making sure that the money goes to where it truly belongs, and that is into the hands of the corporations. Nowadays, we've got platforms like Spotify, which make sure that the artists get absolutely nothing, just like what was happening with Napster. Seriously, if you're a metal guitar player growing up in the 80s, the Metallica influence was inescapable. Okay, I'll be honest, that's the only part I know of that song because it's just a wonderful finger exercise. But yeah, I gotta say, I really do like this guitar. It sits great. It feels great. I love the beveled edge right here so that it doesn't dig into your arm when you're sitting. The action's really, really good. It could be slightly better in my opinion. But yeah, it just feels awesome. Let's take a look at what this guitar is made of. All right, so we've got ourselves a solid body Kirk Hammett V featuring a Carina body, gloss finish, and black sparkle. The neck is maple. It's an ultra thin U neck shape, and the joint is neck through. Radius is 13.7 inches. Fingerboard material is ebony, and it's got this wave inlay. And I gotta say, that's actually pretty unique. Probably has something to do with the fact that Kirk is a surfer. It's got 24 extra jumbo frets, 25.5-inch scale. Nut width is 1.653 inches, and the nut is made of graphite. For hardware, we've got a Tone Pros locking tune-o-matic bridge and LTD locking tuners, which is a very nice touch. For pickups, we've got EMG bone breakers in both the bridge and the neck position. It's a 3-way switch and comes with its own hard shell case, which I've already nicknamed as Kirk's Velvety Box. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm really blown away by this thing. It just plays absolutely amazing. And for $1,800, it better play amazing. Of course, that's just on heavy rhythms. Let's see how this thing sounds on leads. Sorry for the wah, guys, but it's kind of required. You can't do a lead on a Metallica guitar without wah. It's like saying Christians against Christ. It just doesn't make any sense. Now, just upon initial inspection of the guitar, I gotta say, you know, the fretwork is really nice. Somebody did a wonderful job on that. There's no flaws in the finish. I'm like, this is everything an $1,800 guitar should be. I mean, like, I'm even thinking $1,800 might be a little much to ask for this thing, especially when you consider some of the other guitars in LTD's lineup. We're gonna get to that in just a minute. But overall, though, yeah, it's a thing of beauty. I think they built a wonderful guitar. I'm just not sure if it's quite worth the price tag that they're asking. Oh, hold on. Wrong band. Right. That riff was written by the guy who used to play lead in Metallica and got replaced by Kirk. All right, now I think I'm going to be keeping this guitar in the studio for a long time coming because it plays beautifully. And there's two main features about this guitar that I really, really like. Number one being locking tuners that makes for very fast string changes. Number two is a hardtail bridge, which allows me to change string gauges and tuning and not have to worry about the Floyd going all over the place and spending 2 hours trying to get it back into some kind of playing condition. This is kind of a studio workhorse, I gotta say that. Now that I've told you what I really love about this guitar and the reason I probably am gonna hang on to it, let me tell you what I don't like about this, because I think this is kind of propaganda, to be honest with you. And I'm gonna take this right from Sweetwater's website. This is what, you know, the buying public is seeing, and I've got some issues with this. Coveted Carina tone with the sonic harbinger of true V tone. Really?
Carina, sometimes known as Limbawood, is a lightweight tonewood native to West Africa. Resonant and open, heavy sound that's a hallmark of classic V guitars. Carina's use in guitars dates back to the 50s. Countless players compared Carina to mahogany because it delivers the hard rock necessities, depth, sustain, and a complex low mid-range, but with a snappy, brighter mid-range bump that translates into a captivating presence fit for an arena. Carina also clocks in lower weights than mahogany, which makes it the tried and true pick for balancing the weight of jutting V-style wings.
A complex low mid-range, but with a snappy, brighter mid-range bump. What is it, a complex low mid-range or a brighter, snappy mid-range bump? That's a little bit confusing, if not misleading. Carl Sagan said that extraordinary claims demand extraordinary evidence. I'm seeing a lot of words, but I'm not hearing any evidence here. That kind of pisses me off just a little bit. Now, the other problem I've got with the marketing here is this. EMG Bonebreaker's Kirk's secret weapon.
Bonebreaker pickups from EMG are your ticket to dynamic metal tones with serious range. These medium-hot active humbuckers equip you with Kirk Hammett's signature sounds ranging from clean to downright brutal. Powering tone is a custom preamp tweaked to Kirk's satisfaction. The ceramic Bonebreaker in the bridge is ready to erupt with a searing gain for driving rhythms, while the mellow Alnico 5 magnets and the neck Bonebreaker offer a breath of fresh air. It's time to turn the Sorium Stadium leads.
Oh, that's a little bit wordy. Did everybody try reading that shit out loud? Holy fuck.
Between the two, players never have to trade volume for gain or vice versa. In summary, these are Bonebreakers, not Bone Crushers, with just the right amount of force to get the job done. Such balance is critical to the Kirk Hammett style, and the ESP LTD Key HV earns its bona fides with a genuine piece of Metallica's tone on board.
Those are some awfully big claims being made about the tone wood and the pickups, and it's like, oh really? Okay, well, once again, this is an $1,800 guitar, but I just happen to have the LTD Arrow on hand. Very similar guitar, maybe slightly heavier because it's not with Carina wood, but let's hear if there's any actual sonic differences going on. Now, I'm going to keep my opinion to myself for a change here. I want to hear from you guys. Did you hear any kind of massive tone shift going on? Especially one that would warrant an extra $400 price tag. I'm genuinely curious. Please leave a comment below. Let me know what you think. Now, the big disadvantage of this is it's got a Floyd on it. I just can't stand Floyds in the studio for said tuning stability issues. Yeah, they're great once you get them in, but boy, what a pain in the ass if you want to change what the guitar is actually tuned to. Now, of course, we're going to get the standard response from a lot of viewers. Oh, but Glenn, you're using too much distortion. Yeah, because you just can't play For Whom the Bell Tolls with distortion. Metallica with distortion, what's that all about? Truth be told, guys, if you want to get the classic Metallica sound, you need one thing, and that is the Celestion G1265. Not the creamback, but the plain G1265. Yes, that is how you shift your tone. Want to give a great big shout out to the YouTuber CamCab, who had some patches for Metallica tones to download. Want to thank him so much for making those available. If you guys get a chance to check out his channel, please do. He's got some interesting stuff you can download. I don't know where he came up with the patches. I don't know if he found those online or just sharing them or whatnot, but I will give credit where credit's due. That's where I found them. I'll have a link to his channel in my video description. Go check him out. Tell him I said hi. Ah! Wow, is that ever hard on the forearm there. Massive props to James Hetfield for being able to play that shit at warp speed. That's for sure. I don't know how the hell he does it. I've been working on this for the last couple of years. I'm definitely building up the forearm muscle, but that is an aggressive pick attack. I got to say that. And he's famous for all down picking. So massive respect to Mr. Hetfield for that. Shit, I almost forgot to ask the most important question of all. Does this guitar do clean? Think so. Now, is this guitar fit for the stage as well as the studio? I don't know. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a strap on and see what this thing can do with the drop test. Okay, feels pretty well balanced. Doesn't feel like there's any kind of serious neck dive going on. Yeah, you can jump around with this and it's not going to give you any problems. Okay, let's give this thing the 5-star breakdown. I'll tell you what I think. Okay, so for packaging, I gotta give it 5 stars because it came with a hard shell case. It's a beautiful case. That might explain the heftier price tag than, say, the normal Arrows. But a $400 case, not so sure about that. As for setup, I'm going to give it 4.5. I really do like the setup. It's pretty damn good. I'd like the action down just a smidge more, and that's probably what I'm going to do after I shoot this review, is I'm just going to take it down ever so slightly. But it seems to do the chord thing absolutely fine. Yeah, absolutely fine. Great job on the intonation there, guys. No problem whatsoever. Now for components, I'm going to give this thing a 5-star. I absolutely love the hardtail bridge and the locking tuners. The EMG bone breaker, do they sound anything really different from, say, an EMG 8185 set? Not really, not at least as far as I'm concerned. That's not any kind of major sonic advantage. The one thing I like about EMGs, though, is the noise rejection. You can play with an amp at top volume. You don't have to worry about them getting microphonic or vibrating or any of that kind of shit. That's great, and if that's what you're after, they're absolutely perfect for the job. But I don't think they've got any inherent sonic advantage of any other high-output humbucker out there. Your mileage may vary. All I can do is do the tests and show you guys what I think. Now, for fit and finish, again, I've got to give this thing a 5-star review. I mean, geez, this is just flawless. I mean, like, the guys at Gibson could definitely take a lesson or two from the guys at LTD, because this guitar is just absolutely beautiful. I can't find a single flaw on it. Great job. And that's the whole point of Fearless Gear Reviews. Nobody at LTD knew I was getting this particular guitar. So it came in blind. I got the consumer experience. And if you drop down your hard-earned money, this is what you're going to get. So that's a big thumbs up there. Now, bear in mind, before I shot this video, I reached out to Cube Prime Management, and I did reach out to LTD as well to see if we could get Kirk to come on the show and maybe give us a few of his thoughts to see if I missed anything or anything like that. But I got this as a response. So, hey guys, I tried doing the journalistic integrity thing. You know, so if I got something wrong in the video, hey, don't blame me. Okay, so my overall rating on this guitar is 4.875 stars out of 5. Like I said, I would have just liked the action a little bit better, but other than that, this guitar is pretty much perfection. LTD's just been knocking it out of the park with their Vs over the last couple of years, and this one is no exception at all. Now, my main gripe with this guitar is the price. This doesn't have a Floyd, but it's somehow $400 more than this guitar. What's up with that? I'm genuinely curious about that. They're pretty much the same instrument. I mean, like, there's a slight difference in the way how the body's carved there in the V joint, but that's about it. Like, the neck feels the same, the frets feel the same. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's no. The necks are definitely feel the same radius, and if there's a difference, it's so slight, I can't tell. So the ultimate question remains, though, is the LTD Kirk Hammett V right for you? That's a question I can't answer. That's a question you're going to have to answer yourself. And the big question is going to be, is should you be paying $400 more than, you know, a suitably priced Arrow, which is pretty much going to do exactly the same thing. If you're a diehard Metallica fan, you absolutely have to have Kirk's guitar. Yeah, I'd say probably get it. But if you're just, you know, an average guitar player who's not a Metallica fanatic, maybe take a look at the Arrow. You can probably wind up saving yourself a lot of money. But again, it all really depends on your perspective, because this guitar is an absolute bargain compared to the Gibson Kirk Hammett Signature V, which is a limited run of only 200. It's going for a nice, cool $15,000. Wow. I mean, geez, I just don't understand that in the slightest. 15 grand on a guitar. If you're going to spend that kind of money on a guitar, you probably think a Dumble's a good investment as well. All right, so gotta say, as a consumer, I am quite happy with this purchase. $1,800 isn't exactly cheap, but you know, it did turn out pretty great. So there is that. I'm much more happy with this purchase than I was with, say, the Gibson Mustaine V, that's for sure, which was like $2,800. And you know, we got the fucking grade 2 level paint job. I mean, that guitar was a bit of a fucking joke in my opinion. Did get to check out a couple of the Mustaine Vs in Tokyo while I was there, and those looked to be in much better shape than the one I got. So hopefully Gibson learned their lesson. But my money would be on something like this. But if you're budget conscious, you might want to take a look at some of the LTD Arrows. You're going to get pretty much the same style guitar, couple minor tweaks, but it's going to be a much smaller price tag, especially for some of the other hardtail models. That's for sure. Anyway, before we go here, just want to mention that Fearless Gear Reviews is funded by you. This is so I can make consumer level purchases without any corporate fuckery and give you guys the real story of what's going on. Of course, that all happens because of Monday Mix Reviews. I broadcast in the morning and the evening live on the show. Bring me your mix. I want to help you get better results. Stop on by, send me a song. I'll be more than happy to help out. Anyway, if you guys like these Fearless Gear Reviews, please, I'm asking you, I'm begging you, hit the subscribe button. I would very much appreciate it, and I'd love to see you guys back here again. Don't forget to watch for my follow-up on the Slate VSX headphones, where I shot them out against my very, very expensive Atom monitors back here. And if you guys want to check out where the real differences in guitar tone are being made, please check out this video right here. I'll see you next time. One of these days I gotta do that in my underwear. Now let's slide into this box and see what it's all about. Now I'm gonna pull this guitar out of here. I mean, like, the guitar's been sitting in this nice, warm, moist, and velvety box.
Lifestyle determines my death style? That's the dumbest lyric I've ever heard.
Hey everybody, how's it going? So I'm kind of excited for this one because I love showing off cheap but high quality guitars on this show. Also like showing off the expensive ones and getting surprised by some pretty amazing paint jobs. So today on the chopping block, we've got a couple of offerings from the new Harley Benton Goto series. Now this isn't quite a Fearless gear review because this isn't self-funded. They did send me these guitars, but I did have to pay some taxes and fees to get them in the country to the tune of $130. So I am going to say that gives me license to evaluate this like any normal consumer would, because it cost me out of pocket money to actually make this show happen. So that being said, yeah, I'm not going to pull any punches in my feelings on these, but $295, I mean, my expectations aren't quite as high as if they were, say, a $2,800 guitar. Now, we've got a single cut here, and we've got a DC style as well, because we're not allowed to use the traditional names for them on advertising, but yeah, this looks to be the DC style. Let's see here. I was just going to say, yeah, the last Harley Bentons I had on the show were a couple of the Amarocks, and they were amazing. Yeah, we get the In Case of Fire Rescue My Guitars. That's always fun. And yeah, this looks to be the DC, which is a very, very famous style guitar that was made famous by a certain Angus Young and played by many metal players over the years, including Glenn Tipton from Judas Priest, one of my favorite guitar players. Anyway, let's see what we got here. I asked for blue. I'm kind of curious. It looked cool on the website. Let's see what we get. Ooh, that's actually kind of nice. Wow. Look at that. Still got the old tagger on here. Actually, that's pretty badass. Seeing a minor flaw here. I don't know if I just need to wipe the guitar down or what. I mean, like, might need a bit of a tuning as well. Action does need to be set, I believe. Yeah, it's almost in tune. Yeah, it just feels like it's a little high over the 12, so we probably just need to set the Tune-O-Matic bridge here. Shouldn't be a big deal. Looks like, I don't know if these are separate volume knobs or this is just a volume tone. Not sure what's going on there. But again, for $295, my expectations are not high, but I will say this. At least they got the neck joint correct. There's no split right down there, so I feel pretty good about that. The neck's good. The weight's good. I don't feel any neck dive. It does seem to be balanced correctly, which is more than I can say for certain much more expensive models of this guitar from other manufacturers. But yeah, these are the made in Indonesia ones, and I gotta say, I'm really blown away by the guitars coming out of Indonesia these days. Price, performance, just overall longevity, that kind of thing. I've got a green Harley Benton Amarok sitting on the rack over there that's just phenomenal. It hasn't given me any fret creep or anything like that. Nothing's poking out. So yeah, I gotta say though, it is a little bit high out of the box. I wish that was a little bit lower, but just sighting down the neck here doesn't look half bad. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab the other guitar and take a look at that as well. Let's throw this on a stand and we'll pull the other one out of the box and see what we get. I'm hearing something rattling around in here and that scares me just a little bit. Hopefully this survived the trip over from Germany. Oh, it's silica gel. Oh, no, it's silica gel balls. They kind of, something definitely exploded in here. It keeps the guitar dry and all that kind of thing. Obviously, one of the bags didn't survive the journey, but that's okay. Not the end of the universe. I do have a vacuum cleaner, so I was wondering what the hell that noise was. Shit. Now, the cool thing here is we do have an inspection card, and hopefully the people at Thomann did a better inspection than the people at Gibson did with their guitar. Let's see what we get. I'm really not looking forward to cleaning those up. Now, I asked for black here because black is going to reveal any kind of flaw in the finish, like, immediately. Okay, obviously we got to clean a little bit of the dust off. Oh, this has got Tesla pickups. How about that? I had some Teslas in that other single cut I demoed on the show there a couple weeks back from 10S. Thought they were very, very nice pickups indeed. So let's see what we get here. What's the first impression? Other than I hate that. I need to get those in a bag immediately. Weight's pretty good. Doesn't seem too bad. Let's see what the action's like. Well, let's see if it's in tune. Almost. Not too bad. Okay, maybe it does need a little work. Yeah, Action could be a little bit better. It's a little bit on the high side, not nearly as bad as that super expensive V I just unboxed there a couple of weeks back, but it's not bad. It still needs a bit of an adjustment. I'm going to take the bridge down just a hair. I'm just feeling for any fret creep here. I think we're in good shape. Maybe one might be borderline right here, not sure, but not bad at all. Again, this is a $295 guitar, not a $3,000 guitar. So just goes to show what kind of quality you can get for 10 times less money. Okay, little nick in the finish right here. I don't even know if you can see that. Neck joint. Nope, no issues with the finish at the neck joint either, so that's a big plus there. Like I said, I'm seeing the most tiny flaw. It looks like this guitar's been played for. This might be a floor model or something like that. Now, you can see a bit of the wood coming through the finish in the back here. You can see where the different pieces have been glued together. So that's not exactly perfect, and there's a tiny scratch right here. But again, I don't feel so bad about that considering this is a $300 guitar, not a $3,000 guitar. I think I can live with that for the money. Now again, this is the kind of guitar, if I scratch it up, I'm not going to get worried about it. This is a good learner guitar, but I'm kind of curious how well it's going to sound, mic'd up, in a recording studio situation. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make a couple of adjustments to the guitar. I'm going to plug it in and see what happens. Here we go. All right, it's the next day. I thought after I got the guitar set up, I'd kind of let them sit for a day, see how they felt. And I got to say, first thing when I picked these up, wow, do they feel great. So it didn't take much work to get them into the shape that I really like. It was about maybe a quarter crank on the truss rod and maybe half a crank on the bridge. And that's it. And the guitar just plays absolutely beautiful. Wow, not a bad guitar at all. Like I said, I like the action right where I got it here. It's not too high and it's not, making any kind of weird noises or anything like that. It's not buzzing or doing anything undue. It just feels really good. And I'm pretty impressed with the neck pickup as well on this guitar. That is not too bad at all, I gotta say. Yeah, once I got it dialed in, this guitar plays absolutely brilliantly. Now, if you're into the whole specs thing, I'll give you the quick rundown of what this guitar is all about. This has a weight-reduced Natoya body with arched top. I have no idea what Natoya wood is, but again, if you think the type of wood is going to affect your guitar tone, there's loads of evidence that proves otherwise. Got a mahogany neck, rosewood fingerboard, trapezoid finger inlays, 7-ply binding. It's got a modern C neck profile. The scale length is 628 millimeters. I don't know what that is in freedom units, and the fretboard radius is 254 millimeters. Now, most importantly, it's got a Graphtec tusk nut, and I think that is a very important when it comes to tuning stability, because I'm not spending a lot of time tuning this guitar. It seems to hold it very well, whereas on a traditional single cut from a certain American manufacturer, I've come to loathe them in the studio because you often spend more time tuning them than you do actually recording them, because the strings tend to get caught in the nut. That's a serious gripe of mine that I've had for a number of years, and I'm glad they just completely sidestepped the issue with this one. So yeah, we got the 2 Tesla VR2 Alnico 5 humbuckers. There's 2 volumes and 1 tone control, a 3-way switch. It's got Goto Colson tuners, gold-plated hardware, obviously, and comes with 10 to 46 strings. And once again, a pretty decent finish as well. This is the high gloss black paint job, and I wanted to get this just so I could show off what we get out of the factory. And it's not bad at all. Couple little minor things, but honestly, I've had guitars where I paid 10 times as much money and never got anything that looked this good. So yeah, I gotta say, Harley Benton, you really knocked this one out of the park. This is a hell of a deal. Yeah, that's not too bad at all. Now, I noticed the pickups are not super high output. These definitely aren't active, but you know, they've got a nice little grind to them. But you're really digging on the strings. Now, I am kind of curious about this. I seem to be able to play this guitar fairly expressively. It's no problem really getting some squawks out. That might have something to do with the Graphtec Tusk guitar pick I'm using as well. Been using these for the last couple of years. They're phenomenal. Now, of course, one of the big tests for a guitar's expressiveness is if I can pull off the squeal for the bottom riff on No More Tears. Last couple guitars I've been managing to do it. This one, I seem to have no problem getting pitch harmonics on. Let's see how it does in a drop D setting. Yeah, not bad. Hell yeah, I've always wanted to get that squeal. That's a little bit more like it. Then again, practice makes perfect. All right, that is super fun. I gotta say, for $295 US, this is not too bad at all. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Apparently this might do cleans as well. Let's find out real quick. Yep, does cleans. All right, and next up here, we've got the double cut going for a whopping $269 US. I gotta say, I think this guitar gets my vote for the steel deal of the century because once I got the neck adjusted and the bridge set up properly, this guitar plays like absolute butter. Yeah, I gotta say, this one's got a little bit more of a snarly, kind of fuzzy thing going on compared to the single cut version. And that's on the bridge pickup. We get on the neck and it gets really swampy really quick. That's kind of fun. I think I might want to go find a fuzz pedal for this thing. Oh wait, I just sold my fuzz pedal, but nonetheless, I can probably throw this up on one of the amp channels and get something really gnarly out of it. But still, I just want to play old Priest riffs on this. Like Glenn Tipton was slinging an SG on the first couple of Priest records, like Sad Wings of Destiny. That. Yeah, that's definitely the stuff right there. Yeah, that's feeling great. Again, I can't believe this is only $269. Once again, pickups are not hot. Let me throw a little overdrive on this. Oh yeah, in case you were wondering what the signal chain was, we're going into the Engel Fireball 100 out into a Jesus Demon cab with an SM57 and a top secret condenser that I can't tell you guys about. The video is going to be premiering on the first day of NAMM. However, keep your eyes peeled for that because it's a very cool piece of gear. All right, so kick on an overdrive. Let's see how that tightens things up. That's not bad at Okay, not bad. You know, overall though, one of my biggest gripes over the years have been clients bringing in crap guitars that won't stay in tune, that have got broken electronics, just, you know, falling apart, that sort of thing. I think Harley Benton's bringing some real value to low-cost guitars. This, despite all the abuse I just gave it, managed to stay in tune, and I think that's really important, especially in a recording situation. If a client were to bring in something like this, I wouldn't cringe and say, no, pick something up off the shelf. You know, what else I've got in here ready to go? As long as it's in tune, you know what? This would work on a record. This really would. And here's the thing. I've had vintage originals of this style of guitar come in that wouldn't hold their tuning. I've had to throw in an entire album's worth of guitar tracks because it wouldn't stay in tune. This seems to be doing the job very nicely. No complaints at all here. Even the G string's in tune. Just ever so flat on the E string there. That's it. I would love to dual volume controls here, but hey, for the price, I think I can live with just having a single volume and tone. Oh yeah, and once again, for the people out there who get off on specs, it's got the Natoya body, mahogany neck, rosewood fingerboard, scale of 628 millimeters in actual mathematical units. I have no idea what that is in freedom units. 254 mil fretboard, and the nut width is 43 millimeters. Once again, the Graphtec Tusk nut. I gotta say, massive thumbs up for including those. 22 jumbo frets. It's got the 2 Tesla Alnico 5 humbuckers, 3-way switch, Goto Tunematic bridge, double action truss rod, Goto Klesson tuners, and the gold-plated hardware. So it's very similar to the other one, even though it's the same style of pickups. This guitar does sound a little bit nastier. And the guitar definitely doesn't get hurt by a bit of an overdrive boost into the amp. There's it definitely can benefit from that quite a bit. I do like the sound of this guitar. I love the fact that it stays in tune so well and I don't have to spend time messing with it. I think for $269, this is an absolute steal. Would I recommend this to somebody who wants to learn guitar? Yes, I would. And for the record, if you're worried about import fees, that kind of thing, it cost me 140 Canadian dollars to get both these into the country. I'm not sure what the shipping cost was on that because Thomann said it, but if you're curious about that, head up their website or give them a call. I know their phone support is outstanding at Thomann, and just find out how much it would cost to get a couple guitars shipped across the pond. I think this is an unbeatable deal, and if Thomann ever opens up a sort facility in North America somewhere, I think a lot of the other retailers are going to be in some serious trouble. Now, this does have a couple of little issues with the paint, and as I've learned over the last couple of weeks, doing a sparkle finish paint job is definitely not the world's easiest thing to do. The actual finish itself is great. I don't see any streaking or wood grain left over. They did get the appropriate number of coats on the guitar, but it looks like a little bit of dust was left on the guitar before they clear coated it. Somebody didn't blow it off correctly, or either that or wherever they're making these in Indonesia, they need to work on getting a better clean room for their paint booth, because there are some dust specks on that, and that definitely needs some attention, because you can definitely see some dust specks trapped in the clear coat here. And it's the same kind of thing if you've ever put a glass cover on an iPhone and whatnot and you got a speck of dust stuck on there, it's like, fuck! Once it's there, you really can't do much about it. So that's the only thumbs down I'm going to give. But still, this is a better paint job than the $3,000 Gibson I bought 2 weeks ago there. This is far better. There's no cracking, there's no streaking, there's a couple little dust specks, but on a $269 guitar, I think I can live with that. On a guitar that costs more than 10 times that, no, I wouldn't put up with that. But price to performance on this, damn! Harley Benton, you guys knocked it out of the park with these. I definitely recommend to anyone who wants to get maybe even a backup guitar or a guitar for a gift, or if anybody's interested in buying a guitar for a learner. Harley Benton is really hard to beat when it comes to price to performance at this level. I gotta give a massive thumbs up to this. This one is an absolutely incredible value, and this one's pretty sick as well. Here's hoping Harley Benton does a V at some point, because I would love to see a guitar in that style for this kind of price point as well one day. Don't take my word for it. I'd say go over to the website, check it out for yourself. I've got a couple of affiliate links in the description below. Take a look. I think these are absolutely killer, especially concerning just how little they cost. Bottom line, yeah, when it comes to price to performance, Harley Benton is very difficult to beat. I'm very impressed with both of these instruments, with this one being probably the best bang for the buck guitar I've ever come across. This is just simply spectacular for the money. Great job, Harley Benton, but don't take my word for it. Follow the link in the description below. Yes, it's an affiliate link. Check them out. See if it's feasible for you, especially if you're living in Canada or the States, to get it shipped over. It might just be worth checking out. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. This episode of Spectre Sound Studios is brought to you by Cort Guitars. Hey everybody, I just want to make a little disclaimer before we get started. Yes, I am doing this video in conjunction with Cort Guitars, but they do not control any editorial content of the video, nor do they get to see it before it goes live. The content is my own. Let's hit it. Hey everybody, how's it going? So got something brand new here for you today. Now this is a demo and unbox of a guitar brand that's been around since the 60s, and that's Cort Guitars. You'd kind of have to be sleeping under a rock to have not ever heard of them, and they build a lot of guitars for a lot of other brands as well. They do what you'd say, rebranding? Is that the word I'm looking for? I don't know. Badging, that's the word for it. In the manufacturing business, we called it badging. When I worked for Chrysler, we used to build the Volkswagen Routan, and we also did the Lancia minivans. What you might be playing at home might actually come out of a factory run by Cort. Now, my experience with Cort has been kind of mixed. I remember them back in the 80s. They were kind of a low-end, much more affordable, entry-level type of guitar, but I've been hearing some really amazing things about the Cort brand as of late. I expect that has to do a lot with CNC manufacturing these days, and just how it's much easier to build a super high-quality guitar for a lot less money these days because of the whole CNC process. But when Cort hit me up, they asked me, hey, would you be interested in checking out our new Menace guitar? I'm like, hell yes! Because like I said, they manufacture for a lot of popular brands, and considering the quality guitars you can get for not a lot of money these days, I figured, yeah, let's take a look and see what we can get. So just gonna, moment of truth. Okay, we get a gig bag. That's a good start. Let's take a look here. Nice, simple shipping materials, not a huge box within a box kind of thing. But then again, when you're shipping in a gig bag, you really don't need a massive box to go around everything. So that makes perfect sense to me. Now, this isn't exactly what I'd call, you know, a entry-level affordable guitar. Just checking out some prices online, I'm gonna get some confirmation from the company, but seems to be about $1,000 US, maybe a little bit more. I'm gonna have a list of vendors you can get this at the end of the video, but so far I'm seeing like eBay and Reverb, that kind of thing. Maybe you can order it directly from Cort. I will find out. I will get you that information. But very curious to see what $1,000 US is going to get you for a guitar these days. Guitar is nicely wrapped. Somebody took care of this. And, oof. Oh, that's got a nice weight, and it's got a Floyd. Ooh, okay. Wow. All right, that looks pretty sick, to be honest with you. Now, from what I'm seeing here, oh, geez, look at the back on that. That's gorgeous. Is it in tune? Not bad. Seemed to survive the trip in good order. Maybe I could use a slight tuning, but not bad at all. Now, this is probably in standard tuning. I don't think I'm going to down tune it for this demo, mainly because it's got a Floyd, and I don't want to sit here for a month trying to get the Floyd adjusted, get new strings on, and all the rest of the nonsense that goes along with setting up a Floyd. I love you, Floyd, but retuning your guitars is oh so much fun. Now, the flat black finish here reminds me an awful lot of a certain popular guitar brand that might be put out by a fellow YouTuber of mine whom I'm a big fan of as well. It definitely has a bit of that feel to it. I like the beveled edge here. I like the guitars that are, tuned. I like guitars that are made for comfort, and this definitely looks like it'll be comfortable. But yeah, just first impressions here. It's beautiful. Action might be a tiny bit on the high side on the high strings. This shouldn't be a big deal to adjust. I think I'm going to do that before I get into the full demo as well. But yeah, these are Seymour Duncans. It's a 6-string. I mean, yeah, it's a 6-string metal machine. What's not to love here? Looks pretty cool. All right, so tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to go plug this thing in. I'm going to mic up a cabinet, and let's see what this thing can really do. All right, so I have had this guitar for a couple weeks now. I've been to Germany and back, Gear Street, all that kind of stuff. But, this has kind of been sitting on the wall, and it's been getting played an awful lot because I got to say, this guitar is absolutely beautiful. When I said there the action was a little bit high on the first couple strings, I don't know what changed, but the action is absolutely perfect right now. So I really don't want to mess with it. I got to say, yeah, I am absolutely in love with this freaking thing. Okay, the first thing I noticed is no lock tuners, and it's yeah, okay, well, it's got a Floyd, so you really don't need them. And it's not a full Floyd Rose. This is a Floyd Rose 1000. I don't know if that's going to be, a big deal breaker for a lot of you guys. I think it's cool. I mean, I used to play licensed Floyd Roses back in the 80s and 90s, so I'm not complaining. I'm not going to hold my nose in the air over it, that's for sure. Okay, so just go over the specs here. It's got a maple top, a mahogany body, a 7-piece maple neck, 25.5-inch scale, and the Floyd Rose 1000 series tremolo. It's also got the Seymour Duncan Sentient and Nazgul pickups, and retails for €755 or 1,077 USD, but I did see it going online for $8.99 US as well. You can do a search and check it out. I'll have a Toman link in the description as well as a link to the Cort website. Now, for me anyway, Cort back in the 80s was definitely an entry-level brand. I mean, we used to kind of turn our noses up at Corts, but Rafinsky told me there a little while ago he had bought a Cort, and he was very impressed with it, and we actually did some recordings with it, and yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. And then they sent me this. This guitar is absolutely amazing, and for $1,000 these days, you should be getting a great guitar. But I'm just gonna say, this guitar proves just how fine of an instrument you can create with modern CNC manufacturing techniques. You can just build something absolutely amazing, and it's not going to kill you. $1,000 is on the higher end of the mid-price guitars. Now, I gotta say though, this guitar does stay in tune pretty freaking well. I'll admit I put new strings on it today because this is a review guitar, and they had obviously been on for quite a while and weren't quite holding their tuning. But I've been pretty aggressive with the bar on this thing, and I gotta say, yeah, it really does stay in tune quite well. There we go. Not too bad. Gotta say, that whammy bar is an awful lot of fun. The guitar's got a really good balance. It's good on left leg, it's good on the right leg. It just sits. Yeah, really like this quite a bit. Of course, the big question is, how does it sound in a mix? Well, joining me on this one is Jackson Ward on the drums. Let's hit it. Okay, so bottom line, it's $1,000 guitar, but you get quite a bit for a $1,000 guitar. You get name brand pickups, you get a Floyd Rose, you get this really awesome neck joint, and you know the fretwork's really nice. Nothing's jumping out, and the action on this guitar is just ridiculously awesome. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about this guitar is the fact that I don't get to keep it. I gotta ship this back to Cork. So that being said, if you want to check it out, I'll have some links in the description below. Head on over to Cork Guitars or go check it out online at Thomann. I gotta say, I am seriously impressed, and I can see why Cort is building a lot of other guitars for some bigger manufacturers, because the quality here is rather outstanding. I gotta say, Cort, great job, a way to step up your game. You guys have come a very long way since doing entry-level guitars in the 80s. Bravo, great job. This is absolutely fantastic, and I would definitely want to use this guitar in the studio. Great job. Greetings, fellow recording nerds. So the one question that keeps coming up again over the years on this show from you guys is, hey Glenn, when are you gonna do a show on Tonewood? I tell you, nothing gets guitar players' panties in a twist faster than when you bring up the subject of Tonewood. Does it affect the sound of a solid body electric guitar? Yes? No? Well, tell you what, instead of guessing or just taking somebody's word for it, let's put it to the test and find out. Tonewood. Oh man, the very word immediately sets guitar players on edge and brings forth the emotion of Now the question is simple. Does the wood affect the sound of a solid body electric guitar in any significant way? Because everybody has an opinion on this and nobody can seem to agree on anything. It's like one of those great debates. Coke versus Pepsi, Mac versus PC, and the vaccinated versus the plague spreaders. So when it comes to Tonewood, here's the question I'd really like answered. Will the wood that a guitar is made of have any real effect in the outcome of a full finished mix? This is a recording show after all. I'm not gonna go into this from a guitar player's perspective. Oh, this one feels different, this one this, cork sniffing and all the rest of that crap that goes along with it. I'm gonna go at this as a producer, because in over 2 decades of making records, I don't think I've ever said, hey, can we swap that guitar out for another one with a different kind of wood? I mean, I do remember some thin body Ibanez's coming in here that I absolutely despised, but I think that had more to do with the mass rather than the wood type. And for the record, I've got a $250 Ibanez 7-string that sounds absolutely fantastic, and that's because I upgraded the pickup. Now, for some perspective, my friend Tyler Larson had a video up where he showed some bits with Paul Reed Smith talking about Tonewood. And some people in the crowd were heckling him. And Paul asked them, well, why don't we make guitars out of balsa wood? And the answer to that question is Newton's third law. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. When you pluck a string on a guitar, the body of that guitar reacts against the string. The more dense the body, the greater the reaction, and therefore an increase in sustain. Balsa isn't exactly what I'd call a dense wood. A balsa neck would probably snap under the tension of the strings, but even if you could get it to withstand the forces, it probably wouldn't sustain very long because there's just not enough mass for the strings to react against. In fact, I remember reading in a guitar magazine like decades ago that some of the earliest amplifiers were simple weights affixed to the headstock of an acoustic guitar. More mass equals more the strings can push against, and therefore an increase in volume and sustain. Now, if anybody has a link to an article on those, please share it, because I can't find anything online about it. So who knows? Maybe that article was bullshit. And please take into consideration that I am no luthier. That is a skill set that I don't possess, and I have the utmost respect for Paul Reed Smith and the instruments that he built. Paul went on to demonstrate the different sounds of wood by having a guy bang on blocks made from different wood types. And it's like, yep, when you play wood as a vibraphone, the different types certainly sound different. And I'm not debating that. Acoustically, different wood types will create different sounds. A birch drum is going to sound much different from a maple one. Now, the same principle applies to acoustic guitars and various classical instruments as well. That's why a Stradivarius violin will sell for millions of dollars. But I'm not trying to debate the tone properties of wood in an acoustic instrument. I'm trying to determine if wood affects the overall sound in a full mix using solid body electric guitars. Now, a couple days ago, Christian Vey pointed out to me that there's a test Strangenberg Guitars put up on YouTube several years ago called "Does the Wood Make a Difference in an Electric Guitar?" And it's a fantastic video. They take 4 blocks of different wood types, same hardware and pickups, and shoot them out. And yes, they produce very different tones. But those are just blocks of wood, not playable instruments. And judging by the sound of that test, these were direct signals not put through a guitar amp. And once again, I've got to point this out, I've got nothing but respect and admiration for Ola Strandberg. We had a drink together at Music Messa a few years back. We talked about guitars, ergonomics, and he even let me try out his digital Leica camera. Very cool, and I really want one. I think Strandberg builds absolutely incredible instruments, and I'd love to have one on the show at some time. I think the video he put up really has value. It demonstrates the principle in a measurable and repeatable fashion. It's just basic scientific method stuff. Great job. However, it doesn't answer my question. Will any of this have any bearing on the sound in a mix? And in particular, a metal mix. And that's what I'm doing here. I work with metal bands doing metal productions. I am not looking to record Air Supply. So to really demonstrate this, we'd have to find a guitar builder willing to create a pair of actual real-world solid body electric guitars and build them identically. Same pickups, bridge, nut, tuners, you name it. The only variable would be the actual wood that the guitar is built from. Then we'd have to run them through a real-world recording situation, the same amp, speakers, mics, and play an actual song on the guitars. Because I'm interested in how much of a tone shift there is when rocking the fuck out in the studio, not how wood sounds in a lab test. So, called up my buddy Pierre Charbonneau from Charbonneau Guitars in Montreal and asked if he'd be interested in doing a video on this, and he was like, hell yes! So, several months later, here we are. We got 2 of his 6-string scimitar models. The first is made from an ash body with a maple neck and bird's eye maple fingerboard. The second is made from African mahogany with a mahogany neck and ebony fretboard. Both guitars are finished with a very thin coat of polyurethane as to minimize any effect the finish would have on the resonance of the instruments. Both guitars are loaded up with DiMarzio Evolution pickups, hip shop bridges, Graphtec Tusk nuts, and ratio tuners. I'd like to thank all those companies for partnering up with us and making this experiment possible. I'm a huge fan of the Graphtec stuff, and the ratio tuners are my absolute favorite. Hip shop bridges are rock solid, and DiMarzio's reputation for making quality pickups goes back for decades. It's a real honor to be working with them. So I was on a video conference call with Henning Pauly a couple of days ago, showed the guitars off, and he immediately got his back up. You're going to do it wrong! You're going to do this, not this, and it's going to be wrong! And I'm thinking, dude, I haven't even played a fucking note yet, and you're only telling me what I'm doing it wrong! This is exactly the sort of zealotry I'm up against. People are so invested in their opinions, and they really don't like having them challenged. Hell, I got banned from a metal Facebook guitar group last fall for daring to show evidence that changing vacuum tubes won't change your amp's tone. I mean, seriously, when is the last time you've ever heard a guitar player complain that the new set of tubes he bought made his amp sound worse? Still not convinced? Then please show me a frequency response chart for a vacuum tube that was created by that tube's manufacturer and not a marketing company. You know, like the type that microphone and speaker builders provide. Maybe there's a reason they don't come with your tubes. However, Henning did bring up a couple of interesting points. What about sustain? And I'm curious about that as well. Remember Newton's third law being what it is. One could assume that one guitar might sustain longer than the other based on the wood's density. Unfortunately, I don't have a robot arm to pluck the string exactly the same way on both guitars, so I think I'm just gonna have to wing it. But even if one sustains longer, that doesn't make this tone wood, it just makes it sustain wood. When I think tone, I think of a tone knob on an overdrive pedal. Turn it one way, it gets brighter. Turn it the other way, it gets darker. Simple bass and treble stuff. And when I think tone wood on a guitar, that's exactly what I'm looking for. A shift in frequencies. One guitar is going to have more bass or treble than the next, based on the guitar's wood. So for everybody out there who's chirping along with Henning going, "You're gonna do it wrong," let's start with something that's bound to be approved by even the most jaded of snobby guitar tone aficionados, a 1959 Fender Pro. And because Les Paul said people listen with their eyes and synesthesia is a real thing, there's gonna be a real temptation to say that the Ash here is a brighter sounding guitar and the mahogany is darker just based on the visuals. So instead, we're gonna do a blind test. We're gonna call one guitar A and the other guitar B. You tell me if there's a difference and which guitar is which. This should be a piece of cake for all you out there with superhuman hearing. Oh, right. Yeah, that was a different mic on the second clip. Let's try that again with the exact same setup this time. Well, that certainly was interesting, wasn't it? Next up, let's try a medium gain setting. Once again, blind test. And for the third test, this is the challenge part. This is a full-on metal mix. The guitars are running through a Rev Generator 120 Mark III into a Rev cab, mic'd with a Roswell Delphos and an SM57. I'm going to play you guys a full mix that was played on both guitars, and I'm going to treat this mix as I would on a client session. I'm not going to give you any visual cues or even going to tell you how many times the guitars are getting swapped out. Using only your ears, I want you to tell me when the guitar swaps are. So to make this challenge really interesting, the first person in the comments to identify the changes correctly, and I mean not only when the changes are, but what guitar is being used at what time. If they can do that within 7 days after this video is released, they will win one of these guitars and I will ship it anywhere in the world. All right, so I've got my own opinions on this, but ultimately the opinion that counts here the most is yours. Could you hear an audible change in the mix? Is your superhuman guitar tone hearing as good as you thought it was, or did you just discover the Dunning-Kruger effect? I want to hear from you guys, and most of all, I want to know if anybody can actually get this right without any visual aids. Because if you can't tell a difference in a full mix, then maybe you should stop worrying about tone wood and work on your skills instead. Tonewood! It's been hotly debated, and turns out, yeah, it's pretty much nonsense. Okay, now a giant time waster in online debates has been the whole tone wood thing. Does changing the wood type of your guitar have any real significant impact on the tone? So I reached out to my friend Pierre Charbonneau at Charbonneau Guitars, and I had him build me a couple of identical guitars. We used all the same hardware, same fretwire, same pickup, same bridge, same everything. And I got these guys. I got one made out of mahogany and one made out of ash with a maple fretboard. And we put it to the test. We did some clean stuff, we did some dirty stuff, and we did a full mix. And I even offered to give one of these guitars away to the person who could pick out what guitar was what in the full mix without any visual cues. And wow, what a shocker. Nobody, and I mean absolutely nobody, even came close to telling what guitar was which. What do you mean we can't tell the difference in guitar sound due to tone without any visual cues? Next thing you know, they're gonna tell me that healing crystals and fortune cookies don't mean anything either. Les Paul said it decades ago, and he was absolutely right on the money. People listen with their eyes, because when you put it to the test and take away those visual cues, nobody could tell the fucking difference between this guitar and this guitar here. And this is the thing, remember, I'm aimed at the studio market. I'm not aimed at the, tone snob guitar aficionado market. That's not what this show's about. I mean, like, if you want to be super anal retentive and think that somehow the wood's going to have an effect on your tone or your performance, please go right ahead and spend your money. As P.T. Barnum said, there's a sucker born every minute. In my own experience, it didn't affect my performance, and it sure as hell didn't affect the guitar sound, especially in the context of a full mix. And in the studio, that's what really matters, is how does that full mix sound coming out of the speakers, because you got to be able to deliver the goods for your clients. So my suggestion would be, don't get bogged down in a tone wood discussion, because it's just going to be an incredibly huge waste of time. Now, just to show what's going on here, let me play back a couple of these clips and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Let's start with some clean guitar. Interesting stuff, right? Wow, what a huge difference. Except here's the thing, I actually swapped the audio on those clips. Here it is with the guitars actually ash with the ash recording and mahogany with the mahogany recording. My point being here is not to pull the wool over your eyes. I'm just saying, we put an awful lot of trust into YouTube videos and that they're going to be honest with us and tell us what's really going on, because it's very easy to swap an audio clip out with another and just lie to people. That's definitely not what this show is about. I've always been honest, and I've definitely been accused of being a little too honest at times, much to the chagrin of certain gear manufacturers. Let's just put it that way. But I wanted to make a point there, is that we rely all too much on our visual cues to determine how something sounds. And I think that illustrates it brilliantly. And again, if we do a piece where we play back, say, a little bit of a dirty sound back and forth with no visual cue, it's very difficult to tell the two apart. And this is just the way how we perceive the world. We definitely make a lot of our judgments based on how something looks. Penn and Teller put this to the test several years ago on their show Bullshit, when they challenged a bunch of wine tasters, and all they did was gave them the worst $3 rot gut they could find and just changed the labels on different bottles, saying this is this wine, this is this wine, this was this wine. And it was hilarious watching these guys fall all over themselves about how one wine was completely different than the next. Meanwhile, it's all the same thing. Now, don't get me wrong, in the clean channel, there might be a slight difference between the two guitars, but again, in the context of a mix, the difference is so minimal, it's pretty much impossible to tell, as we put by the test. Now, a lot of people took some wild guesses that I would change the tone, based on the riff and that kind of thing, and no, that's not how it happened. And again, I wanted to make sure it wasn't as predictable. I wanted to make sure there was an actual difference in tone being heard and not just some other cue that you could take, as in a visual or changing of a bar or a phrase or something like that. So just to clear it up and show you guys exactly where the changes were in the full mix, let me show you where the guitars were swapped out, but we're just going to watch the drummer, so we're still going to be forced to listen with our ears. Now, what a huge difference in tone when you've got just the wood being changed up. Wow. Truly a magnificent difference there. I gotta say though, aesthetically there's definitely a difference. I mean, this is ash, the other's mahogany. They're both beautiful guitars. I gotta thank DiMarzio for supplying the pickups, Hipshot for supplying the bridges, and I gotta thank Graphtech for supplying the ratio tuners. These things are absolutely stellar. I love these on guitars. They're just fucking unreal. My absolute favorite tuners. But most of all, I got to thank Pierre Charbonneau for wanting to step up and do this shootout with me. He's built a couple of beautiful guitars here. I'm absolutely in love with this thing. And the fact that nobody could pick out the clear winner is kind of a bummer, to be honest with you. I really wanted to give one of these away. So tell you what I'm going to do is I am going to give away the mahogany guitar And I'm going to have to do that on a raffle copter because nobody could pick it out in a full mix. So I'm going to have some links in the description below where you can sign up on that and get on the various socials between myself and Charbonneau Guitars. And with any luck, we'll be able to ship this to somebody out there in the world. Yes, we're going to open up the contest worldwide. I'll pick up the shipping costs for that. You're going to be responsible for any import fees if you wind up having them, but I'll be more than happy to ship this mahogany Charbonneau somewhere in the world. And yeah, these guitars play absolutely beautifully. I really do love this thing. I wanted to keep it in standard tuning for right now, but I think I'm eventually going to put it into drop C or something like that, just to give it a little bit more beef. But yeah. Just beautiful action, just a great playing guitar. I definitely want to use this on a few more mixes down the road. Like I said, maybe beef up the strings just a little bit. And hopefully I'm going to be able to put my brand new signature set of SITs on this thing in maybe September, whenever those are done and come out on the market. Yes, I'm going to have a signature set of strings. We're going to have a set for 4-string bass, 5-string bass, as well as 6 and 7 string guitars. Those are going to be really freaking cool. Just kind of want to drop that there. Anyway, once again, yeah, I'd say definitely recommend checking out Charbonneau Guitars if you're in the market for a beautiful custom built guitar made right in Canada with some Canadian craftsmanship. Pierre built some amazing stuff. This is like, this will be the third Charbonneau I've got. I've still got my blue 7-string, and then we did that green one years ago when I first started the show, and that was pretty cool as well. So my conclusion here when doing the tone wood test is, yeah, don't waste your time, don't waste your money. Wood is a great aesthetic. Like, both these guitars are beautiful. I mean, like, it really just comes down to what do you prefer the look of? Is it going to have any kind of bearing in your overall tone and performance? Not really. Maybe on a clean channel ever so slightly, one guitar might be just a tiny bit brighter than the other. But then again, that's what treble knobs are for. Seriously, thinking there's some kind of magical quality behind wood is just kind of fucking ridiculous, to be honest with you. It's ballast more than anything. It's something for the strings to push off against. Now, if you're talking about an acoustic instrument, that's going to be a completely different ball of wax. But we're talking about solid body electric guitars in the context of a recording mix. Unless you're the absolute biggest tone aficionado snob on earth, really save your money, because honestly, the people who are pushing tone wood are luthiers, or people who are trying to sell you expensive wood. It really doesn't have a bearing on the tone. I think we've pretty much proved that, and none of you guys could point it out in the mix anyway. So save your money, buy an awesome guitar, but don't get hung up on the wood content of it. Worry more about the bridge, pickups, and of course the tuning stability. As for the last video, I just want to say thanks to everybody who did participate and comment on that and took a listen. And I hope you guys found that interesting, because I sure as hell did. And there's far more important things to worry about when it comes to guitar tone other than the wood it's made of. Thanks so much for watching. Get in on that raffle copter. Now go do some work, you lazy fucks! This is a Solar V, 24 frets, 25.5-inch scale with a Floyd Rose tremolo. This is a Jackson Performer Series Rhodes V from 1995 with only 22 frets and a 25.5-inch scale and a licensed Floyd Rose.
It's 25.5.
Shut up! Yeah, thanks for the help there, Siri. Anyway, let's see how these two stack up on this Spectre Sound Showdown. All right, now this is no surprise to anybody. I'm a huge fan of the Solar Guitars brand. I've got their baritone guitar in blue hanging out down in LA over at Warren's place. They sent this to me last spring, and I've been enjoying the hell out of it. And I just shot out that Explorer Series guitar not too long ago as well. Not too many people quite understood the humor in the title, but for those of you guys who did figure it out, good for you. Anyway, so yeah, I've been kind of overdue on reviewing this guitar, mainly because it's been on loan to my very good friend Tim over at the band Tortured Saint, so he could track his record with it. This thing is an absolute beast in the studio. Only thing was, Tim put like 12 gauge strings on it and rebalanced the Floyd, so I've had to set the guitar back up into something playable for us mere mortals. But oh, isn't it pretty? It's so very, very nice to play. And I gotta say, yeah, this thing's just absolutely wicked. Now, I remember when they sent this to me, I'm like, oh no, a Floyd. Now, I've had a lot of bad experiences with these because I've often spent more time setting them up than actually playing them. But this one came good to go right out of the box, and it is absolutely fucking... Yeah, that's just all kinds of fun. Now, by comparison, this is my Rhodes V from 1995. I bought this way back then because I wanted a guitar that said, I don't play grunge. Now, first and foremost, my biggest gripe with this guitar is where they place the input jack. I mean, like, the whole point of a Rhodes V is so it's a V that you can sit with. But what they've done is they put the input jack in a place where it would actually sit on your leg so you can't sit comfortably with it. I mean, like, the fuck are you guys thinking? It's like, why couldn't you just put the input jack like right here somewhere where it would be out of the way? Was that really too much to ask for? Anyway, so you've got two options with this guitar if you want to sit down and play with it. You can either get a right angled cable, which I have one, but it's in really bad shape, so I don't want a lot of noise in my signal. Or you can put a strap on it and have it actually sit a little bit higher. That's what I'm going to do right now. Now, this is a fairly viable solution because it sits the guitar in a pretty comfortable classical style position. Actually, it's not bad. But I will say this was one of the cheaper models I got. It was under $1,000 back in 95, and Jacksons in Canada back in those days were incredibly expensive. This was definitely one of their lower end models, and there's a couple things that differentiate it from, say, the modern Solar, and that's first and foremost, it's a bolt-on neck. So even though the neck is super comfortable to play up here, as soon as you start getting into the upper registers, you've got to kind of get your thumb around the neck joint, and it's kind of a pain in the ass. I definitely prefer the Solar in this situation with its neck through design. Now, the other thing has got to be the difference in Floyds. Solar comes with an actual Floyd, whereas this is licensed. And my big complaint about this is just how the bar sits. There's a lot of play here, so doing flutters is pretty much impossible. And if you're playing live, you want to grab the bar, you kind of got to reach for it because you just don't know where it's going to be because it swings around so much. But yeah, if you want to do any kind of flutter type thing, you can just might as well forget it. Bar does have a lot of travel, but it's to stay in one place to grab it, except way the hell up here. And that just looks a little goofy. Let's see what that'll do. It just doesn't quite have it like the Solar does. So that is definitely a win for Solar guitars as far as whammy bars are concerned. Yeah, I gotta say though, on the lower registers, I like the feel of the neck. It's pretty flat and it's got, just a satin oil finish back here, so it's really fast. Like I said, if it wasn't the fact that this is a bolt-on, I think I'd like this a lot more. Now, the most important thing I got to bring up about this guitar, other than the horrible positioning for the input jack, is I had to put EMGs in this thing almost immediately. This came with some Jackson passive pickups, and they were just absolutely terrible. Like, any minute you'd play high gain and you'd rest, the pickups would just vibrate in their cavities and create this horrible feedback. So what I did was I put in a set of EMGs. This is an 81 and an H. This is actually a single coil. And then I've got a little booster circuit as well. And I gotta say, these pickups do sound very, very nice. And the H pickup is really something special when the switch wants to work. The pickups definitely have some meat on it, and the booster circuit definitely does something here. This is kind of cool. very cool indeed. It's nice to have that little option. Actually, with the booster circuit on the H, the clean channel is really something else. Now, I've used this guitar on a lot of clients' records for cleans because it has a certain glistening quality. I just love it. Now, by way of comparison back on the Solar here, I gotta say, it's super nice to just even sit with. The fact that it has a beveled edge here instead of just a straight right angle means somebody was thinking about this when it comes for sitting. And, you can just lean back in this and it's just great. And, you can kind of squeeze the point between your legs and, sit with it super comfortably. Again, the beveled edge here, you can rest your arm on it and it's not going to get tired. You don't have to reach around the guitar. So yeah, between the legs and reach around. Lots of innuendo on this episode, that's for sure. But I gotta say, yeah, this guitar is just beautiful to sit with. Definitely a little warmer sounding than the Jackson, that's for sure. I think both could have their place on a record. There's no doubt about it. But, we're here for the metal. We're here for the high gain. Just as a studio tool, I think I might lean toward this a little bit more, mainly because the Floyd's a lot more playable. And I don't have to modify this guitar to get it to sound great. It's just awesome right out of the box. It might be just a slightly darker sound than the EMGs, but honestly, I think these pickups are absolutely fantastic. Now, I absolutely love the easy access neck joint on this thing, and the fact that you can just get your hand up to the upper registers and, the neck joint is not going to get in your way. I think that's absolutely fantastic. Again, I think comfort's the name of the game with this guitar, and it is just simply awesome. Now, I got to say, I've been playing this thing for the last couple weeks on and off. It's a lot of fun. Now, if you go up on stage with this thing, obviously you're going to want to have a strap for it. So I don't think neck dive's really going to be an issue. I think this thing feels pretty well balanced. The only quibble I've got is maybe the neck is just a tiny bit thicker than the Jackson. But other than that, yeah, this guitar is almost absolute perfection. I love the added bonus of the locking tuners. This was kind of unexpected for a guitar with a Floyd. It's kind of pointless with the locking nut here, but I can understand the logic just being easier and faster string changes. So if you pop a string or you want to change out a whole set, you can obviously do it way faster with a set of locking tuners like this than the traditional ones like you'd see on the Jackson. Now, the one thing I got to stress about this Jackson is it did take a bit of work to get it into playing shape, both for the stage and the studio. And I put this in a couple of years ago. This is a tremolo, and this allows me to lock off the whammy bar because I do like the sound of this thing as a rhythm guitar quite a bit. And just locking down the Floyd to keep it from moving just adds to tuning stability in the studio, and it's far more stable and far more reliable that way. And yeah, this guitar has wound up on a couple of clients' records, not only for the clean stuff, but for some of the heavies as well. I remember I had a hardcore band come in, way back earlier in my career, and the guitar the guy brought in, well, let's put it this way, he couldn't amplify a fart with it, to quote Vim Fuego. So I gave him this, and he's like, really? And I'm like, just trust me, this thing will sound heavy as fuck. And yeah, it worked out really great. So putting the EMGs in here was definitely the right thing to do. But I've got to stress that I've dropped probably $400 to $600 of extra money after I bought the guitar just to get it into studio shape. On the other hand, the Solar here is just ready to go right out of the box. Everything about it just screams amazing. I gotta say, I'm absolutely in love with this thing, and it's just so nice. It really is. Now, aside from the extremely minor complaint about the neck width maybe being just a little thick for my tastes, I think this guitar is almost absolute perfection. You're definitely not going to have to screw with it to get it to work in a studio situation or in a serious band situation. So I gotta say, in terms of V-shaped guitars, if you're in the market, yeah, you might want to check out one of these because it is just simply amazing. Can't wait to use this on some more projects. So if you want to get your hands on one of these, Solar guitars are available at Thomann and from the Solar Guitars website. I'll have links in the description below. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Hey everybody, so today I'm going to be taking a look at a brand new guitar from Ormsby from Australia. I'm super excited to be working with this company. Now, the law says I have to disclose to you that yes, they sent me a guitar, but no money has changed hands and they don't get any say in what goes into this video, and my opinions are my own. They don't get any kind of influence over that whatsoever. Now, the law says that as an influencer, I have to tell you that, and that's totally fine. But you should ask yourself this: why aren't television shows, movies, and politicians bound by the same rules? So a couple weeks ago, I did a video on my 1988 29 fret Washburn, replaced the saddles on the Floyd, cleaned it up quite a bit. Turned out really well. That video did great. It's kind of a rare guitar, and I'm happy to have it back in working condition. But today's video has been inspired by the viewer Peter Wilson, and he wrote in,
I didn't realize that Washburn had done a 29 fret guitar. My Ormsby has 29 frets, which is sort of fun, but I pretty much never use them.
Well, Peter, I share your sentiment. Having 29 frets is kind of fun, but once again, it's kind of like having amps that go to 11. You're going to use them once in a while, but definitely not all the time. Going over the 24th isn't exactly necessary, but boy, is it ever fun to have. So, in fact, I reached out to Ormsby a couple weeks ago and said, hey, I didn't realize you guys did a 29 fret. I'm an original Washburn owner. I'd love to do a show on what you guys have. And here we are. This is a 29 fret 7-string multi-scale from Ormsby Guitars. So let's pull it out of the box here and see what we get. Want to thank DHL for getting it here from Australia so very fast. There's only a couple of speed holes in place, but it feels like they've got a hard shell case in here. So I'm pretty certain the guitar survived. I meant to do that. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, that's nice. Look at that. That's pretty sweet. Let's see what we get. Wow. That's a nice case. Moment of truth. I'm really excited to see what we get here. So let's take a look here, shall we? Nice solid case anyway. Let's see what we get. Oh, that is gorgeous. Oh, wow. Crumbs balls, that's beautiful. Look at this. Ooh, silica gel. Bass players, don't eat these. Let's see here. Checked by Jeff, serial number 4712. Setup tuning B standard string gauge 9 to 54. Wow. Oh, let's take a look at this here, shall we? Oh, it's lightweight too. That is sick. Look at that. Look at that neck joint. Satin finish neck. Goes right in the body. That is seamless. Look at that. Easy loading. Wow. Looks like we got locking tuners down here. Look at this. We've got coil tabs. That's so cool. 3-way position. That is just absolutely gorgeous. And yeah, got this tiny 29th fret way up here. Yeah, it's definitely a different kind of neck than the Washburn. The Washburn had kind of more of a curve to it, and the second pickup was like way the hell down here. So this is actually a little more versatile. I like that the extended neck doesn't really go past the 24th on the 7th string. On the 6th, it does ever so slightly. You get a 25th fret, and then as you go higher up. And that's cool because it works with the playing in a logical fashion, something you never see on bass. But the extended cutaway is really good. There's good reach here. I don't think you're gonna quite get up to 36 frets with the Washburn if you want. Maybe if they bevel that out a little bit, but honestly, most of us are gonna be hitting the 24th and that's about it. But wow, that's absolutely beautiful. I got an idea. Let's plug it in. Alrighty then, so have the guitar all tuned up, plugged in, ready to go. Yeah, just been kind of noodling with it for the last couple minutes here. Gotta say, yeah, this is just super cool. It feels so nice. I'm loving this neck joint. Easy access to the frets. Once again, I'm super impressed with this. And I got a closer look at this. These are Ormsby branded locking tuners. I absolutely love locking tuners. The bridge feels good. This guitar is just super comfortable. I even really like the recessed input jack here. This is just awesome. That's just all kinds of cool. Gets out of the way. You're not going to knock it out unless you really try hard. Believe me, guitar players will find a way though. But yeah, I gotta say, this guitar just plays great. That's just super comfortable. I just absolutely love this thing. It's so easy to dig into the low chords. Okie dokie, what happened there? I think that slipped a little bit. Let's crank that up, shall we? Okay, for everybody following along at home, make sure your locking tuners are done up all the way after your guitar has done a trip across half the world. So it might have something to do with it there. All right, we're back in business. Yeah, that is absolutely cool. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, we got the extended necks. Don't expect a whole lot of shred here. I'm not a shred guy, but just to play a couple of the notes up here. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, don't know how much sustain we're gonna get way up here. Let's try it out. Not bad, not bad. All right, so that's a real quick look at the Ormsby. Like I said, I really like the weight of this guitar. The balance is feeling pretty good. Maybe a tiny bit neck heavy, but it's not like, you're going to get a huge droop like you would on an SG. That's for sure. Super comfortable to play. The neck thickness is a little bit thicker than, say, an Ibanez, but it's not, say, as chunky as, say, a Spectre or something like that. It feels really, really good. I can't wait to use this on upcoming episodes for various amp demos and whatever else we've got going on. So definitely watch for this guitar in the future. I'm going to have some links to the Ormsby Guitar Company in the description below. Once again, thanks for watching. Hey everybody, how's it going? So, judging by how well that Rickenbacker video did there a couple days ago, I gotta say, I didn't know what to expect with that one. I was very, very happy with the response we got. Seems like a lot of you guys liked that video. A lot of you guys commented that, oh, well, that's an original piece of artwork. You should have kept it. Yeah, an original piece of artwork that somebody drew in fucking math class. Anyway, Steve's back again. Steve's sitting over in the corner, masked, socially distanced and whatnot. One of these days we're going to get him on the show if he hasn't been already. I think he's been on once or twice or whatever, but he is officially this show's Wilson. So what am I, Tim the Tool Man? Oh, fuck. Now we're in trouble now. Anyway. So, Steve brought us a real treat today. I think he might have found the ugliest guitar in the entire fucking world. Well, I don't know, man. There's been some pretty fucking ugly guitars. Some I'm going to show you guys right here. And, of course, some that I can't even show you that look like sexual organs. I mean, I definitely fall into the what in the fuck were they thinking category. But we do have a real doozy. In terms of ugly guitars, this one's pretty hideous. I gotta say, I think the best thing I like about this guitar so far is the case it's coming in. We got what is this? Pro Rock Gear case. Where'd you get this case, Steve? Because I really like this case.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Just fit the damn thing.
It smells nice too. You know you're in for a real treat when the case looks nicer than the guitar. So we've got ourselves an old Silvertone from the 50s. You guys ready for this? And here it is. Oh. Thank you. Ooh, look at it glint like that. I kind of feel a bit like Marty McFly in the first Back to the Future movie. So here it is. This is a Silvertone that Steve has dated back to 1958, is that it?
57, 58, yeah.
57, 58. He's came up with that date from what he's been able to determine by researching catalogs, actually. And I gotta say, this is in really good shape. For being so old, but I think I can kind of understand why it's in such good shape. This thing is so fucking disgustingly ugly. Nobody would, in their right mind, would want to play this, you know, unless they want to stay a virgin for the rest of their life.
It's got that pea soup green color to it.
No, it's not pea soup. You were calling it baby shit green earlier. Okay. Yes, like this is the color you pull out of an infant's diaper. I mean, like this is just gross. Ugh. And what's even worse? Check out the back. Look at this.
Gold flake heaven, eh?
Oh, wow! Must have wow. This is the thing. Okay, they weren't trying to sell to hip teenagers back then. They were trying to sell to parents who didn't know what the hell to get their kids for Christmas at Sears. Because this is exactly where you'd get this guitar at Sears, wouldn't you?
Yeah, department stores.
Yeah, well, so your Sears, or for our American friends, the J.C. Penney's and a whole bunch of other stores that went out of business in the last couple of years because they can't compete with Amazon. I'm just kind of stunned by how good of shape this guitar is in. There's like one minor flaw I can see in the neck here. I don't know if I can get a fucking shot of this or not, if I can get in close. But it just seems like there's a bit of indentation in the fretboard here.
Good old finger wear.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, a lot of cowboy chords went through this thing. Sure. Because I don't think very many eruption type solos were done with this guitar. But wow, it's I gotta say though, the action's great. Yeah, and you know, actually for just sitting there and noodling unplugged. Yeah, this is actually kind of fun. The neck doesn't feel too thick. I mean, like, you know, you look at an old piece of shit like...
Well, like it's the Jimmy Reed model, eh?
Okay, so who was Jimmy Reed, for everybody asking?
You'd have to look him up and listen to his tunes.
Okay.
I know, like, Bob Dylan plucked on one of those in the 60s.
Okay.
There's a few blues guitar players. And, you know.
Yeah, this is definitely not a shred guitar. This is definitely not a metal guitar in the slightest. So what we have here, so we got 2 lipstick pickups and a 3-way switch and 4 knobs. And that's it. And on the back, yeah, it's just feels semi-hollow. It feels like there might actually... I've felt way more. I've felt guitars that are way more hollow than this, though. This feels like it's a partial solid body.
So they're experimenting with in the 50s, eh?
You've had the pick guard taken off, and we'll put some pictures up of that, and we can get a look at what's going on here. So are they cavities inside then?
Total. Like, the whole thing's a big cavity.
All right.
as far as the vintage instruments, there's a lot of vintage guitar collectors out there, so they know what they're looking at right now.
Okay.
But it's just that it's supposed to be gold top. I don't know if it's changed to that green. I just can't stand the look of it. And, when you see the sunburst ones on the internet, you kind of want to change that green to what you see on the internet because that's hideous, that color. But
yeah, that is a pretty horrible color. Now, this is the thing. You haven't been able to find another guitar this color, have you?
No.
So that's the big question we're going to put to you guys is Steve wants to maybe sand this thing down and give it a new finish.
Just the front.
Just the front. You want to keep this awesome. You want to keep this awesome finish on the back too?
I'm gonna have to, man.
Okay, so yeah, this is the thing. I mean, like, I'm saying, should we reach out to some of our friends who make pickups and maybe get some new high output pickups for it or something like that. Obviously, we'd want to probably keep the lipstick tubes, but maybe we can find something a little more high output. Maybe some new.
All of it does work.
Okay.
It's just the two pickups are very much out of phase,
Mhm.
and there's a few videos that you can watch of some dudes playing on these. And you'll get that effect, right?
Okay. Well, yeah, let's plug it in and see what it can do here. Just be a sec. Now I've got this plugged into the Rev Generator 120 Mark III back there on top of the stack. This is still on loan from the Rev guys, so I figure why not? Because this is got a lot of versatility as far as amps go. But for cleans... That's kind of fun. I noticed, though, it's definitely does a few different things on the pickup. We go to middle position here. And it's like it almost completely dies. Yeah, that's...
Look at that three-way, see if it's cutting out.
No, but if I put it on a higher gain channel, I think we can hear it. Yeah, I'm on the green channel on the new Rev, so it's kind of a martially kind of mode with both pickups on. It's got kind of a throaty, kind of a beefy sound actually. We got that, kind of 60s grimy vibe. If I could play like Nugent, I'd play Journey to the Center of the Mind right now, but yeah, I don't quite have those chops, that's for sure. But I mean, that treble pickup just kind of cuts out, so I'm not sure what's going on. We checked the pickup is definitely making noise here, but I'm not sure if it's the electronics or the wiring or something, but there's a massive level drop between this pickup and this pickup. And together, though, they're fine. This would be a great guitar for surf rock or something. I feel like I should have Ryan from 60 Cycle Hum here right now because that's definitely his genre and it's not mine at all. But I gotta say though, I'm really kind of shocked by the action on this guitar. It actually feels really good in this region from like the 12th down to the nut. It's really comfortable, and which is great because this guitar does not have a truss rod, and the neck basically has to be shimmed to be adjusted. Am I correct there? Yeah. Okay, so you'd actually have to pull the pickguard off, pull the neck off, shim it, and then reconnect everything. So that's a giant pain in the ass. The other thing, this is really unique, and this is the one thing I don't see on very many electrics, and there's probably a good reason for that, is it's actually got a wooden bridge. Like, what is up with that? And Steve was saying, he's got it down here.
It's bottomed out right now.
Yeah, exactly. And it's as low as it'll go, and it feels a little bit high past the 12th in terms of action, so you might need to do some filing just to take that down a little bit more. though. I gotta say, I'm just shocked by just what condition this guitar is in. This is ridiculously good shape for what it is. So it's probably not going to need too much work at all. Look, I'm going to pose a question to you guys, the audience, and I'd love to get some feedback. And the question is, should we have Steve repaint the finish to this thing and make it look nicer, or should we keep it in its original state? I want to hear from you guys. I mean, like, I understand it's rare, but some things from the past are rare for a reason. Like, I remember looking for the Lord Stutch record, Lord Stutch and Heavy Friends. I spent forever looking for that. Finally found it, and then I realized why it was so rare. It's because it sucked. Just because it's old doesn't make it good. I mean, like, take a look at the Ford Edsel, for fuck's sakes. All right, let's be crystal clear here. This is not a cherry red 1957 Gibson Flying V. This is ugly as fuck. The question is, do we keep it remaining ugly as fuck, or do we make an improvement on it? My question is, do you guys think we should put new tuners on, or new pickups? Maybe new potentiometers as well, a new switch. Maybe all that stuff will make a giant difference. Do we see if we can find a replacement bridge for this? Maybe somebody makes something metal. I don't know. I mean, like, this is not my area of expertise. I mean, when it comes to modern guitars, sure, I've got a bit of knowledge, but when it comes to old department store guitars like this is definitely not where my knowledge lies. So I am going to pose that question to you guys. If you got a comment or a suggestion, especially for replacement pickups or electronics, that kind of thing, please leave us a suggestion below. We'd love to hear from you. And if we repaint it, we'll definitely do a follow-up episode on it. So make sure you're subscribed so that way you'll get notifications for if and when that video comes out. Anyway, we're going to be digging up some more rock fossils in the future because these videos are an awful lot of fun to do. Anyway, thanks so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Hey everybody, how's it going? So got a real special episode for you guys today. We're checking out rock and roll fossils. And by that, I mean instruments from the 80s, from when I was a teenager, you know, back in the good old days when, you know, bands were real bands and drummers played on their records. I know, insane, right? But it actually happened. We're not talking about, you know, rich and famous bands. We're talking about the local bands. We're talking about guys who grew up on the Windsor scene alongside me, like my very good friend Steve Chason, who helped me build this place. Well, actually, let's be honest here. Steve did most of the work and I just wired it. Steve used to be in a band way back when. I played them on Merciless Metal Mix Reviews a couple weeks back, and the band was called DNA, Death by Nuclear Annihilation. Our very good friend Craig was their bass player, and he had this Rickenbacker bass from a previous band known as LSD, Little Shit Disturbers. Witty stuff, I know. I remember that was the thing back in the 80s. We had all these, you know, 3 initial named bands. You know, who else was there?
Too many to count.
Yeah, there were DNA. Yeah, well, no, come on, throw me one, man. Let's think of something here for a sec.
You're asking me to go into the filing cabinet? Come on, man.
I remember, but that was the real trend though, where the little 3 initial band names: LSD, DNA, DOA. Oh yeah, there was DOA. They were more of a punk band though, from West Coast Canada.
SNFU?
That's 4.
Oh,
okay. Okay. Steve also played drums. You know, it's like, you know, but bands go through certain trends in the early 2000s. It was, you know, deliberately misspell your band name like Stained and Puddle of Mud, and then, you know, do amazing live performances in the 2020s. We've got this old Rickenbacker from the 80s that Steve's going to restore for us, and I thought we'd get a look at it to begin with and see just what kind of shape this thing is, because it's going to need a little work. Let's just put it that way. Here, hand it over. Let's take a peek. So, yeah, we've got the, oh my God, that weighs a ton. So we've got the awesome case on this thing. And get another shot of that right there. Look at all the amazing artwork on this. All the stickers. Wow, there's a Betrayer sticker on here. How about that? So the case was duct taped closed because a couple of the clasps are broken right off. So this thing's definitely seen way better days. So let's fair enough. I'm almost afraid to look. Steve's been telling me, you know, like what happened. I guess, you know, it was the '80s thrash scene. You know, the things got a little violent every now and then.
The bridge pickup stopped working, and the pickguard was broken in 3 spots.
I guess Steve sanded down the finish and was going to give it a nice satin oil finish, and then the singer got hold of it. We're going to take a look at what that was. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit.
There's duct tape there, too.
Oh, there's duct tape on this end, too. Wonderful. Oh, yikes. Wow, it almost looks like a lesser-known cover. Here, yeah, okay, here we go. Wow. Okay. Okay, well, the most of the weight is in the case. Let's check how much life is left in these strings, because I'm sure they're probably... Did you put new strings on, or are these...
Just one. Just the other day, the D string.
Oh, so much life. You know what? The neck's not too bad. Okay. Yeah, now, legend has it that when the singer got hold of it, he did the artwork. I gotta admit, okay, some of the artwork, not too bad. I mean, like, this is kind of cool, I guess. You know, but this used to be a beautiful cream white Rickenbacker, and it had, you know, this nice classic look, but they, you know, put EMGs on it because thrash bands, you know, definitely needed EMGs for on stage, especially at the local level back in the day, but whatever. Yeah, that pickguard definitely probably seen better days as well. But apparently when the singer got hold of it, he shellacked the entire neck, the front and the back, including the fretboard. That's been scraped off, has it not?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now the back of the neck, you can still see some remnants of the shellac. This still could probably be taken down a little bit more. And like I said, maybe given a nice satin oil finish. And you're going to refinish the base?
Totally. Yeah, I just cut 2 pick guards for it.
Okay.
One to accommodate the EMGs, and then when Craig and I find the actual original parts.
Okay. Yeah, because the top of the body here, this is definitely feeling a little bit rough, and shall we say, I don't think it's supposed to be a patina.
No. And that's a 1978 base, and the way to figure that out is if you look at the jack on the back. Okay. There's codes on there.
Oh, okay, cool. So this is from 78.
Yeah, made in November.
Wow. Okay, great. So this is definitely we're in antique territory. So very curious to see how this is going to turn out, because right now, I mean, like, this is almost, you know, like one of those episodes, you know, where they go back into the junkyard and pull out an old rusted out piece of shit and then restore it to its glory. Yeah. I think we're going to see the same thing here. I gotta say, feeling a little bit of neck dive, but I think that's definitely has something to do with the Rickenbacker design and not so much, you know, what's been done to it after the fact. I think it's mainly an aesthetic thing, and yeah, it definitely needs some work. So really looking forward to seeing what Steve can do to this. Hopefully we can get some shots of him of this thing as it's being worked on. And somebody didn't mute their fucking phone! Thanks, Steve! That's probably Newman. Did you mention my name, man? Yes, Craig, we love you very much.
Yeah, it's him.
It is! Oh, this is great. Yeah. Hi, Craig. You're on Spectre Sound Studios. How's it going, dude?
What's up?
Anyway, yeah, I just basically uncased your bass, and we're taking a look at it right now. So anyway, this is Craig Newman from CDN Records. He went on from being a total rule number 2 to actually being a pretty fucking awesome record label owner. And he's been in the business probably 30 fucking years now. So if you're in Canada and you want to get your hands on some awesome underground death and metal and that kind of stuff, definitely check out CDN Records. Is cdnrecords.com or .ca? cdnrecords.com. Definitely check that out. Okay, I'll hand you back over to Steve. All right, so that's it for the Rickenbacker. We're going to hand this off to Steve and see what he can do with it. I'll try and get you guys some shots as the bass is being worked on. Not sure what we're going to do with the pickups, but this definitely needs a new pickguard because, wow, is that ever something. Like, and by ever something, I mean ever something not very good at all. Okay, so we have plugged the bass in, and it's alive. It actually works. So that's pretty cool, actually. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to hand this off to Steve, have him strip it down, sand it down, refinish this, get rid of this horrible, you know, drip marks across the top. Hey, wonderful job there, guys, whoever did that. And, you know, get it back into proper playing shape. Are we going to keep the EMGs in it, or are you going to go back to the originals?
As a first step. The second step will be the actual original parts, which are going to cost an arm and a leg.
So we are going to go back to the original pickups.
Eventually. Yeah.
Okay. So my problem here right now is on the bridge. You got this thing sticking out, and you could really hurt yourself unless that gets taken down correctly, because that's jutting out way too far. That could be a real safety hazard. That's about the only major issue I've got with the bass right now. I mean, like, other than the horrible finish, this could be quite nice. Yeah, with a proper pickguard. You said you actually cut one. What?
Cut two.
Cut two of them. Why two?
Well, one to go around those PJs as a first step.
Okay.
And then when we get the original pickup, and we can only get that from Rickenbacker Heaven.
Oh, okay.
And pay an arm and a leg for it.
Okay. All right, that makes perfect sense. All right, so I'm going to hand this off to Steve. We'll see what he does with it. Hopefully I can come by his place with a camera and look at a work in progress. I think that might be really cool. More on that in just a sec. All right, we're back. And the base has returned. No duct tape on the case this time. The latches are sort of working a little bit, but I think it's time to maybe buy a new case because this has definitely seen better days. As you'll notice, we changed out the camera. We're now on a Blackmagic Pocket Cinema camera. I still got my second camera ready to go for close-ups here, but yeah, we're back on the main here. We've changed out the lighting, got things a little bit more interesting mood, I would say. Anyway, I'm sure you guys are dying to see what this thing looks like. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do any cutaways or get any shots of the restoration being done because Steve's not a video guy, and the pandemic lockdown definitely had other plans for us. So it's just basically, yeah, I basically had the base dropped off to me and I get to shoot the before and after, but not the actual restoration process. Sorry about that, guys. I really wish I could have showed you how much work went into this, but it's been about a month and we've got ourselves a completely different instrument. Now this has just turned out absolutely unbelievable compared to what it was. Wow. What a difference. A lot of work's been done to this, sanding down, refinishing, all that. And on the back even, look at that. It's just, it's beautiful. It's, got a bit of a reflective finish now. That wonderful patina is gone, and man, am I ever glad to see it go. Now, we look at things a little bit closely here. We can see maybe a couple little screw holes that are kind of still visible. Steve was saying he could have spent maybe another month on it and got rid of those, but time and budget and all that, considering I think he did a pretty damn amazing job with what he had to work with, considering, the shape it was in before him. Now, another thing here is the pick guards here are completely made by hand. Steve got the plastic and cut them out all by himself, drilled all the holes for the pots and the pickups and everything. And this was all just fabricated by him. So, dude, seriously, nice job. Wow. And, the base is a lot smoother. Like I said, one of my big gripes was the top here. It was just really uneven because there was, it was dripping shellac and it just felt awful. This is much smoother to the touch. It's not 100% perfect. Steve was saying he could have got himself, if he had himself a great big buffing wheel, he probably could have done an even better job on it. But I guess he went at it with, a Dremel and just some kind of a polishing attachment like that, that was about that big. So anybody knows where we can get a great big buffing wheel for dirt cheap, hey, be sure to let us know. And there's a little bit of a flaw here, but other than that, this instrument is just turned out absolutely amazing. I'm completely blown away. It's night and day from what it was. Now, normally this would be the part of the show where I hand the bass off to somebody awesome like Keith Wilkinson, but we're in a province-wide lockdown, so nobody's coming over right now. And Eric Oko, he's played bass on the show numerous times, but he's in Sweden, so I don't think we're going to be able to get him to play it because we're just not going to spend 2 months shipping the bass back and forth. So we're going to have to make do with me. And please bear in mind, I am not a bass player. I am a studio engineer first and foremost. So I'm just going to kind of noodle a little bit here, try not to laugh too hard. All right, there we go. Damn, I gotta say, the action on this thing is amazing. This instrument plays great. I think I now understand why Lemmy played these things for all those years. This is just fantastic. I gotta say, not a bad job for restoring an old war beast that's definitely was in questionable condition. It's not 100% factory perfect, but I think Steve did an absolutely magnificent job. Maybe we can get him on the show sometime and possibly answer some questions. Anyway, just want to say thanks to everybody for watching the show, and let me know if you'd like to see some more restorations in the future. Oh yeah, by the way, I've got the Evidence or STFU shirt still on sale today, and it ends tonight, so if you'd like to get one of these, follow the link in the description below because it'll be gone at midnight Pacific time. Anyway, thanks again for watching. Make sure you hit the subscribe button on your way out, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everybody, how's it going? So today I'm going to do a video I've been wanting to do for a very long time and I haven't had a chance to up until now, and that's taking a look at my 1988 Washburn Spitfire M1 model with a 29 fret neck. Now this was designed featuring something called the Stevens Extended Cutaway. If we look at this, the whole guitar's been chopped out in the back here. It's a neck through body design, but it's designed with upper access fret playing in mind. In fact, this guitar even came with a 36 fret option. You can get right up here, but I wanted a 2 pickup model. This guitar means an awful lot to me. I bought it in '88 and I've had it all this time. Let's get right into it. You know that scene in Wayne's World when he's looking at the classic Stratocaster and going, oh, it will be mine?
It will be mine.
That is exactly what happened to me in the spring of 1988. The local music store was a Washburn dealer and they had this model in black. And I was just like, oh, by crumb, I must have it. The only problem is back then it was a $1,500 guitar. And in today's dollars, that's well over $3,000. And for a 17-year-old kid, that might as well have been mission fucking impossible. There's no way I could have possibly afforded it. But somehow I managed. I wound up getting myself a job at the local Green Giant plant, and I worked all kinds of nasty jobs in green beans and corn, and even worked a midnight shift when the summer ended. So I was going to school during the day, sleeping as soon as I got home from school, getting up around 11 o'clock, and then going into work to clean out the freezers, and then back to school again. I had absolutely no life, but to get this guitar, it was worth it because here we are, 33 years later, I've still got it. Now, I haven't had this guitar on the show an awful lot because the Floyd was so heavily damaged from years of use. This is a lesson, you guys out there. If you're playing Floyd Rose systems, just throw a towel or something in your guitar case and wipe down your guitar when you're done playing it, because if you perspire, it's going to build up on the Floyd's hardware and it's going to chew at it. And my guitar, it was so far gone that it was actually drawing blood when I was playing it, and I'm like, okay, I can't use this anymore. So I reached out to my friends at Graphtech and asked them if they had any solutions. They're like, yeah, we've got saddles for a Floyd. And I'm like, perfect. The only problem is this is a licensed Floyd. This is a Washburn 600S by Taguchi, and you can still find these on Reverb every now and then. Graphtech was really cool, but they said, no, these should fit, they should work. Let's send you a set, let's see what happens. And I gotta say, this whole thing was inspired by my wife because I was restringing this thing one night, and I'm like, I really gotta put a new Floyd into this or some new saddlers or something. She's like, well, why don't you make an episode about that? I'm thinking, hey, great idea. So thanks, Julie. I really appreciate that. Great idea for an episode. So I get to tell the story about this thing finally. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut to the part where I put the new saddles on the Floyd and show you what that's all about and show you how I cleaned up the neck and polished down the frets and get it in playing position. Let's go to that right now. All right, first saddle is in place. Whoa, there goes the tooth from it. Interestingly enough, the new pins that lock down the strings, they don't quite fit through the gate, I guess that'd be the word for it, or the grid in the Floyd. The original ones are a little bit thinner, and these are just a little too thick to go through, but they fit. The originals fit on the saddle just fine, so I've got that in place, and yeah, that looks much shinier. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull the entire Floyd off the back, pull the tremolo completely, disassemble it, and try and get it cleaned up the best I can, and then drop all the new saddles in place, and hopefully that's going to look a whole lot better. But yeah, so far so good. Feels like it's going to sit in place correctly. It should adjust string tension, no problem. Should be able to tune with no issues whatsoever. So really looking forward to getting this back into playing condition, because it'd be nice to play this without drawing blood for a change. All right, so we got the bridge out, and the last time I think I gave it a complete disassembly and a cleaning was sometime in college, which would have been any time between 1989 and 1992. And see, we've got some, I don't know what the hell that is, but that is kind of freaking nasty, that's for sure. It's just dust or skin or who knows what. But yeah, that needs to be cleaned up. This whole thing's in pretty rough shape. So I found myself my old bottle of keg deoxit, and I'm gonna throw all the parts in here, give it a good lubrication for everything that we're keeping. Basically the only thing that's getting changed out here are the saddles themselves, and they're in great shape, they fit great. But yeah, all the rest of the pins and stuff, that's gotta stay, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, frets are feeling pretty frictiony, shall we say. These aren't sliding like they should. Easiest way to increase the sustain on your guitar is to polish the frets. At least that's what I've found. And it's probably been about a good 10 years since the frets have been polished on this thing. It's definitely overdue, so let's tape that up and see what we can do. And it looks like all that green painter's tape I spent all that time meticulously putting on did absolutely nothing whatsoever. So we're going to clean this up with some lemon oil and hopefully get this fretboard looking a whole lot better. And after a little bit of lemon oil, it seems to have cleaned the fretboard up quite nicely. The frets are definitely feeling much, much, much smoother now. And this thing is just about ready to be restrung. I'm just looking for any little bits I might have missed in the cleanup process. All right, so I gotta say the Graphtex fit on here absolutely perfect. Once again, these pins here are the originals. The Graphtec ones wouldn't actually fit in through the section here. I don't know, the grid or the gate or whatever that's called, but they were just a little bit too big, so we're with the originals here. You can see on the Floyd here, maybe I'll get some super close-ups on this, but there's still a bit of wear and tear on the Floyd, but the part that counts the most, the saddles, they're brand new and they sound great. And honestly, I swear the guitar sounds just a little bit louder than it did with the originals. Of course, I didn't do a before and after recording, and I'll call myself out on my own bullshit, but I swear this thing resonates louder now because of the new saddles. Maybe that's due to the original saddles being so far gone. Anyway, yeah, the guitar is an absolute joy to play now. The action is brilliant. It's still one of the best playing guitars I've ever had the extreme pleasure of putting my hands on. In my 36 years of playing guitar, this is one of the finest instruments I've ever got to play. And yeah, I mean, like, this got me through 3 years of college, and I've had it my entire life as a working adult, and it still plays and sounds great. So that's my 29 fret Washburn. Hopefully you're going to see it on the show in some upcoming videos, get to use it on some amp demos or cabinet demos, that kind of thing. I'm happy to see this thing back in action. Just want to give a great big shout out to Graphtec for supplying the string saver saddles. These things are absolutely brilliant. As you can see, they've got a little bit of absorption material under the strings, so apparently your strings are going to last longer than they would on a normal Floyd. You know, originally I was thinking about replacing the entire Floyd, but I'm thinking, nah, you know what, I'll try and keep this as original as possible. It looks pretty cool, even with the patina, as it were now. It's got a little bit of rust spots and whatnot. I've cleaned it up the best I could, but I think it gives it some character, but I'll make sure I wipe it down when I'm done with it, that's for sure. Now, here's something cool. I was talking with the Washburn guys at last year's NAMM about them doing a new version of this guitar, and I'm curious, what would you guys like to see? Would you like to see a new 29 fret Washburn? Would you like to see it with the crackle finish? Or would you like to see it with something a little bit more traditional wood grain, that kind of thing? I'm very curious. Oh yeah, almost forgot. What's it sound like over the 24th fret? Yeah, whoa. This goes up to a high A. I almost forgot. Yeah, that's kind of the whole point of this guitar. I mean, like, go up here. And I gotta say, you know, it's kind of difficult to play above the 24th, especially if like you're like me and you got huge fingers. I mean, like, kind of got to turn your fingers sideways to get in there. Kind of fun to have, but it's a little bit like Spinal Tap having amps that go to 11. You know, you're only going to use it every once in a while. I think I've only ever gone over the 24th in a solo once, and that was just to get up there, just to kind of, you know, make a little bit of a statement, but that's in some 32 years of having this guitar. 33 years now of having this guitar. And that's the thing. This guitar was actually white like this coffee mug was once upon a time, and it's kind of yellowed over age, but I don't know. I think it gives it some character. Anyway, like I said, I'm just grateful to see it back in action, and you guys should be seeing it on the show quite a bit from now on. So yeah, let me know, what would you guys like to see another 29 fret Washburn? I want to see if there's some interest out there, see if anybody wants to get their hands on one. I know they did one a couple years ago. It didn't do all that great, but personally, I'd love to see a version of this for 2021 or 2022. I think it'd be cool to see. Maybe we can try some different pickups. This one's branded Washburn pickups. And I'm not sure what they are. I mean, like, honestly, I really suspect they're EMGs. Like, we've got a little battery pack back here. But this guitar's got something really unique on it. This is actually a knob for the pickup. It's... This is actually the boost you're dialing in here. So let me know, would you guys want to see a version of the 29 fret for 2021 or 2022 from Washburn? What kind of finish you'd like to see, all that kind of things? Let me know. You got some stories about some cool off-the-wall guitars that you're fond of? Hey, leave a comment below. I'd love to hear from you. Anyway, thanks for watching. See you guys next time. This is the Sterling by Music Man JP100. This is the John Petrucci signature model, and it has a serious flaw. Let me show you what I mean. What the fuck is that? You know what? That's not even the biggest problem with this guitar. The trem is definitely sticking in one way or another. You start bending on the low strings, it starts pulling up. Maybe that can be fixed by some lubrication. I don't know. This guitar did not come with the tremolo arm, so I don't know what the hell I'm going to do here. I am going to have to pull the back off. But this is not the biggest problem with the guitar. The biggest problem I have with this guitar is when we start getting into leads. Check this out. Okay, that's fine, but check this out. There is a serious issue here with how the nut was cut. Check this out. The first string is far too close to the edge of the fretboard. I've been playing this guitar for the last few hours, and it just seems like I've got about an 80% chance of actually being able to fret the note before it jumps off the side. Now, this is just pure carelessness on the part of Ernie Ball. I thought these guitars were supposed to be fucking inspected before they went out of the fucking factory, guys! Now, this guitar is no longer being manufactured, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out why. Now, I can't say for certain this is all secondhand information, but I've heard more than one story about this guitar having issues with the way how the nut was cut, and it just not being reliable on the first string. So that's a major, major fuck up, in my opinion. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do about the actual tremolo system here. It seems to definitely have some tuning issues as well. I mean, you bend on the sixth and the guitar goes out of tune? Come on, what the hell is that all about? Just give the guitar a little bit of a bash there and it jumps back into tuning. That's totally not cool. I was actually at Sweetwater the other day and I picked up a Tusk nut from my friends over at Graphtech, and I thought, let's try seeing if we can fix this thing. Let's see if we can take the nut out of this guitar, drop in a pre-cut one from Graphtech, and see if that'll fix the issue with the first string. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I've never actually fully replaced a nut before. I've definitely had to re-glue a few in my time. There's no question about that, so it's not mission impossible. But just putting these two up against each other, it does look like the Graphtech is cut properly, and I hope it's going to help with the first string jumping off the fret. I don't know about you guys, but I tend to prefer it when the first string stays on the fucking fretboard! Otherwise, it's not a bad playing guitar. All right, let me break out the tools. Let me see if I can pop this off, drop in the new nut, and see what happens. Here we go. Just gonna get in here real close here. You can see just how close that string is to the edge here. It looks like it wasn't cut properly. You can see the cut lines here. And the gap between first and second strings is a lot bigger than the gap between second and third. Here's a replacement nut on the bottom and the original on top. You can see how they all line up except for the first string. The first string is just slightly out by like a millimeter or two. And this is enough to make a big impact on how that first string plays. We're back! Oh, and I wish I had some good stuff to report here. All right, first and foremost, I did get the new nut installed. That's the Graphtec Tusk nut. Now, did it move the string over? Yes, very slightly, maybe about a millimeter one. I've got a shot here where you can see where the first string actually has carved out a little groove in the fret, and the string has moved over a little bit, which probably means these frets need to be recrowned, because you can't have the strings digging grooves into the frets because it just hurts the bends and takes energy away and it's just a fucking mess. But now that we have the new nut installed, I don't have to worry about any trim issues with strings binding up or anything like that. Graphtec makes a really, really great product. I've had the Tusk nut installed on several of my guitars, and then they've never let me down. Super happy about that. And does the string fall off the fretboard like it used to? I wish I could say it's a massive improvement, but unfortunately it's not. You can still pull the string off a little bit. I think you have to try just a little bit harder. Is it a massive improvement? Not really. That leads me to believe that this bridge is actually too wide for the fretboard. I've looked at a bunch of my other guitars, and yeah, the first string is sitting on them perfectly fine. There's no real danger of going off the fretboard. Somebody really fucked up when it came to this tremolo system, or tremolo system, however the fuck you guys want to pronounce it. For this guitar, yeah, it's fucking terrible. I mean, you can do dive bombs and whatnot, and it will return to pitch, mostly. Let's see what we can do here. So yeah, that actually works. It does the thing it's supposed to do, and that's dive bomb, return to pitch, and the guitar stays in tune. That's not my gripe with this thing. The thing that's really bothering me about this guitar, other than the first string not sitting where it should be, the sixth string has a serious problem with the bends still. That's after new nut install and new strings installed. Check this out. First string seems to be just going a little bit sharp there after a bend. And that's not cool. That gives us all kinds of horrible issues. The big problem for me with this guitar is the tuning stability. Something is really wrong with this when you start playing some bends and whatnot. I mean, we've got this guitar tuned just about perfect right now. Oh, what the hell happened there? You just start chugging away and it just dies? What the fuck, Ernie Ball? What the hell is this shit? How's this supposed to be practical in the studio? Now I gotta retune again. Well, let's see where that went. Ooh, A flat. Yeah, I have no idea what the hell is going on here. It just seems like the entire bridge can't make up its mind where it wants to sit. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, cool, but let's see what happens when I start bending on the sixth. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's finally sitting where it's supposed to be. Yeah, don't know. Yeah, there's definitely something going on here with the trem. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to loosen off the strings, and I'm going to try lubricating here where the trem's sitting. I already got that back pulled off the guitar here. I already tried lubricating the springs. That didn't do anything. So it's got to be the knife edge where the trem is sitting. I'm wondering what's going on there. Maybe the metal's been worn down. I'm not sure. Let me see what I can do here and see if this guitar can be saved or not, or this thing should be destined for the trash heap. So far, it's kind of leaning towards the trash heap. All right, so I just pulled the bridge and lubricated all the moving parts, changed the springs around, hoping that it's going to make some kind of improvement. Let's see what happens here. Thing is, that just felt like it shifted there. I'm not sure what's going on. Yep, it just went sharp. This is the kind of guitar I would get mad at a client if they brought it in the studio and expected to make a record with it. It's just too unpredictable and it's not reliable. And in the studio, you don't want to be wasting your time having to retune your guitar every 10 seconds because you think it might have jumped out. This is a pain in the ass guitar, and this is not a cool studio instrument. So there you go. Even after lubricating and changing the bridge around, we've still got tuning issues. And in my opinion, that makes this guitar fucking useless! Seriously, what in the fuck, Ernie Ball? You actually released this to the public? It doesn't take a genius to figure out why you're not making this model anymore. All right, so for specs, let's find out what they loaded into this piece of shit. Scale's 25.5 inches. It's a mahogany body with a flame maple top, with a maple neck with a rosewood fingerboard. Okay, just for the record, yeah, any of that wood does not affect the fucking tone. The pickups do, and the amp does, and the speaker. Most importantly, the speaker. If you think any of that tone wood bullshit matters, I've got a very nice bridge I would like to sell you. It mounts locking tuners, and as we've demonstrated, really doesn't help with the tuning stability at all. 24 frets, a 3-way pickup selector, and it's got dual humbuckers, a DiMarzio Crunch Lab, and liquefier, and a modern tremolo bridge, which, as we've demonstrated here, is completely fucking worthless. This guitar is not stable. Now, if I'm going to give this thing a star rating, I'm only going to rate it on 3 particular category because, yeah, this didn't come new, and so I can't really rate it on the packing that it came with. So, setup, I give it a 4 out of 5. It actually plays really fucking nice when the strings stay on the fretboard, so that's a very cool thing. Fit and finish gets a big fat 0. The fact that the first string would jump off because the nut was cut incorrectly means somebody did not give a fuck about this in the factory. So that's why it gets a 0 on that rating. Components. Once again, I've got to give 0 for components. What good are your fucking pickups if the guitar's not going to fucking stay in tune? What the fuck? You've got locking tuners. Worthless. Fucking, I just put a brand new fucking Tusk nut on here. This is a self-lubricating nut. These things are amazing. Fucking worthless because the fucking bridge won't stay in fucking tune. You bend the 6th string, the thing shifts and doesn't go back. You gotta bash it with your hand. That is fucking worthless. My recommendation, if you see this thing on the used market, avoid it like the plague, especially if you're thinking about buying it online. Because unless you can check to see how the nut is cut and how stable the bridge is, you should not be spending your money on this. You should be saving it and maybe buying a higher quality guitar from, say, Harley Benton or something like that. At least they can know how to build a fucking quality instrument. There's just no excuse for this piece of garbage. Now, even though I really despise this guitar, if you like the tones you were hearing today, you can grab a free impulse response in the description below. It's absolutely free. It's my gift to you for just being awesome and watching the show. Now, normally this is where I would break out the hammer of truth and we give the company an education on what it means to build a quality instrument. However, this is a borrowed guitar, so I'm not at liberty to fucking destroy it, even though it absolutely deserves it. Believe me, if this was my guitar, I would be fucking completely rearranging it and you'd be seeing the remnants of it up on the wall. This is quite possibly the worst guitar I've ever had in the studio for review. In fact, I think this is the worst guitar I've ever reviewed on this show. This thing is an absolute 100% piece of shit. Do not buy this.
LTD makes better guitars. Spectre makes better guitars. Harley Benton makes better guitars. And if you want to know what the hell I'm talking about, Harley Benton building better quality guitars, check out this video here where I take a look at the EX84. That's a quality instrument that actually stays in tune. Hey guys, how's it going? So I'm a big fan of the Harley Benton brand, but a lot of you guys have been saying, hey, you know what, they're just sending you their best models that they have. You know, you're not getting what we're getting, that kind of thing. And I think there might be some truth in that. So I've gone to an undisclosed location here in Windsor, Ontario, somewhere at somebody's house, and we're going to do a stealth buy. I'm going to buy a Harley Benton guitar. I'm going to order it here at this friend's house. I'm going to have it shipped to them in their name. So the people at Toman are not going to have any idea who they're shipping it to. So as far as they know, they're just shipping it to a regular consumer and not to a YouTuber. So I want to get the consumer experience. I want to see what you guys are getting for your money. Are Harley Bentons as good as the ones they've been sending me, or are they crap? Let's find out. Okay, so what I'm looking at is a Harley Benton EX84 Modern EMG BK. Basically, this is a thrash machine, EMG Explorer style. Here I thought this is American dollars. No, this is Canadian dollars. Ooh, suddenly this is looking like a very affordable instrument, because 454 Canadian dollars is about $3 American. The shipping is 67 euros. So actually that's pretty close to 67 US dollars, so that's not too bad at all. So we're looking at just over $400 to get this guitar into Canada in US dollars. So that's actually really affordable. What kind of guitar are we going to get? What kind of shape's it going to be in? I can't wait to see what shows up. And it's here. So this guitar showed up 2 days ago on Friday the 7th. And it's not been molested by Canada Customs, which is great. Ooh, UPS Express, extremely urgent. Got a red sticker there. Very cool. All right, looks like it's double boxed. Let's see how they did here. Everything seems to be in one piece. You know, nice stapling there on the box itself. Yep. This is why I got here so fast. It's got a genuine UPS speed hole in it. Fantastic. Great job, UPS. That's great. Hopefully the guitar's in one piece. I'm really curious to see how this thing's going to turn out, because so many of you guys have said, but you know, Toman just sends you the best Harley Bentons they have, so they'll sell more. And that might very well be true. I have no idea what's in this box, and Toman has no idea that they've actually sent me a guitar. So let's crack this thing open and see what we get. I am just dying to find out. Okay, so we do get double boxed. Before anybody even asked, yes, I had to pay an extra $100 in taxes on top of the 90 some odd dollars for shipping. So there's an extra $200 Canadian added on to your price on top of the guitar. So is it worth all that extra expense? I have no idea. Let's see what we get here. Okay. So double boxing has halfway decent. We get a little bit of tape here. Seems to be holding it together. Okay, great. There is a couple staples in the box as well. Staple here, tape, and another staple right there. All right, so moment of truth. Let's see if Toman can deliver the goods to a normal consumer. Let's see what exactly we get for our money. It's definitely an Explorer. Okay, cool. A lot of broken styrofoam in there. That's fine. As long as the guitar's in decent shape. But yeah, that's looking pretty fucking ugly right there. Okay, now I gotta get out my mini vac and clean all that shit up, but yeah, oh well, whatever. Allen key just kind of floating around in the box. Hopefully it didn't scratch the finish up too bad. That should have been taped down, guys. Okay, so I'm gonna dock you points for that one. And I mean, like, you know, get the in case of emergency rescue my guitars. Did we get an inspection sticker on this? This is who it was checked by. Obviously, this guy didn't tape down the Allen key. So whoever's at Toman who's doing the quality control, or who's ever the manager of quality control or whatnot, you know, you might want to have a chat with whoever that is and have them do their fucking job correctly. Okay. We have Harley Benton sticker. Okay, cool. Headstock looks good. Oh, neck feels pretty goddamn thick, actually.
What do we get? What do we get? All right. Oh, yeah, right. We've got EMGs in this. Cool. Oh, right. Here we go. That's actually not fucking bad. You know, for the price I paid, I would expect a halfway decent instrument. Wow, that neck is just massive. Is it in tune? Awesome. Wow, I just cannot get over how thick that freaking neck is. That feels like, you know, the Mustaine V or something like that in terms of neck thickness. That is just absolutely fucking massive. Not a fan, to be honest with you. I don't really like necks that thick. Let's see if we get a 9-volt in here. Yes, there is a 9-volt in the cavity. That's cool. Okay, at least that works. Let's just look for any scratches from that Allen key floating around in the box. Let's take a peek here. And yeah, nothing major, but it definitely looks like the guitar needs to be cleaned. Of course, it's a black finish, and yeah, I mean, like black finishes, you're just going to see any kind of, you know, slight defect or anything like that. Not bad, not bad. Okay, this is a great thing. Hey, oh. No. Oh, we're good. We're good. I thought there was a little chip in the paint. Nope, we're good. First inspection looks pretty good. Like I said, it just needs looks like it needs a wipe down or something like that. And we should be in good shape. Seeing a tiny little scrape here, but that's about it. All in all, we are getting the neck thickness of the Mustaine V, but it looks like we're getting a superior paint job. Wow, I'm fucking shocked, I tell you. Shocked. Okay, definitely not locking tuners. That's a bit of a disappointment there. For the price we paid, I would have liked locking tuners. That's for sure. At least we're getting some EMGs, but then again, as I'm learning pickups... Pickups might just be another one of those things we wind up spending way too much money on with no real value. In case you haven't watched Jim Lill's video about where the sound comes from in an amp, it's very, very interesting to see. At some point, I think I might have to do a pickup shootout video and try a couple of different ones and see how much the tone's actually shifting, because I'm going to take a wild guess. It's probably not a whole lot, that's for sure. Anyway, yeah, let me get this thing tuned up. Let's get it plugged in and see what we get. All right, we're back. We've got the guitar set up, did a truss rod adjustment, and yes, somebody was not paying attention to that truss rod because, once again, it was loose. It was completely flying free. So yeah, it took quite a few cranks to get it where it needs to be, to put some tension on the neck, to bring the action back below the 12th and get it sitting where it should be. Other than that, yeah, I think I got the guitar dialed in pretty good. Now, if I were a 16-year-old kid who just dropped his hard-earned money on this guitar, I'd be a little bit pissed off about that. That should be something the people at Thomann should be paying attention to. And this guy, whoever the hell you are, yes, you signed off on something that you shouldn't have signed off. You should have fucking paid attention to what the truss rod was doing. So points off for you, pal. Hopefully your manager fucking puts his foot in your ass. Now, if I didn't know how to set guitars up, I would have had to take this guitar to a local shop to get it set up correctly, with all that entails. Probably getting mocked for daring to buy a Harley Benton. You know, why didn't you just get an Epiphone? That kind of thing, which I don't want to deal with as on top of the expense. So yeah, Thomann, I've got to dock you guys a couple of points. Please, whoever's in your inspection department, wake the fuck up! Take the fucking truss rod cover off and see what's going on. Shame on you guys for letting this one out of the factory. All right, so I got it set up. I've got a strap on, and let's just do a balance test here. I'm kind of curious to see if there's any kind of neck dive. So hands free. Yeah, we got a bit of neck dive. One more time. Oh, shit. We definitely have neck dive. Yeah, that's, I'm not sure if that's a regular thing with an Explorer, so you're going to have to figure something out for this. A little bit top heavy. I mean, like, the guitar sits great in your lap if you're planning on, you know, recording at home or something like that. It's probably absolutely fine. But it does have a little bit of neck dive, so you might want to get a strap that doesn't slide so easily. Maybe something in unfinished leather or something like that to keep it from flopping around like that. Okay, so I got to dock him a couple more little points for that. Anyway, we're going to fire up the Engel Fireball 100. We've got it going into an Engel cabinet with those brand new 2022 Celestion Vintage 30s I demoed there last week, and they sound absolutely amazing. So let's see what this thing can do. Yeah, not too bad. I mean, like, what can I say? It's a guitar. It plays like a guitar. Plays like it should. I don't know if I've got the neck completely dialed in yet. I might even want to bring it down just a tiny bit more. Feel myself struggling to just maybe get a couple of those notes in place. Then again, maybe it's the much fatter neck that we're playing with that I'm not quite used to as well. Again, this just feels like a Gibson in a lot of ways because I guarantee they basically ripped off their design. But again, nobody's paying me to say anything here. I wanted to do a completely independent review on this so I could give you guys the real story without any corporate fuckery and see just exactly what you're getting for your money. So far, it's not bad. I'm really digging this. Seems to be really well intonated as well, which is pretty cool, actually. So just do a little tune up there. Let's see if this guitar is actually intonated well or not. Not bad. Yep. Yeah, hey, that's okay. Okay, yeah, it seems like they got the bridge set up correctly, which is great. At least that's something we don't have to mess with. I just don't understand why the truss rod was loose. That just seems like somebody didn't give a shit. All right, so we've seen what it can do for rhythms, but the big question is, what can it do for leads? Actually plays pretty fucking sweet, I gotta say. Once we get the action dialed in a little bit, yeah, it's not too bad at all. Remember, this is a $325 guitar. Okay, specs-wise, we are looking at a mahogany body with a set-in mahogany neck, ebony fretboard, and a slim taper C neck profile. I gotta call bullshit on that one. I call this a baseball bat profile, but that's just me. Scale is 24.72 inches. The nut is 42 millimeters, and it's got a Graphtec nut. It's got 22 jumbo frets and active EMG humbuckers with a 3-way switch and a WSC 2-pneumatic bridge and Jinho JN03 machine heads. Also comes with a set of 10 to 46 strings, but I'd highly recommend some 10 to 54s from SIT so you can down tune into drop C. Gotta say though, I do enjoy playing this guitar just sitting down like this for recording and whatnot. It's great. Now I'm gonna try playing something here. I'm probably gonna screw this up. I've been working on this one for a while. I just want to serve as kind of a reminder to all you guys out there who might be home practicing. Not everybody nails it perfectly every single time on YouTube. What you're seeing is a lot of edited performances. Allow me to demonstrate. I'm definitely gonna screw this up, but it's something I'm working on, and hopefully one day I will nail it. Almost got it, almost there. One of these days, yes, I am going to get that right. It's just I've got to put in the time and practice. So if you're at home, sitting there, putting in the time and practicing, good for you. And just remember, not everybody's perfect all of the time, especially not on YouTube. Yeah, it's definitely great for riffing on, that's for sure. This guitar is actually kind of a lot of fun to play sitting down, at least. I don't know about that neck dive, but for classical position, yeah, you can really bite into the strings. No issues there at all.
Now, here's the big question that I can't answer for you. You're going to have to answer yourself. And I took down a bunch of numbers here so I wouldn't screw this up. The closest guitar I could find to this thing is an Epiphone, but that comes with passive pickups. So that might be your thing, that might not be your thing. But I wanted to lay out all the prices and whatnot. So this guitar is $325 US, and with shipping came to $391 US. Now, if you're importing to the US, chances are you're probably not going to have to pay any import fees on something this cheap. Now, that's not a guarantee, but that's just reading feedback based on viewers' comments who have bought Harley Benz. So your all-in price, if you're buying in the States, is $391. Now, if you get an Epiphone at Sweetwater, that's going to cost you $649, and then you might have to pay tax on top of that as well. I can't guarantee that. Depends on what state you're living in. So you're looking at just an all-in cost here, if you're in the US, a $258 savings if you get yourself one of these. And the cool thing is you get EMGs. Now, if you happen to be Canadian, Long and Delayed also has a competing Epiphone Explorer as well, but that all-in cost would be $1,004.57 with tax Canadian, whereas the all-in on this was $644 Canadian. So we're looking at a $360 price difference from buying a Harley Benton online from Thomann, paying the shipping and paying all the taxes versus going to your local Long and Delayed and getting an Epiphone. Now, both guitars are made in the Far East. This one happens to be made in Indonesia. Now, I did the Epiphone V with the Fishmans in it earlier this year, and that was a really cool guitar, and that was made in China. So China versus Indonesia, your call. That's really a decision up to you. All right, so I thought we'd try something new here on Spectre Sound, and that's try grading the guitar on the Star Search system, and that's out of 5 stars. We're going to take a look at 5 different factors about this guitar and make the average grade based on that. Now, for packing, I give it a 3 out of 5 because not having that truss rod Allen key locked down was a big no-no. They should have just spent like an extra 2 seconds and taped it in there to keep it from flopping around, because it could have had an issue with scratching the paint. Fortunately, it did not, but still, I see that, I get worried. So fucking pay attention, guys. And for setup, I gotta give 2 out of 5 because they fucked up the truss rod. They never even bothered to open it. There was paper in the way, and it was basically fucking loose. So big screw up there. I have seen worse setups. At least they got the intonation correct. But if they'd spent an extra 5 minutes with this guitar and maybe done a neck job on it, that would have helped out massively. Finish, it's not flawless, but it is really good. There's like one tiny nick in the fretboard right up here on the neck, and I mean, like, it is really tiny, and I really can't see any obvious flaws in the finish at all. Now, there's absolutely no frets peeking out of the sides to speak of, so that's a big plus as well. So I'm gonna give this guitar a 4 out of 5 when it comes to fit and finish, because they actually did a really fucking good job on that part. Maybe Gibson could hire a couple of guys from the Indonesian shop building these and bring them over to the States to show them how to do it correctly. Now, for components, it gets a 3.5 out of 5 because they included EMG pickups, which are personal favorites of mine. And the bridge is, two-pneumatic bridge, stop tail piece and whatnot. Now, the one thing I'm going to dock them for is the lack of locking tuners. These are just your standard tuners. And I really like locking tuners because they just speed up the whole string changing process. And they help with tuning stability, of course. So I'm going to dock them a little bit for that. It's like, come on, guys, splurge. I'd pay an extra 20, 30, 40 bucks to get locking tuners instead of these. And I think the people who are interested in buying your guitars would probably appreciate it as well. Oh, yeah, and I'm just going down the list of components and whatnot. I realized, oh, yeah, I forgot to check out the neck pickup. Let's give that a spin. Yeah, that sounds really sweet. Great job. Great job. Good choice there. Now, if we go down the whole list and put everything together, that gives us 17 points out of a possible 25, which in Star Search terms translates into 3.5 stars out of 5. Not too bad, considering that the all-in cost on this guitar is only $391. That's shipping included. Not bad at all. Now, what does this mean? Is if you need a backup guitar or you just want to learn or something and you don't want to break the bank and you want to save a few bucks, this is definitely a viable choice. I think Harley Benton's really stepped up their game. Now, there's obviously some room for improvement when it comes to setup. I think this guitar could have probably got a few more points if they had taken some extra time and done a neck adjustment on here and put some locking tuners on here. This would have been like a 4-star guitar, no question about it. I don't give a fuck about the name tag. I really don't. I care about, is this going to give value for the kid at home trying to learn guitar? Because the guitars we had to play back in the 80s, the inexpensive ones, were absolute garbage. They were just fucking terrible. I mean, like, you can build a really badass guitar for not a whole lot of money these days thanks to CNC manufacturing, and I think this is a great example of that. This would be an excellent student guitar. This would be an excellent first guitar for somebody who wants to maybe join a band or, you know, just learn guitar for the joy of playing guitar, especially if you're a headbanger. Now, what was really fantastic about this whole experience is we ordered the guitar on October the 1st and it landed by October 7th. So that's 1 week to order a guitar from Europe into North America. That's fantastic. That's there's absolutely nothing to complain about there in terms of delivery. This definitely was worth the wait. Now, I've had a lot of Harley Bentons on the show lately, including this Pelham Blue Goto double cut. This is a personal favorite of mine. The great thing is this thing is only $269, but I was very concerned that they were sending me a quote unquote A model, one that would be inspected several times over before they shipped it off. And it's good to see that what the average consumer is getting is the same level of quality than this. They just need to pay attention to how they're setting up the truss rod. Now, if I were the CEO of Long and Delayed here in Canada or Sweetwater in the US, I'd be very worried about the Harley Benton brand name because they're offering some pretty quality guitars for not a whole lot of money and not at prices that Sweetwater or McQuaid's can touch. The only thing I can see them doing is maybe offering their own in-house brand. Personally, I'd love to see Sweetwater start doing their own style and maybe take a page out of Thoman's playbook and start offering their own guitars. I think that would be something really cool that a lot of people would love to see. I know I would for sure. I think that'd be a great idea. Whether or not that happens or not remains to be seen, but I think there is definitely a market for that, and there's definitely room in the consumer market for the lower end entry-level guitars to see yet another brand, especially one that would be, say, based in the US. Now, bottom line, if I was in the market for an entry-level guitar, yeah, I definitely want to get one of these. This thing is fucking great, especially when you consider it's only under $400. I think they've got a really amazing offering here, and this guitar is an awful lot of fun to play, and hopefully it would last, you know, the average home user for some while. I'm probably going to hang on to this guitar for a few months and try it out and play it on a few different things and see how it holds up, so you can expect to see that on the show, much like you've seen that double cut on the show numerous times, because it just turned out to be an overall fantastic guitar. Now, if you want to check out Harley Benton, I've got an affiliate link in the description below, so if you click on that, I'll make a few extra bucks. And if you liked the guitar tone you heard in today, I've got a free impulse up for grabs of that brand new Celestion Vintage 30 2022 model that I demoed there a couple weeks back. And I'm also going to have a link to that right here. All you gotta do is click on that and I'll take you through and show you the difference between the 2022 model and the 2006 model that originally came with that angle cap, and what a massive improvement Celestion has made. Check it out right here. It's going to be a good day because this just showed up. Oh yeah, it's always a good day when we get a new package in the mail from my friend, that awesome Swedish guitar player, Ola England. Oh man, yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one because it's a V. And I'm super excited about this one. I remember I did a demo on a Solar V there a couple years ago, and I gave it away to a buddy of mine because he was hurting, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I really wish I hadn't given that guitar away because it was awesome. So I'm hoping for something equally awesome here. This is the Cannibalismo model. So I haven't even taken a look at it. I saw it
on the web there a couple months ago. I wrote him and said, hey, that'd be really cool to check out on the show. And it just magically showed up yesterday. So thanks to Ola and crew. And before we go any further, here's a little disclosure. This is not a Fearless Gear review. They did send me this guitar. However, they don't get to see the video before it comes out. I'm not taking any cash for this, and my opinions are my own. Solar just started an affiliate program, so I may think about signing up for that. So there is that. If you do want to support the show and you're interested in Solar guitars, I'd say click one of the affiliate links, and hopefully, you can help me continue to make videos, that kind of thing. So yes, is there any kind of monetary gain for me? Maybe. It really depends on you guys. So that being said, let's take a look at this beast. Let's see what we get. Gotta say, shipping was pretty good. I'm glad they double boxed. We didn't quite get the UPS speed holes this time. We got like a couple speed dents, but that's about it. But according to UPS lore, they do make your package arrive faster. And okay, yeah, no tape here, but a couple of staples. Okay, hold on, come on. Oh, there we go. Ooh, it comes in a case. How cool is that? Oh, and just get rid of that. Ooh, we get a case for the V. How cool is that, And it's got a great big strap on the back. And what do we got in front here? Anything? Just what I always wanted. Tools for the Floyd Rose. Oh, fuck. Yay, tools for the Floyd Rose. Hopefully it's set up. Fingers crossed. We'll see. And nothing here, but you can put some stuff in there, some heavy reading. For the guitar players out there and whatnot, or you can keep a copy of C-Spot running there for those long road trips when your bass player is looking for something to do. You can read to him. That'll help. And let's see what we got here. Let's just unzip this beast here. I gotta say, yeah, the case is a nice touch. I wasn't expecting that, so that is super fucking cool. Oh, it's a V. It's like somebody keeps suggesting I need to review like all the V's on this show, and I'm thinking, hell yes, that would be a lot of fun. Again, unfortunately, this is not a Fearless Gear review. That will be returning in the next couple weeks, so that's all supported by you guys on Mondays. But in the meantime, I can at least give you an objective opinion on this, if not a straight up Fearless Gear review. Oh, it's red. Ooh, that neck feels good. Let's see what we get here. Look at that headstock. Oh, nice reverse headstock. We've got 6 tuners on here. And, not locking tuners. Ooh, what's the deal here? Does this have a Floyd on it? No, it doesn't. Awesome. Okay, I was really worried there. I'm like, I didn't see any kind of lock nuts or anything like that. And I'm like, oh shit, this could be horrifying. But no, it's got like a tune-o-matic bridge. It's a hardtail. Hooray! That's great. I love hardtails. I would much rather work in the studio with a hardtail than a Floyd because you spend a lot of time setting them up and getting them ready, especially if you change string gauges and all that. It can take a little while to get them tuned back up to whatever, but oh, look at that. That's bloody red. Oh my God, that is just wicked. This might be my second favorite finish ever, next to my LTD Purple V. Okay, wow, just sitting here, let's see. Awesome, came in tune, yep. Just out of the box, action feels just a touch on the high side. It's no big deal. I could definitely bring down the bridge here with like one turn from the screwdriver. That's going to be absolutely fine there. That's no problem at all. And what do we got here? We've got Duncan Solar pickups. Cool. Those sound great. If they're the same pickups that were on the Fanfret, we're going to be in good shape. That's one of my favorite sounding guitars, actually, in terms of pickups and whatnot, is the Solar Fanfret. It is just absolutely wicked. I love the fact that there's one knob. That's it. That's all you need. This is metal, for fuck's sakes. We're not looking for settled tone roll-offs or any of that bullshit. Now, crank it up on the guitar, crank it up on the amp, and rock the fucking world. I like the distressed look on the knob here, actually. That's pretty neat. And yeah, just the whole, bloody paint job. That is just sick. Now, this feels as good as the last Solar I had come in here a couple years back. Obviously, I got to tune it. It sits nice. It's got a nice bevel on the body here. It's got some nice bevels here. So it's going to sit nice. And where's the input jack? Ooh, it's in the back right there. So that is definitely not going to get in the way when you're sitting. That's really cool. I should throw a strap on this one. And just check for neck dive real quick here, because it does feel like it's a bit neck heavy. So let's see what's going on here. One moment, please. It's something you guys have asked me to look for over the last little while, the last few reviews. Guys like, well, does it have neck dive? Does it have neck dive? Let's see. I think this one is going to dive just from straight up on the field. It does feel maybe a touch unbalanced. I could be wrong. Let's just see what happens here. If I can get this fucking strap on. Let's see here. There we go. Strap is on, and let's see what we get. And does it dive? It's not terrible. That's actually, yeah, it's not bad. I'm not constantly fighting with it. Like, if I get, say, another strap with like unfinished leather in here that's probably going to grip, it's not going to like pull too hard. I'm not fighting with the guitar here, so that's totally cool. All right. Neck dive, well, it's got a tiny bit. It's not horrible. It feels pretty good balanced, right? Sitting in a playing position like this will be great. So tell you what, let me tune this thing up. Let me do a slight setup on the guitar, and then I'm going to get right back in. We're going to take this thing for a test drive and see how it sounds. Here we go. All right, it has been a couple of days, and I gotta say, just right up out of the box, it wasn't a terrible setup by any stretch of the imagination, but again, the truss rod was shipped a little bit loose. It wasn't like, Epiphone loose where it was like rattling around inside the neck, but it definitely had to crank it down a little bit to get the neck to where I wanted it. Now this guitar is playing like butter and just might be my favorite V. I am really, really blown away by this thing. It sits great. It plays great. It sounds great. What's not to love? Wow! Yeah, I am in love with this thing! Holy fucking crumbs balls! This guitar is out fucking standing. Nice job, Solar. I gotta say, yeah, this guitar is an absolute joy to play. I think I'm in love. The only complaint I have is the lack of fret markings. It's like, yeah, I'm trying to see where the hell I am. We've got some inlays here, along the neck. That really helps. But, some dots here. It would be really cool if you guys made that a fucking option or something. So those of us who aren't that good know where the fuck we are. Okay, 12th fret's pretty well marked. We got a great big Ola England, logo here. It's in red, which is perfect because I'm fucking colorblind when it comes to red, so it's even harder to see. Great job, guys! No, seriously, that's my only complaint. And I've taken a very, very, very close look at this because a few of you guys have asked me, hey, can you take a look at the Solars? Because we're seeing some posts on Facebook about the fretboard getting cracked right around the logo. And I'll tell you this, if I was a Solar customer, I'd be extremely pissed off if I dropped $1,000 on a guitar and it had that. So I'm taking a close look here. I'm not seeing it here. I'm not seeing it on the Telly style guitar either. And I'm not seeing it on that fan fret I just reviewed either. So I've got 3 Solars here in the studio right now, and I'm not seeing that anywhere. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, though. That could be very, very real. And like I said, if you're a customer, you have every right to get your guitar replaced. Now, from what I know, Solars are really cool about replacing that shit, but I can understand the frustration. As a consumer, I wouldn't be too happy about that either. So that is one caveat going in, and I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. I'm just saying that might be a factor. Then again, this is a $1,000 guitar, not a $3,000 guitar. So there is that price difference. If I'm paying $3,000 for a guitar, I'm expecting my Ferrari's finish to be absolutely flawless.
And again, you know, if I'm sure if I made a big enough stink about things with that Mustaine V I did a while back, I probably could have got it replaced, but it would have taken a while due to supply chain issues. We were probably talking a 4 to 6 month replacement. So that's another thing that's a real piss off in terms of being a consumer buying guitars these days. But like I said, I'm not seeing any flaws here. I did see the tiniest nick in the neck here, right where the nut is. There's just a slight flaw there. That's about all I can find wrong with this guitar. The other great thing about this is the finish is really cool. And, you know, it's not designed to look like a piece of jewelry. I mean, like, this is like got blood stains. There's like wood grains and all kinds of shit. So the great thing is if you do wind up putting a ding in this guitar, you're not even going to notice. I don't even see it. Yeah, okay. Here, case in point. I was playing this the other day and I whacked it up against the desk and I actually put a little indent in it. And I'm like, fuck! You know, it's like, son of a bitch. I hate it. That's one thing I hate about V's is, you know, is they got the extended wings here, so you're always bumping into shit. And I'm like, fuck, this is going to suck. But I'm like, no, it actually kind of works with the design of this guitar. It's not a problem at all. Yeah, pretty damn impressed altogether. Gotta say, loving it. Now, if I were to compare this guitar to, say, the Mustaine V that I reviewed a few weeks back, I'd say it gives it a run for its money because it's got Seymour's in here as well. Signal chain, by the way, is the Engel Fireball 100 out into that Hesu Demon cab. I'm using a 57 and a JZ Classic 2 microphone as well, and we're getting a really nice blend here. Can you put a price on Pace? Seriously, if you're a Mustaine fan and you want to get a V, maybe take a look at the Solar. Seriously, one thing I gotta say though is it's so freaking light. That's one thing I love about this guitar. This thing you can go on stage with for a few hours, you know, it's not gonna leave an indent in your shoulder. That's really cool. This thing's really fun to play for hours on end because it weighs just so little. And as for leads, let's see how it does here. Kinds of fun. Once again, I learned a few tricks there off Robert Baker's channel when it comes to that like palm muting triplet kind of thing there. If you haven't subscribed to Robert Baker's channel, I'd highly recommend you do that. And if you haven't subscribed to Ola England's channel, of course, I always recommend checking out Ola's channel. He's always got some cool stuff going on there. Just full disclosure there, I did not buy this guitar. Solar sent me this because I've been begging for another V for years. That last V I had on, I gave to a buddy of mine because he was really hard up and his band was touring and whatnot. I'm like, okay, fine, fuck it. And I really regretted letting go. This guitar you can have when you pull it from my cold, dead hands, Tim. You're not getting this one. No, it's not happening. This one's just way too much fun. Let's try out that neck pickup while we're at it. That's really got kind of a nice throaty kind of tone. Once again, really, really enjoying this. The Solar V2.6 Cannibalisma Plus retails for $949 US and comes with a gig bag.
The body is made from sunkai, the neck maple, and the fingerboard is made from ebony. It's a 25.5-inch scale with 24 super jumbo frets and comes loaded with a pair of Duncan Solar Plus pickups. Bridge is a string-through TOM style. Tuning heads are Solar 18:1 ratio. There's a 3-way pickup selector and a single volume knob. Again, not locking tuners. That would be another gripe I have with this guitar, but they're going for this whole, like patinaed look on all the metalwork. So I can understand what they're going for, and I'm sure getting locking tuners for this particular style might have been difficult. Not a complete deal breaker. Once again, the Mustaine V, which was priced 3 times as much as this guitar, didn't have locking tuners either. This guitar stays in tune fairly well, though. I think if I was to upgrade anything on it, I probably would put some like locking rotomatics or some Shalers or something on there, all depending if I wanted this thing to be an absolute studio workhorse or not. I'm a big fan of locking tuners. Okay, so that's the specs. I said, aside from the one very minor body flaw here, and I mean, like, it is absolutely freaking tiny. Yeah, this guitar is a complete and total winner. At only $949 US, this is exactly the kind of guitar I would expect for that kind of money. You can buy a much more expensive guitar and not really get a much better guitar, in my opinion. The number of Vs I've had on the show here, I did the Mustaine V. This I would definitely choose over the Mustaine V, and I'd probably choose this over the Epiphone there that I did a couple weeks back as well, because this is a little bit more my style. The Epiphone was a little bit more retro style, not quite my thing. This thing is just big, bold, and angry, and I really like that. Bottom line, it's got kind of a nice fat tone to it. Some Fishmans might have been a good option, but then again, I'm not really complaining about the tone I'm getting for it. It's a little bit fatter than, say, the EMGs on that LTD I reviewed there a couple weeks ago as well. This is a really fun guitar if you're a metalhead. Yeah, this guitar is just a lot of fun to play chunky metal riffs on. I find after I'm done in here, I'll actually sit here and practice on this guitar and kind of get carried away on it just because I like playing it so much. Yeah, that one's coming along. I know the next part, but it's not quite ready for prime time. Definitely getting a little better on that riff than I was the last time around, that's for sure. Practice definitely does improve your playing skills. A lot of guys are like, oh, you're getting so much better on guitar. Like, yes, I've been practicing my ass off. Not because I want to show off or anything like that. It's just kind of necessity. I just want to speed the production of the show up, and, calling my friends up to play on it. It's fun and all that, but it's definitely time consuming. You got to work around everyone else's schedule, and it's like, I'm going to Europe for a month this year, so I want to get some videos done, get them out of the way, and just move on to the next thing. I really do, and that I'm kind of enjoying it now. Okay, if you're a Priest fan, if you don't know that one, you should. That is a really cool track. I highly recommend looking it up. There's definitely a few bootlegs out there of it. It's never been laid down for real. Hey, Andy Steep, if you guys are watching this by any stretch of the imagination, could you please finally record Mother Son on the new Priest record? I think that would be absolutely fucking amazing. Your fans really want that to happen. Anyway, we'll see what happens here. Yeah, right. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Will this do the No More Tears test? Just give me a second. Let me retune. Ooh, damn, this thing squeals like a pig. Oh shit, I have never, ever been able to pull off the squeals for that riff like this before. Damn. All right. Okay, I think I might have a new favorite guitar. Don't get me wrong, I fucking love that Purple Nurple LTD as well that I reviewed there a couple weeks ago. But Solar, guys, wow, you really knocked one out of the park with this. I am in love. The only thing I want now is a 7-string version of this. Seriously, guys, well done. Great job. You can check them out over at Solar Guitars. I'll have some links in the description or everything like that. These go for $9.49 US. And if you're in the US, I do believe you have to order them directly from the company. But if you're in Europe, you can also pick them up at Thomann. I'll have links for everything in the description below. And just to be clear, those are affiliate links. So if you guys click on those, I might make a couple bucks if you guys decide to buy something. It does help me keep the lights on in here and fund Fearless Gear reviews as well. Anyway, that's it for this episode. Always glad to have Solar on the show. I think they make some great guitars that aren't ridiculously expensive. I think they offer a tremendous value for the kids working their ass off at home as compared to some other brands which charge premium prices for inferior quality. Once again, just keep your eyes open for the logo here. Again, that's just some scuttlebutt on Facebook. I don't know how true that is, but I don't have any reason to doubt. I mean, like, having worked in manufacturing for so many years, I mean, defects happen. It's just the nature of the beast. But what really counts is how well the company responds when you do find a defect. And from what I know, Solar Guitars support is pretty much fucking rock solid, and there's nothing to complain about there. So if you do wind up with one with a crack, just let them know. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to replace it. Anyway, that's it for this episode. Thanks so much for watching. Make sure you subscribe, all that good shit. And until next time, Hasadigi boy. What the f*** is Rafane? If you're asking that question, well, that makes two of us because I've got no idea. Apparently, it's a new composite material you can make guitars out of. So I got a new guitar here from this company called Rough Guitars, hence the name. And they're made in Poland. And I've been dying to check this out. I got to play a couple at Guitar Summit in Germany. All I know is it's apparently inspired by science. Let's check it out. So I met one of the guys from Rough Guitars at NAMM last June. I got to play this yellow guitar. It was pretty fucking cool. I thought it was kind of a neat concept. And they had a full display at Guitar Summit last September in Mannheim. And I got to say, yeah, I thought the guitars played brilliantly. And this is the thing, you know, Rough wanted me to show you guys how well they packaged their stuff for international shipping. The thing is, I don't know how well it's going to be now because apparently Canada Customs had other ideas. So yeah, they did a real bang up job retaping things. Yeah, wonderful. Wow, 2 pieces there. I'm sure the guys at Rough were like, no, what'd they do? Oh yeah, they didn't even bother to redo the staples. Great, nice job, guys. Wow, super impressive. I just hope they didn't fuck the guitar up in the process. Okay, so what do we got here? Caution, merch inside. Okay, cool. Let's see what we got here. Oh, look at this. I like that. Dear delivery service, this is the bottom of the box. Please flip it back. Hey, good idea. Maybe FedEx can hire some people that read. That would be a big help too. Anyway, let's see what we got here. We've got an internal box, and apparently they sent me some goodies. So yes, it's much like on your birthday when you got to open the cards first before you get to the toys. Same idea. Let's see what they sent me in the old merch box. Here. So we got, ooh, bubble wrap. Bass players, don't eat this stuff. And we got, ooh, looks like a shirt. And, ooh, a shopping bag. Coffee mug. Yes. Okay, now you guys are talking. Okay. Ooh, a nice comfy t-shirt. Sweet. Okay, cool. By the way, you guys hear somebody chuckling in the background there. That's Steve, the guy who helped me build the studio here and helped me build those amazing cabinets for me last year. Thanks so much for all your help, Steve. So, yeah, Rough wanted me to show off just how well their stuff's packed. So, look at this. We're getting a nice hard shell case in here. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, we're just going to pull this out. Woo! Thank you, Steve. Oh, look at that. That's a nice hard shell case. Now the moment of truth. Hopefully Canada Customs did not scratch this guitar. Hopefully they didn't play it. It's a nice case. Okay, let's see what we got. Ooh. There it is. Oh, let's see that. Can we get a cutaway? Ooh. Ah. That smells nice. Okay, let's see what we get here. And, yep. Oh, there it is. Oh, look at that. Wow, that sits so nice. It balances so nice. And it's almost in tune, and almost made it all the way from Poland in tune. And this is the thing. I think this is why you'd want to go with a composite guitar, is, for anything more than anything else, tuning stability. I mean, like, there's a bunch of stuff on the website. I'm gonna have to go over this about. They're talking about tone, how it gets you your perfect tone, and yeah, you know what? I'm not quite falling for that line. Tone is going to come from the pickup and the amp and the speaker, and most importantly, from the speaker mic combination. But tuning stability, now that would be something to make a composite guitar out of, because it's not going to be susceptible to heat or humidity. Definitely sustains like a guitar. And it's still going. Look at that neck joint. What neck joint? This guitar is all one piece. This whole instrument is just one continuous piece of material. The raved. Let me go put a strap on. Now, a bunch of you guys were asking, hey, Glenn, what the hell? Are you just going to compare every guitar you review on the show now to the Mustaine V? And I'm thinking, yes, I will, because that was a very high price point. The rough guitar, the retail version of this is the prototype, of course. The retail for this is going to be a little bit more money than the Mustaine V, but yeah, you're getting a custom guitar from a small shop, not, something that came down an assembly line from a faceless corporation that doesn't pay its employees enough to give a fuck. So yeah, there is that. These guys want to make something out of themselves in the guitar world. So yeah, I figured let's try and get some of those shops on the show, the smaller builders, and see what they can make. Oh, S-locks, strap locks. Okay, the original Shaler strap locks. So we got a strap on here, and let's stand up and do the drop test, see if there's any kind of balance issue. So I'm just going to go hands-free here. Hopefully it doesn't fall. Oh, and that balances absolutely perfectly. Wow. Cool. Just first observation here. Every single curve of this body just feels perfect. This guitar is so comfortable. And it's beautifully set up. There's no issues with the action or anything like that. Everything's just exactly where it needs to be. Tell you what, let me get this tuned up. Let's plug it in and hear what we get. All right, I am back. Man, been running into all kinds of technical issues between the beginning of this video and the next one. And it's mainly because I moved my computer over to a brand new Mac Studio. Anyway, yes, I've had the guitar for a couple days, been playing it, and absolutely fell in love with this thing. This thing is just beautiful. It just sits so well. The fit and finish are flawless. Maybe Gibson could take a hint there. Yeah, no issues with the paint or anything like that. Not that I'm seeing, even though this is a prototype model. I don't know if it's paint or it's like, baked right into the finish or whatnot. If you can see this, we've got, some kind of a texture on the edges of the body. It's not quite on the front and whatnot, and not on the back either, except for maybe the headstock. I don't know how they do that. Some kind of, fabric was put into the finish or something like that and pulled off, and that leaves that stamped pattern. Of course, we've got the Hipshot locking tuners here. They're doing a very nice job. And we've got a very nice Hipshot bridge as well. As far as tuning goes, yeah, seems to do the job. What can I say? Yeah, this guitar is an awful lot of fun to play. I only had to adjust the truss rod by about a quarter crank, and it is just playing absolutely perfect. I thought the action was just a little bit high below the 12th, and yeah, that quarter crank just got into absolute perfect zone. What can I say? It's just, this guitar just feels amazing. The Schrodinger 6 from Rough Guitars comes in what they call a dead cat finish and features a rich light fretboard. Now, rich light is made from recycled paper, which is saturated with resin and cooked under pressure, which creates a very durable material. The neck scale is 25.5 inches and comes with Jescar stainless steel frets. Tuners and bridge are by Hipshot, and the single pickup is a Fishman Fluence Modern. Now, my only gripe here. Seems like they need to tighten up the input jack a little bit. There's a couple cool features here about this, and number one is it's a toolless entry to the rear cavity. Just all you gotta do is just pop it off. And away you go. See, they did, the little mini Faraday cage with the copper here to help combat noise and whatnot. Here's the interior right here. My big issue is they need to screw this down a little bit more. Once again, they had this on the floor at Guitar Summit in Germany, so I imagine a lot of people are playing this instrument, but they could have checked and tightened that up just a little bit because it is a tiny bit on the loose side. I can literally turn that with my finger, so I need to get out the tools and clean that up. So guys, $3,000 guitar. This is the kind of thing you need to check for. This seems to have like tiny little magnets in place, holding this in place. So, just taking the cavity off and replacing it is just dead simple. I mean, it's just literally a case of not scratching up the instrument. It's just literally a case of snap it in place, we're good to go. That's a really cool feature. I wish more guitars had that. There's also no cover over the truss rod as well, so it's really super accessible, which is great. I mean, like I just did an adjustment on a couple of my other guitars, and I had, the tiny little screw, and trying to get that in place, it's like, I wish more guitars had this. This would just make life so much easier. But this guitar is just shred city. I mean, like up above the 12, everything, it just plays so nice. Yeah, that's absolutely great. Again, no issues with the action or accessing the frets or anything. Once again, fit and finish, there's no issues with the frets poking out as I would expect on a composite made guitar. I mean, like that's the great thing. You're never going to have to worry about the frets poking out because it's just not susceptible to moisture and heat the way how that traditional wood is. So that's a big bonus in my opinion. Now we've only got one pickup here, but it is a Fishman Influence, active, modern, whatever the hell you want to call it. And it does have the tone switch. I mean, is it really going to make much of a difference? You tell me if you hear much here. Yeah, that's pretty tough call. Now, the whole point for this video was to satisfy a demand from you guys. You guys wanted to see some guitars on the show that feature some small shop builders. And yeah, I think Rough Guitars is building a very high quality instrument. Is it worth the €3,000 price tag? Yeah, probably, because it's gonna stay in tune. And that's, for anyway in the studio, that's probably the most important thing to me. In terms of just not having to waste time constantly stopping to retune after every single take. Is it going to stay in tune flawlessly? No, it's not an ever tune, that's for sure. But tuning stability is a huge thing. And if I only have to retune after every 3 takes or every 5 takes or something like that, that's still going to speed up my workflow and help me get my job done faster. Now, this is what I'd call a first impression review video where I've only had the guitar for a couple days and play it, whatnot, and try to... You're going to be seeing this guitar an awful lot on the show, though, because I just like the way it feels. So the plan is maybe come back in a couple months after I've had it for a little while and played it for a while and give you guys possibly a long-term review on this, just so you can get my overall opinion after a few months, see if it's changed at all. Right out of the gate, though, I got to say, yeah, Rough Guitars, you've got an absolute winner here. I can't wait to see what else you come up with, because this thing is absolutely badass. And if I was a customer who was looking to spend money on a slightly more high-end guitar, I would have thought this was a way better deal than the Mustaine V I bought earlier this year. That's for sure. Just in terms of fit and finish and playability. Yeah, this guitar is absolutely flawless. I mean, like a second pickup probably would have been nice, but I'm not bitching. It does the job and it does it really well. And as far as metal machines go, oh yeah, this has definitely got it. Now, if you want to find out more about Rough Guitars, check them out at roughguitars.com and ask the question, just what the hell is Roughane anyway? Hey, we got something real cool here for you today. Cue the butthurt Gibson fan screaming, "That's being Dana, you should play that!" because it's I don't know, made in China because reasons. This is the new Harley Benton Fusion series. Harley Benton's been doing some really cool stuff as of late. The Amarok series that came out a couple of years ago were a little bit more metal themed, and they're amazing. I have definitely kept that green one. I actually use that for my guitar synth. It's an awful lot of fun, that guitar. Haven't had any issues with the fret wire poking out of the sides. None of that crap, so that's pretty cool. Anyway, the Fusion's kind of new. It's not exactly a metal style. It's a little bit more traditional styled. And I've got no idea what it's like. I've never actually played one. All I know is that the price is somewhere around $439. I'll double check and get you an exact price for this model. But disclosure being what it is, Harley Benton is not paying me to make this video. They sent me a guitar, yes, but I did have to pay import fees. So as far as I'm concerned, I can say whatever the hell I want because I paid for that privilege. Now, I do get affiliate sales from Thomann, so if you see what you like, click a link, and maybe I'll make a couple bucks from this video. But as for getting straight up paid outright by Thomann or Harley Benton or anyone like that, no, that doesn't work at all. So, all you guys are going, oh, you're just getting paid off, man, you're just getting paid off. Do shut the fuck up, because that's not the case. Anyway, let's see what we get here. Ooh. Bubble wrap. Okay, bass players, please don't eat this stuff. And what do we got here? Ooh, again, silica gel. Bass players, once again, please do not eat this stuff. It's bad for you. We have a Thomann inspection card, looks like. Yep, blah, 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 blah. Checked by 224. Okay, 224. You better do a good fucking job. Hopefully you're better than the guy checking the paint at Gibson. And let's see here. Yes, we get... Oh, we get a whammy bar? Cool. And a bunch of Allen keys, and it looks like something to adjust the neck as well. Like, it's not an out... oh yeah, let's put this away, shall we? Let's not cut ourselves. But it looks to be one of those rotator type of truss rod adjusters, not an Allen key, so that's kind of cool. And the little Allen key just fell through the plastic bag. Okay, I can't really fault them too much for that. It's a fucking plastic bag, for fuck's sakes, so... whatever. All right, let's see what we get. I'm kind of curious. I asked for purple. I'm really kind of curious just to see how this is going to look. So, let's do a preliminary out of the box inspection. Looks like it's got a tag under the string, so that's cool. Ooh, that's almost fucking hot pink there. Okay, maybe. No, that's purple. Okay, cool. Yeah, I wanted to do something a little bit different than what I normally have. Getting guitars of all kinds of colors. Not too heavy. Just initial impressions there. Ooh, look at that headstock. Yeah, I wanted something just a weird color instead of like black or shit like that. So I thought, hey, why not? Let's see what we got here. As long as it's not pink. It's very pinky, isn't it? Wow, that guitar, it is purple though. Fuck, that's actually not bad. Neck feels a little thicker. This is a Wilkinson bridge. Okay, cool. And we've got Roswell pickups and a little inspection tag here. Harley Benton, your style, your gear. Okay. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, that's pretty fucking pink. Kind of interesting. I asked for purple. I got pink. Of course, then again, I'm kind of colorblind. It's pink purple. It's yeah, a little more pink than it is purple in my opinion. I should have just asked for blue. Me and my big fucking mouth. Anyway, whatever. We're gonna pull the plastic off the pickups. It's actually in tune. Whoa. Ooh, that actually feels really nice. The neck's a little bit thicker, but it's not like obtrusive or anything like that. Damn. Okay, this might be kind of cool. All right, little gripe here. The pickup, the bridge pickup is definitely kind of sitting forward a little bit. I don't know if you can see that on the close-up camera or not, but it's definitely on an angle. I don't know how to straighten that out. If anyone's got some tips, yeah, I'm all ears. Anyway, yeah, let me just do a little preliminary setup. Yeah, as I figured, there's a little neck adjuster there. Probably the neck probably just needs to be taken down ever so slightly. Oh, fuck me. We've got locking tuners on this. Hey, that's cool. So we got a whammy bar, we got locking tuners, and we got Roswell pickups. All right, let's do a little bit of a setup and plug it in and see what we get. But yeah, I can't believe it actually stayed in tune being shipped all the way from Germany. That's pretty cool. And we've even got a coil tap here. Hey, this is looking pretty good. So yeah, bolt on, neck's a little bit thicker than I'd prefer. Any flaws in the finish? Yep, a couple. There's a little black spot here. Couple little dings. Yep. Neck joint looks to be fairly solid. No problems with that either. So just on the bottom here seems to be a little bit of miscoloring. Looks like somebody went over it with a black marker or something like that. And there's just a couple of surface scratches there. So, but there's nothing like a great big gaping crack in the neck joint. So yeah, that's a big plus. Okay. And again, not expecting absolute perfection, but frets feel pretty fucking good, actually. Okay, great. Who knows if that's going to maintain that for the next 6 months or whatever. We'll see how it goes. But the fact we're getting locking tuners here is actually pretty freaking amazing. I was not expecting that. So that's a nice surprise. Anyway, let me do a slight adjustment on the neck. It's not going to need much. Might just need to bring it back a quarter crank, something like that. And I'll plug it in to those wonderful Celestium blackbacks in that Happy Cab that I did a demo on there a couple weeks back. And we'll hear how it sounds. Here we go. I gotta freely admit, I already shot this piece earlier today. And then when I went to go check camera 2, the right protect was on the card. So there's nothing like putting everything you got into a video and then realizing, hey, guess what? You have to do it again because you're a moron. So yes, here we are. It's now the evening and it's 8:30 at night. I'm finally getting around to shooting this yet again. All right, so just straight up, I gotta say this guitar is an awful lot of fun to play. And the sticker price on this guitar is only $329 US. That's 251 euros. That's it for this guitar. Now, I am completely blown away by the quality of this instrument considering the asking price. This is pretty insane. Okay, this is definitely priced as a value guitar or an entry-level guitar. This would be an instrument I would want to give to a niece or a nephew or something like that if they ever wanted to learn how to play. This would be the perfect instrument to do it. Honestly, if you're an 80s kid and you want an entry-level guitar, you are going to be playing far worse than this when you were a teenager, that's for sure. I'm very, very impressed with what we're getting here. At $351, you can't let your expectations get away from you or get out of control. There's definitely a couple issues with the fit and finish, nothing too major though. You know, a couple minor scratches in the body right here, and it looks like maybe something got dinged out before the clear coat went on. They covered it up with some magic marker. So there is that. Looks like the wood stain that they're using is running over into the binding as well. Somebody did not tape that off correctly. So that is bad on you, Harley Benton. Up your freaking quality control, please. But you know, that's just the cosmetic stuff. And again, I'm paying $350 for a guitar, not $3,000 for a guitar. So I am going to be a little bit more forgiving for that. If it's a premium level guitar, I'm expecting a premium level finish. It only took like half a crank on the truss rod to get it going. Once I figured out which way I had to go, I wanted to put the neck back ever so slightly. So that's push forward when you got the truss rod adjuster down here. And, you know, the pickup, like I said, was the humbucker in the bridge was kind of nudging forward a little bit. It's kind of on an angle. All I had to do was just back off the screws, get it kind of seated a little bit better, and then screw it back down, and it dropped right into place. I don't know if you can see that on the camera or not, but seems to be a big improvement, that's for sure. Now, the other thing that surprised me is we're getting a set of lock tuners here. They don't have any brand markings or anything, but they seem to be doing the job and rather well, so that's pretty cool. We're going to get this thing. I did have a strap on here. And I was going to do a neck dive test, and the thing strap decided to come off, so I got to put the strap back on. And let's see if we get any neck dive whatsoever. Let's do this hands-free. Nope, not that I can tell. That's pretty cool, actually. Not too bad at all. Now, this is the first guitar I've ever had to have a Wilkinson bridge with a trem on it like this. Everyone says I say tremolo wrong, and I'm like, okay, whatever. Fucking sue me. This is not a Floyd, that's for sure. You can't really do any kind of acrobatics or whatnot with it, which is kind of disappointing, to be honest. Like, if we pull back on the bar, we're not going to get very far with it. Because this has not been routed out behind the bridge here, so there's not really a lot of room to pull back on the bar. That's kind of disappointing, and you can't do any kind of fluttering or anything like that. It just doesn't work with this thing at all. Yeah, it doesn't quite do that Floyd kind of thing, which is really damn cool. But again, $350, I'm not going to complain too much. We've got 2 humbuckers in a single coil, and yeah, the single coil in the middle is kind of nice. Might be a little noisy. Just a bit. I'm also using the Angle Fireball 100 into those wonderful 1977 blackbacks in the Happy Cab, mic'd up with an SM57 and a Lewitt 440 Pure, and I'm really enjoying the tone we're getting here, that's for sure. Yeah, the middle pickup here. Definitely got that twang thing going on, whereas the neck humbucker is really sweet. And we got a coil tap here. This is sweet. That's kind of beefy, actually. Now that sounds really nice, but this gets really interesting once we get this coil tap going. This is all kinds of fun, except it's a little noisy as well. Now, the guitar does seem to be staying in tune reasonably well, despite the fact that we've got a whammy bar and no lock nut either. This is just relying on the locking tuners up here. It seems to be doing a pretty reasonable job. Got a dual single coil mode there for a second there. Kind of hit the switch there, and that kind of knocked it out where I wanted it to be. Now that's got some real twang on there, and if I was a country guy, I'd probably really dig this, but I am not a country guy. Cool, definitely a lot of sonic possibilities there. Of course, this isn't exactly what I'd call, a modern metal machine, that's for sure. It definitely kind of has a bit of that twang going on. It's not necessarily a bad thing, especially if you want to play like some classic style metal riffs, that kind of thing. This is not a gent machine. I don't think it's going to gent anytime soon, and that's fine. There's a lot of other guitars that do that kind of thing. But for vintage voiced metal, yeah, this thing's kind of got it, I think. Okay, yeah, you get the idea. That's one of my favorite songs ever. Yeah, this guitar, I'm just having an absolute blast playing. The neck's a little bit thicker than I originally expected, that's kind of thing, but the weight seems to be good. The balance is very good. There's no question about that. Pickups are decent. Like I said, I don't think it's a modern metal machine at all. These aren't quite super hot pickups, and the single coils are a little bit noisy. But once again, coming back on that price for $350, I'm not finding all that much to complain about. Again, if I was, say, buying a gift for a younger person who's looking to learn how to play guitar, I might want to take a look at one of these. Now, there are some other Harley Benton Fusion models. They've got some of the newer ones that have hardtails. I wanted to get one of those, but apparently stock's an issue, or they sold out and they're waiting on another batch. I don't know. I'm not sure. I hear Harley Benton's going to be at Gear Street. I'm going to be flying over there next week, and can't wait to check that out and check out some of their other models, because I know they got some really cool stuff coming up. I gotta admit, yeah, this guitar is just a lot of fun. It's got some of that classic Priest twang to it. So that's kind of nice. Actually, it's a nice another tool in the arsenal, so to speak. Now, I'm sure a lot of people are going to be pissed off because this guitar comes from China, but I think this is a great deal for the home buyer, especially somebody who might be a first-time buyer, who might not be a top-level musician or a guitar collector. I think this is great. This is something you can buy, and if you find out guitar isn't your thing, you're not going to feel bad for throwing away a whole lot of money. But if you want to learn, this is going to be a great learner guitar. No question about it. Now, is this my favorite Harley Benton? Probably not. I was hoping for purple, and I guess this is kind of purple, but it's a little bit pink for my taste. It's a little bit too light purple, so to speak. I'm kind of more into deep purple, if you catch my drift. But seriously, it's not bad, but not my favorite Harley Benton. Let me show you a couple others that I have that I'm a really big fan of, actually. Now, this is the Goto model I demoed there a couple months ago, and this is like $269. I think this guitar is just a ridiculous amount of fun to play. It just feels fantastic. Pickups are slightly lower output. Again, it's kind of got that vintage vibe going on. I'm not a big fan of the original brand, that's for sure, but if I need something for this kind of vibe, yeah, absolutely. Now, when I did the demo on those 77 blackbacks, this is the guitar I reached for because I was going for that kind of classic AC/DC kind of vibe, and actually this thing really delivered the goods. So yeah, I'm definitely keeping this one around, just because if it gets scratched, I'm not going to give a shit because it really didn't cost that much. But mostly though, because this guitar plays so great. I'm so impressed with this. Let me show you my other favorite Harley Benton. And this guitar is an absolute fucking beast. This is the 6-string Harley Benton Amarok with EMGs in it. And they've got locking tuners as well. These are Grover locking tuners, in fact. Yeah, there's some name brand parts on this. I'm absolutely in love with this guitar. I got this in the summer of 2020, and there's been no fret creep at all. Everything is just super smooth, and the finish is beautiful. This is just a wonderful instrument to play. So if you want something like voiced for more of a metal player or something like that, this guitar delivers the goods. I've also got a Fishman triple play on here. That's the guitar synth module, and that's exactly what I use this guitar for in case I need a synthesis and whatnot, because I can't play keyboards for shit. This is a really cool thing. So once again, coming back to the Harley Benton Fusion, gotta say, it's an awful lot of fun to play. It's a little bit heavy for my tastes, and then, like I said, I'd like a slightly thicker neck. I think the Amarok is a little bit more suited towards a player like me, but then again, I think I'm going to hang on to this for a little while because I do like the twang, and it might come in handy from time to time. But Harley Benton's got a lot of different models you can choose from. Follow the links in the description below, and you can check them out. Ultimately, though, I think this is a wonderful guitar considering the asking price. It's not going to break the bank by any stretch of the imagination. Thanks for watching. I'm freaking out of here.